Suddenly, everything goes dark, but a shimmering dust dances in the void. When a desperate voice cuts through the silence, "Oh hero." Then, from the shadows, a glowing, ghostly hand reaches out. And Soo-hyun Kim, his face etched with a heavy, knowing look, stares out into the glowing void. Another glowing hand reaches for his, the voice begging, "Please." The desperate chorus swells, demanding he save this world. "You are our last hope." Now, a torrent of glowing hands reaches for him, a chorus of whispers pleading, "Help. Please give me more." The glowing hands multiply, forming a colossal column that pierces the dark, starry void, a silent, crushing weight of expectation. The ethereal hands kept coming, a ghostly tide of desperation, their collective voice screaming one word into the abyss, "Hero." The sheer magnitude of their cries crushed him. Soo-hyun Kim stared up at the infinite darkness, then down at his own shaking hands, tears streaming as the desperate calls of "Save me" and "Hero" hammered his soul. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the noise, a gentle whisper, "Mom." A radiant, motherly figure materialized behind him, and he couldn't help but ask the impossible, "Why is everyone calling me a hero?" Despair twisting his features, he cried out, "Why do I have to be the hero?" As his mother watched, her face a mask of sorrow. His mother's silent thoughts mirrored his pain. She didn't want him to be the hero, knowing it was just too much. Her hand gently touched his shoulder, and he choked out, "It's scary." As she softly called him, "My son." Even with her heart aching, she met his gaze with fierce resolve, proclaiming him the world's only hope. So. Reality shatters. A hand desperately reaches out into a swirling, particle-filled abyss, losing its grasp on everything. And then, the fall begins. He's plummeting through a dark, particle-filled abyss, eyes wide with pure terror. Tears stream down his face as a chilling, disembodied voice rips through the void, screaming, "Stop whining." The pressure is relentless, crushing. The voice demands, "And die like a hero." He's still falling, endlessly. A tiny, helpless speck against the crushing, particle-filled void. The fall intensifies. The world around him blurs into a chaotic, swirling vortex of white energy. Faster and faster. The environment distorts into blinding streaks, signaling the end of this terrifying freefall. Then, a blinding, explosive flash. Impact lines explode outwards as he slams into something unseen. A soft tuck signals the end of the nightmare. A single tear escapes as his eyes remain shut, the terrifying ordeal finally over. He stirs, the echoes of that brutal vision still ringing in his ears. His eyes snap open, and the world around him explodes into brutal focus, a desolate landscape of shattered ruins. The world has changed, and he has awakened. He groans, pushing himself up from the debris-strewn ground, a heavy sigh escaping him. His hand instinctively grips the hilt of a long sword, its cold steel a stark contrast to the warmth of the blood staining his fingers. He's on a rain-slicked rooftop, the city a desolate panorama beneath him, the downpour reflecting his inner storm. Then, a chorus of guttural roars rips through the air from a gathering horde in the distance, their forms barely visible through the driving rain. A wry, almost bitter smirk plays on his lips as he realizes, they're not giving him any time to rest. He stares down at the endless horde, a smirk playing on his lips as he mutters. Mana load at 87, level 8, he pulls his blade, his face a mask of pure determination, ready to unleash hell. Suddenly, two massive, armored beasts with glowing purple eyes charge, their monstrous cries ripping through the air. But Soo-hyun Kim's eyes ignite with a fierce purple glow, his gaze locked on the approaching threats. Then, a blinding flash of purple energy explodes from him, a devastating strike unleashed in an instant. He drops like a comet, his sword a deadly streak as he closes in. The first beast reels from the hit, its partner lunging in a desperate, furious counter. But Soo-hyun Kim is a whirlwind of destruction, his blade ripping through the second monster with savage precision. He's a blur. A phantom in the night, Soo-hyun Kim charges headfirst into the monster horde, leaving only afterimages in his wake. With impossible speed, Soo-hyun Kim unleashes a flurry of attacks, his fists and feet a devastating whirlwind, absolutely shredding the shadowy figures around him. A thunderous "kwang" rips through the air, as another monster gets absolutely launched. He delivers a brutal, glowing kick, the sheer force of his blows sending a hulking creature spiraling into the darkness. His assault is absolutely relentless, every single movement precise and deadly, as more monsters just keep dropping before him. A lightning-fast swish cuts through the air, signaling yet another decisive, bone-shattering blow. He brings a powerful, glowing fist down, absolutely pulverizing the ground and the monster beneath it with a deafening "kwang." The monsters just shatter into glowing fragments, their forms dissolving into pure energy as he continues his absolutely relentless, unstoppable advance. The final shadow monster explodes into oblivion, a deafening crack signaling its absolute destruction. But the cost of victory is clear, as ragged, desperate breaths tear from his lungs. His face drenched in sweat, every muscle screaming in protest. A violent cough rips through him, his body screaming under the immense pressure of his unleashed power. He collapses to one knee, his gear shredded and blood staining his clothes, the brutal aftermath of his rampage laid bare. But even in his exhaustion, a profound voice resonates within him, a chilling declaration: "You truly are humanity's hero." But there's no time to rest. A colossal, horned monstrosity materializes from the shadows, pulsating with an ominous purple aura. Its glowing, evil eyes lock onto him, a suffocating, crushing power radiating from its very being. But Su-Hyun isn't backing down. His eyes blaze with an electric blue, and a furious purple aura erupts around him, charging headfirst into the next impossible challenge. A colossal, horned monster, pulsating with dark purple energy, unleashes an insane amount of power, its very existence screaming of unimaginable strength. But Su-Hyun Kim, despite the odds, stands his ground, his eyes burning with resolve as he faces down the monster that just revealed itself. And then, a booming voice rips through the air, as the monster declares, "I am Fafnir." Fafnir's voice booms again, dripping with sinister intent: "I have acknowledged you to have the right to become a part of." Su-Hyun's eyes flash, instantly grasping the terrifying meaning behind Fafnir's words. Me. Then, Fafnir's true, terrifying plan is laid bare: "After I bring you down, I will take that strength myself." No more talk. Fafnir immediately unleashes a devastating, purple energy blast. The impact tearing through the very fabric of reality. He's gasping, blood erupting with every ragged cough as his defenses shatter around him. Every breath is pure agony, his body screaming in protest. The coughing won't stop, a desperate, hollow sound, his energy plummeting fast. He glances down at the monstrous figure, a heavy, defeated sigh escaping his lips. Fafnir surveys his handiwork, the city in ruins, and a terrifying question screams in Su-Hyun's head: "Is this truly the end?" A ghost of a memory, a mother's voice, cuts through the darkness, challenging his core: "A hero? My son, you." Fafnir's glowing eyes gleam, a chilling smirk spreading across his face as he scoffs: "What a joke." He stands victorious in the ruined city, his monstrous army assembling behind him, a chilling display of absolute power. Bloody and broken, Su-Hyun's eyes stay shut, his destiny hanging by a thread. Reeling from the brutal assault, Su-Hyun stares at his trembling hands, a crushing wave of failure engulfing him. He couldn't protect anyone, and that thought gnaws at his very soul. Fafnir's monstrous shadow still haunts his thoughts, twisting his self-perception into a venomous whisper: "A hero? Bullshit." Violent purple energy still erupts from the phantom demon, a searing reminder of its raw, destructive power. While the devastated landscape stretches endlessly beneath its spectral form. Plunged into the abyss of his own despair, the crushing realization hits him: I'm nothing. The darkness swallows his sight, a suffocating void mirroring his shattered spirit. Then, a blinding light rips through the darkness, revealing two blurry figures peering down from above. As a voice sharply slices through the oppressive silence. "Hey!" His eyes snapped open, a blinding flash cutting through the void. One more blink, and reality slammed back into place. Suddenly, faces loomed over him, one shouting, "Yo, Kim Soo-hyun." A dude in a uniform practically screamed, his face a total mess of shock and relief: "What the heck, why'd you just collapse? We thought you were dead." His eyes snapped open even wider, the chaos barely sinking in. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, he shot up. The guy jumped back as Su-Hyun Kim bolted upright, looking totally spaced out, making him blurt out, "Whoa, what the heck? Why are you popping up like a zombie?" His eyes burst open, confusion ripping through his mind. He stares at his own hands, like they're alien objects. The bright sky above him crackling with an almost deafening, unseen energy. That jarring sound echoes again, a chaotic note in his disoriented mind. As his senses violently return, he's confronted by a spiky-haired boy, whose face twists from concern to pure impatience. One thought screams through his haze: is this a dream? The spiky-haired boy, now with another classmate, leans in, scoffing about Su-Hyun Kim sleep-talking about Fafnir. Then, with a sharp, almost playful threat, he declares that if Su-Hyun Kim is finally awake, it's beating time. He's barely standing, facing down a blonde-haired bully who's not just talking trash, but straight up telling him to get ready for a beatdown. But before he can even react, bam! A sudden strike lands. His head snaps back from the brutal hit, the impact shaking him to his core. The bully's hand connects hard, sending him flying. He hits the deck, hard, the bully standing over him, ready for more, as a sickening crunch echoes. But then, something shifts. A burning resolve ignites, and his eyes blaze with an insane, electric blue power, crackling with energy. Then, a lightning-fast barrage of strikes erupts. And with a deafening crack, his glowing blue fist smashes into the bully's face, sending him flying. Su-Hyun Kim is down, battered and broken on the asphalt, as three figures stand over him, their victory short-lived as another of their crew bails out. But the remaining three, their faces twisted in pure shock and rage, can't believe what they're seeing. The blonde bully, fist clenched, mutters a weak, "Sorry, my hand just." Before exploding, "Are you crazy?" at the sheer audacity of it all. His fury boiling over, he screams, "This F*************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Closer. Out of nowhere, Kwon Jang-hyuk bursts onto the scene, screaming, "Hey, Kwon Jang-hyuk. The police are here." The blonde bully, completely caught off guard, can only stammer, "What? Why now?" While Soo-hyun Kim is still sprawled out, another student, Kim Sung-sin, casually strolls away, a taunting voice echoing, "Kim Soo-hyun, you better come to school tomorrow." Kim Sung-sin stops dead, a confused look on his face, thinking, Kim Soo-hyun. But I'm Kim Sung-sin. What's going on? One last look over his shoulder, and Kim Sung-sin just keeps walking, leaving the chaos in his wake. A guttural groan rips through the air as the battered figure struggles, utterly lost in the chaos. But just as the dust settles, Kim Sung-sin, the new player, spots something crucial, a phone, lying abandoned on the cold concrete. He snatches it up. His mind racing, desperate for any clue about the thugs, he hopes this device holds the key. The screen blazes to life, showcasing an electrifying image of a young man, his eyes burning with an otherworldly blue glow. Sung-sin grips the phone, and the very same face, those piercing eyes, stare back at him from the screen's reflection. Confusion hits him like a truck. Then, the ultimate reveal, King of the Underworld, Regressor, the game just changed. The year is 2042. The world? It's over. Dungeons started popping up everywhere, unleashing pure chaos. And monsters, once just glitches, flooded out, tearing everything apart. They called it the outbreak. And it absolutely annihilated the world. But wait, there's more. Some humans, against all odds, awakened incredible new powers to fight back. The world knew them as the Awakened. And yeah, I was one of them. Even when every other human fell, I was the last one left, still battling the monsters, alone. He was the last survivor of humanity, standing alone against the end. Then, one day, it hit him like a truck, he was the only human left. Suddenly, a voice snaps him back to reality, demanding, "Did you say your name was?" The officer stares him down, waiting for a response. But Kim Soo-hyun just chills, dropping his name, "Nah, I'm Kim Soo-hyun." The officer doesn't miss a beat, firing back, "And your birth date?" Losing his cool, the officer slams his hand down, yelling, "How old are you? Answer quickly, damn it." Soo-hyun's face twists with a troubled expression. His eyes locking onto a calendar that screams 2022. His memory screams 2022, but a terrifying truth slams into him, it's been 2 decades. But the interrogator's voice rips him back to reality, demanding his age. He snaps back, 19, trying to calm the agitated officer, who just keeps pushing for his name. The officer, clearly losing patience, snaps forward, demanding to know how he can possibly remember only his name and age. Soo-hyun's mind flashes back, a terrifying thought echoing, he was certain Fafner had killed him. The monstrous Fafner, all glowing eyes and shattered form, burns into his memory. A desolate cityscape stretches out, a stark reminder of the world he left behind. As he clenches his fist, a single thought echoing in his mind, this generation, this reality, it can't be fake. He stares ahead, the realization settling in that he truly has returned to the past. But a new question immediately arises, a profound uncertainty about what to do, and what about his original self, Kim Sung-jin. He stands, a sword at his back, contemplating the impossible task of how to go back to his own time. The glowing energy around him reflects his inner turmoil, as there are simply too many things he can't figure out. Meanwhile, in a different location, a man speaks into his phone, dismissing a concern and assuring the caller he'll be there shortly. He reiterates that his mother will arrive soon, instructing the person on the other end to simply wait, but then something catches his eye, causing him to trail off in surprise. Muttering about the youth of today, his voice suddenly shifts to a tone of recognition and disbelief, calling out, "Soo-hyun?" A frantic voice pierces the silence, demanding to know what went down and why he's stuck at the police station. She practically tackles him in a desperate hug, her cries of disbelief echoing as she takes in his changed appearance. Her face is a mask of raw emotion, eyes wide with a mix of terror and overwhelming relief. Her hands frame his face, a silent, intense question in her gaze. His mind races, a chilling thought forming, is this woman, the mother of this body's original owner? The scene shifts dramatically, the city bathed in the fiery glow of a new sunset. And her voice softens, a hint of concern as she asks if he'd forgotten their new address, wondering if he's been under too much pressure. Still struggling to adjust to his new surroundings. He finds himself speaking normally, a facade he secretly despises. He's caught in a mental trap, a grimace twisting his face as he grapples with the impossible question, what's the right move here? His mother's gaze is filled with worry as the sunset paints the sky behind them, and she asks, should I even apologize for this mess? She murmurs, then, with a decisive tone, declares, no matter, let's get that face cleaned up, right now. A fresh tissue materializes in her hand, poised to erase the marks of his struggle. Her grip on his arm is tender, her voice a mix of anger and concern as she reveals, I heard those school punks jumped you again today. Seriously, when are they ever going to learn their lesson? Her fingers brush his cheek with a soft, protective gesture, her voice firm as she commands, if they ever try that again, you tell me immediately. Their hands lock, a powerful, unspoken bond forming in the quiet moment. His eyes widen, a storm of conflicting emotions raging behind them. He's still processing that emotional bombshell, walking with his mom, a silent, but screaming in his head. Then, she turns, hitting him with a, why yes. They're just chilling in the park, when she points out, yo, it's dead empty today. What's up with that? And he's totally feeling it too, that weird, unsettling silence. Yeah, you're right, it's super quiet, he thinks. Then, out of nowhere, a massive thud. A huge, clawed foot just slams down. A sickening rustle, and bam. A monstrous, drooling mouth with razor-sharp teeth just appears. His mom, totally clueless, calls out, and he just shouts back, I'm coming. But then, a deep grunt from behind confirms his worst fears, as a shadowy beast with glowing red eyes fully appears. His mom's still calling, aren't you coming, but the monster just lets out a terrifying growl, its red eyes locked on him. The monstrous entity unleashes a guttural roar, its glowing red eyes locking onto him. And Soo-hyun immediately braces for the insane clash. Meanwhile, his mother glances down, totally confused, thinking it's just some random wolf. But this is no ordinary animal attack, the impact sends Soo-hyun flying backward with insane force. While the creature itself gets absolutely launched, tumbling violently. A deafening crash rips through the room. As the beast slams into the shattered debris, revealing its true, terrifying form. No way, Soo-hyun realizes, that's not just a wolf. His eyes snap wide in grim recognition, he's staring down a werewolf. The horrifying truth hits him like a truck, instantly connecting to those chilling police reports. The world around him dissolves into a frantic, desperate blur. As he desperately tries to process the police report, a monster in the inner city, supposedly handled. But a terrifying question screams in his head, is this an outbreak? He knows, deep down, that monsters appearing in the city isn't just possible, it's happening. The beast's savage snarl echoes in his mind, those glowing red eyes promising pure destruction. Now, the real challenge begins, how to fight this thing. First, he needs a weapon, and fast. Out on the chaotic city streets, he's on the hunt, his gaze sharp, his umbrella a flimsy shield. Then, with a lightning-fast move, he unsheathes a blade, and it ignites with an otherworldly green glow. But his resolve turns to shock as he sees it, a monstrous silhouette looming in the distance, a creature the news swore was gone. A chilling voice snarls, please don't move. This new body. No problem. They won't stand a chance against me. And just like that, a monstrous blur explodes forward with insane speed. Closing in on Soo-hyun, who barely has time to react to the terrifying assault, while a small girl watches, frozen in fear. Its jaws unhinge, a terrifying maw of razor-sharp fangs ready to tear into him. Boom! The monster connects, sending Soo-hyun absolutely rocketing backward, blood exploding from the impact. But wait! The beast actually recoils, a shocked snarl twisting its face as a splash of its own blood appears. A lightning-fast blur slices through the air. And the monster's eyes ignite with furious red energy, its snarl erupting into a roar of pure, unbridled rage. But Soo-hyun is ready. His green glowing sword is out, and a determined expression hardens his face as he prepares for the real fight. He's caught off guard as Fafner's monstrous claw absolutely decimates him with a thunderous crash. The sheer force sending him flying. But wait, Fafner's own hand is cracking, still reeling from Soo-hyun's last hit. Fafner is absolutely livid, raging internally about how it can't just obliterate this low-grade monster right now, dreaming of its original body, where this would be a one-shot kill. Soo-hyun, meanwhile, is shaking, steeling himself for the monster's next brutal attack. While Fafner's mind is still screaming, if only I was awakened. And then, a terrifying surge of power. Its eye ignites with a malevolent red glow, the monster's wish granted as it finally awakens. Fully awakened, Fafner explodes forward with terrifying speed and renewed ferocity, its glowing red eyes locked onto Soo-hyun. But just as Fafner closes in for the kill, Soo-hyun's head snaps back, his attention suddenly ripped to something behind him, a new, unexpected presence making itself known. The awakened Fafner was fast, its massive form closing the distance in a blink. Before slamming into its target with a deafening impact. The blow sent Soo-hyun reeling, his body flung violently through the air. His face contorted in pure shock as a mysterious orange light began to emanate from beneath him. Out of nowhere, two massive wolves, eyes burning with pure malice, ambush the kid. He's got no time to react before even more of these things pile on, crushing him to the ground with their sheer power. A choked cry rips from him, his face a mask of pure horror and pain as the assault intensifies. Amidst the chaos, one word screams in his mind, a desperate, primal cry for his mom. Just as a wolf goes for the kill, someone bursts in, shoving the kid out of the way and taking the hit herself with a raw cry. His eyes go wide with shock, he can't even process why she'd just throw herself in front of that thing for him. The wolves, now absolutely furious, unleash their full rage on her, ripping into her with claws and fangs, no mercy. While his mom fights a losing battle, the kid, screaming her name, bolts into the night, leaving her to face the monsters alone. A desperate cry rips from him, unable to process the sheer, terrifying danger his mother just threw herself into. Clinging to him, holding on for dear life, she whispers his name, a final, heartbreaking reassurance. His face twists in pure agony, the crushing weight of her sacrifice already tearing him apart. With a gentle, yet fiercely resolute smile, she demands he survive, no matter the cost, no matter what. Her embrace tightens, a desperate, crushing squeeze, a final hug before the inevitable takes her. He can only watch, frozen, helpless as the terrifying light behind her flares. The world around him blurs and fades, leaving only the ghostly echo of her fading presence. Then, a horrifying crimson aura explodes, devouring her whole. Hunched over, his body trembling, he remains frozen in the aftermath of his mother's sacrifice. A crimson glow begins to emanate from him as a question echoes in his mind, do you guys? His eyes now burning with an infernal red light, have a death wish? As if summoned by his rage, two shadowy, monstrous figures with glowing red eyes emerge from the darkness. Charging across the basketball court towards him as a vibrant red aura flares around his form. Suddenly, a man with glasses, holding an umbrella, steps forward, his voice filled with concern, you think I'd let you? He shouts, urging Soo-hyun to flee, go, Hyuk. Both Soo-hyun and the man with the umbrella sprint away, the two monstrous entities relentlessly pursuing them across the court. His body screams in protest, every muscle burning from the recent escape, and he can't help but curse his own pathetic stamina. He can't believe it, is he seriously this weak? The mysterious man, still carrying him, coolly states, all right, let's just head home for now. A guttural scream rips from Soo-hyun's throat as the old injury from earlier absolutely explodes with pain, reminding him just how close he came to the edge. Barely able to speak, he gasps, huh. Hold on. The man keeps moving, a new realization hitting him, now that I think about it. Beneath the vast, open sky, their desperate journey presses on. At last, they reach a quiet, unassuming building, their temporary sanctuary. He finally made it back, crashing hard onto the bed for some much-needed rest. Meanwhile, the guy who hauled him here is glued to his phone, totally stoked he didn't have to roam the streets solo. Then, his gaze snaps to the sleeping figure, a faint rustle breaking the silence. A comforting thought hits Soo-hyun's mind, telling him everything's gonna be fine with his mom around. But the man's mind is stuck on one idea, just bail. His face turns grim, a heavy worry weighing him down. One burning question hangs in the air, why? A brutal memory flashes, him hauling Soo-hyun through pure chaos, thinking, did he really go that far to put himself in danger? Now, he just stands there, silent, next to the couch, keeping a watchful eye on the still-out-cold Soo-hyun. His eyes snap open, scanning the room with an intense gaze. A surge of ethereal blue energy erupts around him, briefly illuminating the space before fading. But his focus quickly shifts inward, a burning frustration igniting within him. This body, he seethes, why is it so utterly pathetic? His hands clench into tight fists, the humiliating memory of struggling against mere monsters fueling a furious rage. To think this pathetic shell can barely handle a few monsters. A raw, guttural cry escapes him, his face twisted in pure agony and self-loathing. Was I truly reborn into such a weak, useless being? A chilling vision rips through his mind, a lone figure, cloaked in darkness, plummeting through an endless, shimmering blue abyss. The crushing weight of his past failures screams in his mind. Just to repeat my past mistakes. The vision shatters, and the blue energy around him explodes outwards, a raw manifestation of his burning resolve. With a blinding flash of crackling blue energy, he's plunged into an otherworldly realm. Taking a moment to collect himself, he knows losing his cool here would be a fatal mistake. Then, a system message blazes to life, confirming his identity and status, and with a final gate open, his new path is revealed. The system confirms, subject Kim Soo-hyun, and he's approved. The luminous interface stretches further, leading to the ultimate declaration, gate open. He steps through, finding himself in a colossal, shadowy chamber, a shimmering portal at his back, as he wonders if this is truly the abyss. The system's voice echoes, confirming this is an abyss door, and that his current body has been chosen as an awakened. A monumental realization hits him. Could this mean a complete reset, a chance to start all over again as Kim Soo-hyun? He flashes back to his past, realizing he never even cleared the tutorial before, and now, he's diving headfirst into the abyss once again. A fierce determination hardens his gaze, as he declares there's absolutely no reason to hold back now. Boom! A massive system message explodes into view. Welcome to the Tower of Trials. He's transported to an epic, glowing grid world, stretching endlessly around him. This is it, the legendary Tower of Trials. Also known as the terrifying abyss, a realm of eternal punishment. A booming voice reveals the ultimate goal, to empower the awakened and grow stronger by devouring the very essence of superior beings. Standing within the Tower of Trials, the system drops a bombshell. There's something even bigger than the floors themselves, a core mechanic driving everyone to push for the highest levels. Even so, there is a system in this tower that is more important than the floors themselves. And for subject Kim Soo-hyun, the trial is about to kick off. Suddenly, a holographic interface pops up right in front of him, demanding a critical decision. He's hit with the prompt, select your difficulty. This is it, the choice that'll shape his entire run. The system lays it out, choose from level 1 to a maximum of level 10. And guess what? Level 10 is flashing, daring him to pick it. This isn't just any difficulty, it's the highest rank for each floor, and it screams max reward. Same first floor, but crank up the level, and the enemies get exponentially tougher. But hey, tougher enemies mean bigger rewards, right? He gets it, though, more risk, more reward. The rules were simple, yet brutal, massive risk, massive reward. Pulled into the digital abyss, he plunged towards the difficulty select screen, the ultimate choice looming. The digital vortex consumed him, his destiny just a click away. A smirk played on his face, a mix of madness and resolve. Level 10. The absolute max. He'd make it work, somehow. But a flicker of doubt crossed his mind, a memory of his past life where level 8 was his absolute limit. No. He wouldn't back down. This was his chance, his only path forward. No more repeating the past. This time, he'd break the cycle. A surge of dark power erupted around him, sealing his terrifying decision. He stands before the ruined entrance, his resolve burning like a supernova, knowing that failure means a tragic end, and he refuses to let himself lose. Suddenly, a holographic interface blazes to life before him, demanding he select his weapon. From a dazzling, shimmering array of glowing armaments. He steps forward, his very presence radiating a soft, determined light as he closes in on his choice. The system locks in his decision, declaring his trial is about to explode into existence. With a powerful, unyielding grip, Kim Soo-hyun clenches the hilt of his chosen weapon, ready for anything. He takes a deep, resolute breath, his mind a whirlwind of determination, fueled by a singular, unwavering thought, I must proceed forward. Just a few hours later, the sky hangs still, but within the trial, the world has already been turned upside down. Just a few hours later, the city slept under the moon, but for Soo-hyun, the trial had already begun, and it was anything but peaceful. Then, a blood-curdling scream rips through the air, Soo-hyun's face twisted in sheer, unadulterated terror. He's screaming for help, a desperate plea echoing in the darkness. Trapped against a wall, he can barely breathe, a massive, red-eyed monster snarling down at him. But it's not just one. More of these nightmare creatures burst from the darkness, their glowing eyes locking onto Soo-hyun as they surround him. Then, a brutal hit sends him soaring, his body just a ragdoll in the air. He crashes down, only to be swarmed again, his pleas for help turning into guttural screams of pure pain, as the beasts tear into him. A monster lunges, its fangs bared, a deafening roar filling the air. Then, a blinding flash of blue energy erupts, the brutal reality of the trial slamming into him. A chilling voice cuts through the darkness, declaring, I finally found you. Instantly, a blinding blue force explodes from him, slamming into a monstrous wolf. But the beast retaliates, and he lets out a pained gasp, staggering back. No time to recover. Kim Soo-hyun leaps, his green umbrella now a desperate shield against the onslaught. Then, an impossible transformation. The umbrella pulses with raw blue power, its form shifting. It sheds its mundane skin, becoming a razor-sharp, glowing blade of pure energy. With a primal roar, he unleashes a devastating slash, cleaving through the first monster in a burst of gore. The blade dances, a whirlwind of death, as the remaining beasts are torn apart. They disintegrate into glittering blue dust, utterly annihilated. He's surrounded by a blinding flash of white. When a massive, red-eyed wolf beast bursts forth, tearing through the environment. But his eyes blaze with an electric blue, a fierce resolve in his voice as he challenges, I told you, I wouldn't let you go, didn't I? The beast snarls a challenge, yet Kim Soo-hyun's calm response is chilling, don't worry. Then, an explosion of brilliant blue energy bursts from him, coalescing into a blinding pillar of raw power that rockets skyward. As the blue particles swirl, his voice cuts through the air with an icy promise, you'll be right behind him. And with a final, explosive surge, Kim Soo-hyun stands, crackling with a vibrant blue aura, a devastating blade of pure energy now forged in his hand. A massive system alert blazes across the screen, Kim Soo-hyun has awakened. He's absolutely dominated the first floor of the Tower of Trials, hitting level 10. The presenter drops a bombshell, dungeons are popping up way more often now. We're talking 3 times the number since they first showed up in 2019. This isn't just a slight bump, it's an explosion. These dungeons didn't just appear, they rocked the entire world, sparking massive controversy and throwing everything into disarray. He then breaks down the difference. Towers of Trials and dungeons are kinda similar, but they're totally different in how they show up, pointing to a slick system graphic that lays it all out. And the big reveal? They're kicking off their deep dive with dungeons, because that's what's happening right now. The scene cuts to a pulsating, grid-like portal, as the voiceover drops the truth. Dungeons are basically the world's ultimate trials, and these portals are the entry points. They all just popped up at the same time, nobody knew what they were, but you couldn't ignore them. The fear and hype just blew up, spreading like a wildfire. And once everyone figured out these dungeons were here to stay, their value went through the roof, shown by a hand clutching a glowing orb, a symbol of immense power and wealth. Dungeons aren't just a threat, they're a massive economic engine. The awakened, the superpowered individuals, are raking in serious cash by hunting these things. It's not just about the money, it's the fame, the glory, the sheer accomplishment that draws them in. But here's the kicker, most people have no clue what's really going on. They tell you dungeons are good for society, bringing in resources and opportunities, right? But the truth is, these dungeons cause outbreaks. And the bigger they get, the stronger the monsters they unleash into our world. And this isn't some distant future problem, it's going to explode by 2028. This is the ultimate disaster, the one that will absolutely shatter Earth. The very air crackles with energy as shimmering particles rain down, signaling a shift. The dungeon crisis looms, but a new challenge has emerged, sparking a frenzy among the awakened. Everyone's asking, what's your updated rank? And get this, the top spot is still locked down by the same absolute legend. Kim Soo-hyun isn't just winning, he's absolutely crushing it with an insane 2,230 points. Second place. A distant 940. This guy is on another level. Even his own crew can't believe it, calling him an insane rising star as they stare at the impossible numbers. And all this is happening at the Tower of Trial, the ultimate proving ground for power. The entire world is buzzing, everyone wants to know, who is Kim Soo-hyun? A deep breath, a moment of calm before the storm, as the legend prepares for his next move. He's back. Stepping into a whole new zone, a silent thought screams in his head, it's been way too long since he last graced this place. This is it, the Tower of Trials, also known as the Abyss. In his past life, this was the ultimate gathering spot for all the aware Ned, a massive world they'd flood, floor by floor. Every single floor in this tower is its own universe, rocking its own environment, climate, and even a unique culture. But here's the kicker, despite all their differences, they all share one massive thing in common, you want to hit the next floor. You gotta pass a trial. Right now, the second floor is the ultimate hangout for all the aware Ned, making it super easy to snag all kinds of items. But hold up, there's a catch. To even tap into that sweet convenience, you gotta rack up enough points on the first floor first. But the path ahead is pure chaos, as twisted, monstrous forms start ripping their way out of the swirling darkness. A multi-eyed, fanged beast, radiating pure, untamed power, bursts forth. The air crackles with residual energy. As he surveys the carnage, a monstrous beast finally vanquished, its blood staining the floor around him. He lets out a relieved sigh, the adrenaline finally subsiding after the brutal fight. Then, a cascade of system messages erupts, declaring a level up to 2 and emphasizing the sheer importance of life in this brutal tower, igniting a fierce determination within him. The more he fights, the more powerful he gets. His senses sharpen, fully back online, and a powerful resolve hardens his gaze. He knows he can conquer this. A glowing shard manifests in his grasp, his eyes blazing with electric yellow as raw power courses through his veins. The system confirms, first trial perfectly passed. A flood of 10 achievement points pours in, ready for review in his status window. The system whirs, calculating his achievement ranking, a rapid series of beeps confirming the processing of his revoked rights. He's hit level 10, and the ranking is insane. His stats are skyrocketing, and his achievement points are piling up at an unbelievable rate, now a staggering 100. He stares intently at the holographic display. With a staggering 2,230 achievement points flashing before him, he can't help but wonder if this insane score is enough to conquer the next challenge. Thrilled with his haul, he's ready to hit the shops and see what incredible gear awaits him on the second floor. He steps out into a vibrant, bustling marketplace, his eyes immediately drawn to a prominent sign. Each step on the ancient pavement rings with purpose. As he surveys the incredible array of shops around him. He's just stepped onto the second floor, a hub of activity, when a mysterious, sharp-eyed elf with flowing dark hair locks onto him, her presence demanding attention. He walks up to her, and she immediately pegs him, calling him out as a newbie. Then, with a sudden intensity, she challenges him, demanding to know his deepest wishes. This is Veli, the dark elf skill merchant, and she's laying it all out, no specific requests. She's got the intel he needs. He quickly apologizes, confessing he's totally lost on this floor, then drops a bombshell question, the cleep? Veli, with a sly smirk, then drops her own bomb, declaring she also needs the transformation skill. Her hand moves with a flourish, underscoring her statement. A sudden realization hits her, a sharp intake of breath, someone's been feeding him intel. Then, a critical question hangs in the air, can that skill even be bought? Veli's hands fly across the holographic interface, and the system flashes, slept is 150 points. And strength is 1000 points. He just stands there, cool as a cucumber, waiting for the magic to happen. Then, bam. The screen lights up with a, you have paid 150 points, and a satisfying ding. Suhayan starts to say something, but Veli's already on it. His eyes practically pop out as he sees his points, yelling, what's with these points? Veli, totally flabbergasted, shouts back, just what did you do? He scratches his head, genuinely puzzled, my math's not off, is it? But Veli's already shaking her head, that's not what I mean. She lays down the shocking truth, no one has ever hit 1000 points on the second floor. Her voice practically screams, and you're only standing from the second floor. He just shrugs, totally chill, yeah, I just ranked up here, no biggie. And then, as he casually strolls up the stairs, he drops the mic, I'm just a normal customer. He bursts into the room, a soft chime announcing his arrival as Veli waits. The vibrant town sprawls beneath a perfect sky, a familiar backdrop to his extraordinary journey. Later, his hand ignites with a soft glow, clutching a small, shimmering orb, the legendary skill acquisition pouch. Perched on a bench, he meticulously reviews his recent gains, absolutely certain he hasn't missed a single crucial detail. A holographic appraisal screen blazes to life before him, revealing the secrets of his freshly acquired powers. The screen clarifies that every single skill demands a specific mana level for an awakened to even touch it, a triumphant chime punctuating the crucial insight. The data stream continues, revealing that while most skills simply grow with proficiency, a select few can actually level up, transcending mere mastery. These coveted, level growth type skills, the screen blares, are incredibly rare and brutally hard to acquire, yet one, transformation, now gleams within his very own skill list. He zeroes in on the transformation skill, realizing it's the only growth type ability from the pouch, and there's a huge secret about it. Then, his gaze locks onto a mysterious purple potion, an elixir-grade mana catalyst, though it's been watered down. He grips the bottle, and bam. A system alert confirms this bad boy will supercharge his mana, scaling directly with his rank. This isn't just any item, it's a game changer, boosting his magic power without the grind of dungeons or the tower, and it's waiting in the basic rewards shop after his trial. He's tearing through the item shop interface. Knowing that most players totally miss these insane hidden treasures, rushing past them in their haste to the next floor, but the real power-ups are there for those who truly search. Clutching the mana catalyst. He knows this thing is clutch for skyrocketing his magic in the early game, even if the diluted version is kinda gross. But the biggest power-up of all. The sheer, overwhelming relief of having his past life's memories intact. Kim Soo-hyun is deep in thought, analyzing his new, transformation, skill and that insane mana catalyst, knowing he's still missing key intel on how to truly unleash their power. But just as he's lost in thought, a sudden, schwip, snaps him out of it, and he instinctively apologizes, realizing he's not alone. He spins around, only to find himself staring directly at a figure who just appeared out of nowhere, a shocking entrance that leaves him utterly stunned. He couldn't sense a thing, not even a whisper of mana, and that alone sends shivers down his spine. It's Jin-woo, just standing there, cool as ice. A casual smile plays on his lips as Jin-woo apologizes for the jump scare, insisting he didn't mean to freak him out. Soo-hyun's eyes go wide with instant recognition, a name escaping him as he finally processes who just appeared. His mind flashes to images of Jin-woo, a legendary warrior dominating battlefields, standing tall over countless defeated enemies. His eyes burning with an intense, otherworldly power that chills him to the bone. A powerful aura of dark energy and blue particles swirls around Jin-woo. And Soo-hyun's eyes widen in shock, his jaw dropping at the bombshell that just hit him. He can only manage a single, incredulous question, Choi Hokjin. Jinwoo makes his move, a sly grin spreading across his face as he hits him with. Is something on my face? He presses, a playful glint in his eye. Honestly, I was kinda shocked. But Soo-hyun Kim's mind flashes back to a darker memory, a chilling thought crossing his mind. Dude had a way more murderous vibe back then. Getting straight to it, Jinwoo cuts in. Alright, so what's up? What did you want to talk about? A confident smirk plays on his lips as he drops the bombshell. Truth be told, I've been tailing you since you walked out of that store. He lays out his reasoning, a keen glint in his eye. You were grabbing all sorts of gear, and I gotta say, you've got a killer eye for equipment. Soo-hyun Kim's mind reels, his internal voice screaming, what? He was following me. Composing himself, Soo-hyun Kim locks eyes with him, a determined look on his face, and starts, right, so about that. Still processing the wild revelation. He gulps, his face a mask of pure disbelief and tension. But wait, a talking dog pops up out of nowhere, casually asking if he's down to party up. Totally blindsided, he can only stammer out a confused, sorry. Then, AM. A system alert blasts onto the screen, dropping him straight into the second floor, the trial of the Legion. Another message confirms he just barely escaped the Legion's onslaught, and check out that glowing necklace. But the drama isn't over, a new warning flashes, the Charles clan is coming for their treasure. The mission is crystal clear, get out with the loot. The system's chilling command blazes across his vision, survive this forest. Then, a heavy thud reverberates through the dense foliage. As a massive, green reptilian beast menacingly scans its surroundings. It drops its snout, sniffing the ground with predatory focus. Another of its kind quickly joins the hunt, both beasts meticulously tracking a scent. Hidden high above, Soo-hyun barely breathes a sound. He watches the two relentless hunter-type monsters scour the forest floor, directly beneath his precarious perch in a towering tree. The Charles clan, he realizes, are master trackers, and the system's directive to escape with the treasure while being hunted by such formidable foes feels like an impossible, brutal challenge. From his hidden vantage point, he continues to observe the relentless hunters below, his mind frantically searching for an escape. Soo-hyun Kim is absolutely floored, questioning the sheer difficulty of this unexpected assault. Then, a system alert blazes across his vision, that the treasure of the Charles clan has zero effect. What could it mean? He grips the radiant pendant, a chilling realization dawning. It's not just about having it, it's about defending it. His eyes dart around, a silent, urgent thought racing through his mind as he scans the oppressive forest. A stark new command blazes into existence, survive this forest. A sharp gasp rips from his throat as he feels it, the undeniable, bone-chilling sensation of being hunted. Then, from the shadows, a terrifying reptilian hunter, armed with spear and shield, clad in menacing maroon armor, strikes. Its claw lashes out with devastating speed, slamming into Soo-hyun Kim, sending him crashing to the ground. Before he can even register the blow, a swift, unseen attack connects, sending a spray of blood into the air. But in an instant, he retaliates, swinging his weapon with immense force, a blur of motion. He lands heavily, his foot creating a small crater upon impact, a testament to his power. His attack connects, sending another spray of blood from the monster, a clean hit. Moving with incredible speed, he leaves a blurred afterimage as he passes his foe, a true speed demon. As the dust settles, Soo-hyun begins to understand the true meaning of his mission, realizing the terrifying implications of his task. He questions the vast scope of it all, wondering if he truly has to eliminate everything within this forest. Before him, the forest stretches endlessly, teeming with countless reptilian figures, all glowing faintly in the distance, a true horde. The ground beneath his feet is rough, strewn with debris and a faint shimmer of magical energy, setting the stage for an epic battle. A flash of purple, and he's gone. Instantly, he's on top of a reptilian beast. He's a whirlwind, tearing through the monster ranks. A blazing blue aura erupts around him as he carves a path. He rockets into the air, thinking how much easier this would be with a squad. But the horde is endless, and even his power is being pushed to the limit. The fight is taking its toll, sweat and grime streaking his face. A heavy sigh escapes him. This isn't just a fight, it's a war. Back in the city, he strategizes, realizing the tower won't be conquered by brute force alone. He's hit with the ultimate challenge. Do you have a reason to be level 8? But Jinwoo isn't backing down, firing back with a confident, yes. I have my own reasons. With a grim determination etched on his face, Soo-hyun, despite the fresh blood on his cheek, declares, sorry, but level 8? That's way too low for my ambition. Then, deep in a lush, eerie forest, he's on the move, but something makes him freeze, a chilling presence just ahead. A monstrous, earth-shattering thud reverberates through the air, shaking the very ground. Suddenly, a gargantuan reptilian beast with blazing red eyes bursts from the darkness, its sheer presence overwhelming as he readies his glowing blue sword. The very atmosphere distorts with raw, purple energy, a terrifying hum emanating from the beast. Unfazed, he stares down the behemoth, a smirk playing on his lips as he declares, "Alright, the boss is finally here." He unleashes a skill, ready to make his move. Soaring through the air. As the colossal reptilian boss braces for the incoming assault. His blade, already crackling with raw power, is poised to strike as he boldly declares his intent to bring down the apex predator. With an intense, unyielding gaze, he supercharges his weapon. His necklace blazing with a vibrant blue light. A furious barrage of glowing blue energy then erupts from his attack, slamming into the monster with devastating force. As he continues his rapid descent, relentlessly hammering the foe. After absolutely crushing the second floor of the Tower of Trials, the ultimate reward drops, a shimmering necklace, the legendary unique ability of the Charles clan. This isn't just any trinket, the treasure of the Charles clan is a one-time miracle cure, wiping out all injuries and status effects in an instant. Taking a breather, Soo-hyun can't believe he even got a reward for this floor. His stats are off the charts. Mana load, strength, agility, stamina, reflexes, defense, all boosted, plus he's got the leap skill and skill transformation details ready to go. His agility is so high, he's practically a blur, leaving enemies in the dust, and with transformations, he can temporarily juice up his stats even further. Staring down the monster he just clobbered, a brand new, game-changing ability pops up, the Charles clan's Berserker skill. This isn't just a buff. Berserker is a temporary power surge, cranking up his physical stats based on his strength and stamina, a total lifesaver for when things get wild. Even though he's totally wiped, Soo-hyun knows that brutal fight was worth every single ounce of effort for the gains he made. While he's deep in thought about his new power, Jin-woo is absolutely stunned, letting out a quiet "hoo" as he takes it all in. Soo-hyun, deep in thought, can't help but wonder if his insane growth rate is finally the key to breaking free from this nightmare. Then, a sudden "during" cuts through the silence, blasting his fatigue level onto the screen, a whopping 81. But he's not deterred, oh no. His mind races, already plotting his escape from this forest of challenges. Suddenly, a sharp pajik rips through the air, as shimmering blue particles explode around him, hinting at a massive change. Then, bam. The scene shifts dramatically, as the golden light of day washes over a modern building, pulling him back to reality. Back in his normal clothes, he stands, eyes locked on something unseen, ready for whatever comes next. But first, fuel up. A delicious spread awaits, and he dives in with a satisfying mogu mogu, savoring every bite. With chopsticks ready, he's all set to demolish the rest of his feast. "Whoa, Mom, what's all this?" Soo-hyun exclaims, eyes wide at the feast appearing on the table. His mother's voice is gentle, "I'm sorry I can only do this much, even after you saved me. It must have been exhausting, all that studying, my son." Her gaze filled with worry, she adds, "You must have been tired, you even went to work with your new body yesterday." A hint of sadness in her tone, she murmurs, "How hard can it be to fix my son a meal?" Soo-hyun's expression shifts, a wave of realization washing over him. He stands there, lost in thought, processing her heartfelt words. Afterward, his mother meticulously cleans the table, every movement precise. With a swift, almost magical motion, she wipes the surface clean. The spread his mom laid out. Pure comfort food, a silent shout-out to her unwavering care. He absolutely devoured it, every bite a loud munch. A satisfied sigh escaping him as he mentally thanked her, "Seriously, Mom, thank you." He just kept on eating. But his resolve was already set, a silent vow taking shape, "Even if I can't be your real son." Meanwhile, his mom watched him, a soft, worried look on her face as she quietly said, "Oh wow." Watching him scarf it all down, a gentle smile touched her lips as she teased, "Looks like someone was starving, huh?" His silent vow hardened, a powerful declaration echoing in his mind, "I swear, I will protect you no matter what." The screen lights up with Abyss Online, flashing a daily hot alert. It's all about the first ranker on the Tower of Trials' second floor, this is huge. The system is loading, building the suspense, and a dramatic "oh" sound effect hits as the top ranker's info prepares to drop. And then, the name drops, hitting like a bomb, Kim Soo-hyun, with a mind-blowing 2,230 points on the Tower of Trials' second floor. The "dong" says it all, this is insane. A massive "wongsong" erupts, as everyone processes the shock. The chat explodes with disbelief, who is it? It can't be Soo-hyun. This has to be a glitch. Seriously, who is it? The "oh" of pure shock just keeps going. Back in the real world, in some quiet room, a pair of legs is just chilling under a desk, but you know someone's totally locked in. His eyes are bugging out, a mix of shock and pure panic, as Soo-hyun stares at the screen, sweat dripping down his face. Even the system knows this is a mess, popping up a message that this whole situation has become quite troublesome. Kim Soo-hyun's fingers are flying across the keyboard, absolutely tearing through the system interface. When suddenly, a bead of sweat drips down his temple, his face contorts in pure, unadulterated shock. The screen flashes, revealing a brand new option, the skill merchant, but that's just the appetizer for the real shocker. His heart is absolutely pounding as he stares at the ranking for the Tower of Trial's second floor. First ranker, with an insane 2,230 points, is none other than Kim Soo-hyun. The system proudly displays the title, Royal Castle. His mind is absolutely reeling, unable to process how he could have possibly racked up such an insane score. He's thinking, no way. This is impossible. How did I get this high? Who is this guy? The Royal Castle title flashes once more, a stark, undeniable reminder of this mind-blowing reality. He's glued to his screen, the impossible ranking still burning bright. The internet is blowing up, with everyone freaking out about guilds scrambling to recruit this mystery ranker. A heavy shit escapes him, the pressure mounting with every passing second. He can't help but think, this whole thing is getting seriously out of hand. But the world keeps spinning, oblivious to the chaos brewing in his head. Cut to Gangnam, Seoul, where a massive skyscraper dominates the skyline. Inside the Aries Guild headquarters, the buzz is all about the latest breaking news. Jin Woo, with his signature spiky red hair, snaps his head up, demanding to know if the first ranker on the second floor is that guy everyone's talking about. In a sleek office, an associate drops a bombshell on Jin Woo. A new awakened powerhouse just popped up, seemingly around the same time as him. Do you know anything about this? He presses. Jin Woo, looking distant, shrugs it off, stating he has no clue who they are and has never even crossed paths with them. His associate simply nods, a knowing look on his face, reminding him that the tower's interior is absolutely massive. Changing gears, the associate then asks for an update on the third floor's raid. Jin Woo takes it all in, while a quick note confirms the formidable Aries Guild is tearing through the third floor right now. And just when things couldn't get more intense, the associate drops another bomb. A new, powerful challenger named Kim Soo-hyun has just burst onto the scene. Jin Woo's gaze sharpens, his mind already racing with the implications of this new rival. A mysterious voice reveals that something meant for him can't be shown, as it's his own to discover, and Jin Woo, ever self-reliant, declares he'll hunt it down himself. The informant flashes a sly smirk. Then offers a chilling promise to track Jin Woo down if trouble brews, a dark laugh echoing. But Jin Woo's focus is absolute, his gaze locked solely on conquering the tower. The enigmatic figure pivots to leave. Dropping one last, loaded statement. He vows to return in a week, and casually threatens to crush the new challenger if the opportunity arises. Jin Woo lets out a heavy, exasperated breath, cursing the man's brazenness as he strides away. As the previous conversation fades, a new voice cuts in, Kim Soo-hyun, huh? But then, a shocking realization hits him, no way, is that him? He quickly shakes it off, but the question lingers, no, couldn't be. But even if it is him, what's next? But then, a fierce determination ignites within him, no, I'll just focus on my own path. He's on a roll, and the number 6 flashes, a testament to his grind. And boom, the system confirms, third floor, perfectly cleared. But wait, a quick thought hits him, a break? How long are we talking here? No time to waste, he's back at it, crushing the 4th and 5th floors of the tower. Then absolutely demolishing the 6th, 7th, and 8th floors like it's nothing. His mom, ever the supportive one, waves him off from the door, alright, young worker, go get M. And just as he nails the 9th floor, she chimes in, seriously, don't sweat it, I'm just studying for my exams, so chill out. He's at the door, phone in hand, ready to roll. And with a determined look, he promises, yeah, I'll be back, no doubt. A full year has passed. It's Saturday, July 12th, and the game is on. He's on the move, a blur of speed. Blasting through the city on a high-speed train. But even with all that, he can't help but feel like time is dragging. A whole month has flown by since his last epic clear, and now he's face-to-face with Veli. Every step he takes is charged with intent. Remembering the grind of his final exams, but the real victory? Clearing that brutal 10th floor. Leaving Veli behind, he figures if he's going to be stuck on the 10th floor for who knows how long, he might as well make this vacation count and get far away from home. And just like that, the next challenge is revealed, the Awakener's exam. The 10th floor isn't just a floor, it's the ultimate barrier. The trials? They get insane every 10 floors. Seriously, the 11th and 12th floors are practically a walk in the park compared to the brutal 10th floor trial. And it all flashes back to that one moment, that crushing defeat where everything was ripped away. His fist tightens, a silent, burning fury in his grip. To stop that nightmare from happening again, he has to get stronger. He sees it clearly, the green dungeon about to erupt in Anyang, a terrifying sign of the chaos to come. This isn't just a dungeon, it's going to trigger a massive outbreak, a cataclysmic event that could wipe out everything. It's the first future he ever saw, the one where humanity gets completely annihilated. Then comes the Gyeongdo incident on New Year's, a terrifying sequence that represents the futures he absolutely has to rewrite. With his determination burning, a faint, powerful glow bursts from his hand, a clear sign of the immense power he's about to unleash. A fierce determination ignites within him, as he boldly proclaims his mission to rewrite destiny. Backpack ready, he strides away from the urban sprawl, fueled by an unshakable promise to protect everything this time. His target, the legendary Tower of Trials. Specifically, the daunting, shimmering entrance to its 10th floor. He closes in on the colossal gateway, a tiny speck against its overwhelming power, when a sharp voice cuts through the air, noting his audacious attempt to conquer the 10th floor. The mysterious white-haired figure then drops a bombshell, proposing a high-stakes training session before Soo-hyun even steps inside. He stands before the imposing entrance to the Tower of Trials, specifically the 10th floor gatekeeper's station. Raising a hand, a subtle energy begins to gather around him, as a system window materializes, confirming a substantial donation of 5,000 achievement points. A soft, blue light emanates from his open palm, surprising him. An old, bearded man, the gatekeeper, looks on, acknowledging the generosity of the offering. He thanks Soo-hyun for the donation, then asks what kind of information he desires. Soo-hyun's request is direct, details about the 10th floor. The old man's eyes widen slightly in surprise. Before he explains that information regarding the 10th floor is exceptionally valuable, and cannot be simply given away, even after such a significant contribution. The gatekeeper drops a bombshell, a final, cryptic warning, be wary of the village chief. His ancient face, lined with untold stories, is dead serious as he drops this vital intel. Soo-hyun, reeling from the cryptic message, can only manage, is that it? The gatekeeper confirms, yeah, that's it, leaving Soo-hyun to chew on the ambiguous hint, a vague but potentially game-changing clue. He knows the gatekeeper never lies, and even if the hint is subtle, he's confident it's all he needs. With a final, then, be careful, the gatekeeper watches as Soo-hyun pivots and strides towards the shimmering portal, hyped and ready for the 10th floor. A soft, ethereal hum pulses from the portal, swallowing him whole as he steps through. The light flares, the sound roars, and he's gone, off to the next trial. With a quick intake of breath. And what he saw was mind-blowing, a massive, glowing tree-like entity. But that wasn't all, beyond the glowing trees, an entire village stretched out. Standing on the path, taking it all in, a new system message popped up. The mission was simple, but the execution? Not so much, please find the aim of the trial to clear it. And just to add a little extra pressure, the system dropped the ultimate warning, please don't die. Alright, so we're diving deep into the Tower of Trials, hitting up the 10th floor, level 12. What's waiting for us here? Suddenly, amidst all this green, a tiny hand snatches a juicy red berry right off the branch. And check it out, a little girl, eyes just beaming, is totally hyped about her lucky find. She's literally thinking, whoa, I never thought I'd fill a whole basket. My luck is seriously off the charts today. Basket practically bursting, she's just chilling, super happy in the middle of all that green. She decides to snack on one of her awesome finds, but the second it hits her tongue, a super sharp, unexpected jolt makes her gasp. Her eyes just go huge in pure shock, as whatever hit her just gets even more intense. That sharp, stinging feeling just keeps going, leaving her face totally twisted in surprise and pain. Out of nowhere, a colossal, clawed hand rips through the undergrowth, its grotesque green scales and deadly talons screaming pure menace. Still reeling from that weird berry, the girl just stops dead, frozen in pure, unadulterated fear as the red fruit lies forgotten. A blood-curdling scream rips through the silence, her terror absolutely shattering the calm. Then, a deep, menacing growl rips through the quiet, a sound that just screams, "You're mine." The beast closes in, its shadow engulfing her, and Soo-hyun Kim screams for anyone to save her, her desperate plea drowned out by its terrifying roar. The monster unleashes a deafening roar, and she bolts, pure adrenaline fueling her desperate escape. Her heart hammers like a drum as she sprints, the monster's earth-shaking footsteps right on her heels. Every fiber of her being screams in agony, but the sheer will to live pushes her even harder. The relentless chase rages on, a heart-stopping sprint against an absolute nightmare. Blasted back by the creature's raw power, Soo-hyun Kim is launched airborne, a desperate gasp torn from his throat. Mid-air, a frantic thought flashes through his mind, a voice screaming to just hang on tight. But just as despair threatens to consume him, a primal surge ignites. The transformation skill explodes to life, instantly doubling every single one of his stats. Bathed in a brilliant blue glow, he still plummets, but now with a terrifying new power coursing through his veins. But the fall isn't his end, it's the monster's. He twists in mid-air, redirecting his own momentum to absolutely obliterate the huge salamander into the earth. No time to waste. He whips out a gleaming blade, a blur of motion as he unleashes a lightning-fast barrage. Every blow connects with explosive force, the sheer power of his attacks shaking the very ground. The monster writhes, unable to withstand the fury, its tough hide shredded as Soo-hyun Kim cuts it to ribbons. And then, with one final, crushing strike, he stands triumphant over the fallen huge salamander. After that epic monster takedown, he's now cradling a terrified kid, who just stares up at him, whispering, "Kiddo." Talk about a plot twist. He's got that intense, focused look, keeping the kid safe, no matter what. Those little legs just dangling, and you can practically hear the shock in the air. Suddenly, we're in a whole new place, a gloomy town under some seriously dark clouds. He's trying to clear things up, like, "Look, I'm just saying. I'm not a kidnapper." He's even blushing a little, looking totally flustered and a bit annoyed. He keeps trying to justify it, "Seriously, I was just some random guy who saved a kid while walking by." He glares into the cosmic void, a disembodied voice dropping a harsh ultimatum: his presence here is unwanted, and he needs to get to work. The voice doubles down, demanding to know how they could possibly trust his intentions, even if he claimed to be rescuing someone. It was a reckless move, no matter what. His jaw drops, a look of pure shock on his face as he shouts, "What?" He drops his gaze, a single thought burning in his mind: this has to be some kind of misunderstanding. Transported to a quaint village, he lets out a frustrated humph, finding it totally humiliating to be branded a kidnapper. His eyes snap up, a bewildered question escaping him: "But I didn't do anything, so why?" He strides further into the unknown village, but a cold dread washes over him: this whole place is in deep trouble. But from the depths of the shadows, a mysterious hooded figure lurks, their face hidden, silently taking in every single detail. A chilling system message blazes across his vision: the village is in danger. Survive. Dropping from the rooftops. His boots hit the ground, and the grim reality sinks in: he's gotta adapt or die in this death trap. Strolling through the eerie, silent streets, he can't help but think, the 10th floor is seriously next level, huh? But a burning resolve ignites within him, a gut feeling that this trial has a hidden meaning, and he has to survive to save this village. His eyes dart around, desperate for any clue, any scrap of information. While he peers out a window, a shadowy, hooded figure lurks in another, a silent, ominous observer. He sighs, realizing getting intel from these people is gonna be a nightmare. The hooded figure, however, has a darker thought: these people in the trial? They look and think nothing like real humans. He stares at the ominous structures, a chilling realization dawning on him. These villagers, he knows, they're not just different. The whole place feels rotten, despairing, a horrifying echo of a past nightmare. This is exactly like a corrupted system message, a purification log that revels in chaos, searing itself into his mind. His eyes ignite with raw power and resolve. A bitter laugh escaping him at the twisted game they've designed. But even with that resolve, a deep sigh escapes him, the glowing, alien world pressing in. He once thought he needed some legendary figure to change everything, but now, chilling under the tree, he's seeing absolutely no one who fits the bill. Then, out of nowhere, a pair of boots stomps into frame. And a voice booms, "Ajusi." He snaps his head up, totally caught off guard. Locking eyes with a young dude staring right back. The guy just straight up calls him out: "You're from the previous stop." With a jolt, he's on his feet. And the young man reaches out a hand, leaving him to process this wild, unexpected meeting. Soo-hyun, ever the lone wolf, takes a moment to himself, a humble bowl his only companion. A handful of bright red berries, a surprising offering, now in his grasp. But he's not truly alone. A mysterious young woman, her light brown hair peeking from behind a tree, watches his every move. Her curiosity overcoming her caution, she finally speaks, a soft, almost inaudible sound. And Soo-hyun, sensing her presence, turns with an open hand, inviting her closer. A warm, inviting smile spreads across his face, a silent promise of safety. Then, with a flourish, he reveals a small sack, its contents a mystery, yet clearly intriguing. The young woman's eyes practically pop out of her head, glowing with an almost supernatural hunger as she beholds the shimmering, magical feast. Her mind can only process one overwhelming, ecstatic thought. She absolutely demolishes the food, her eyes practically popping out with pure, unadulterated joy. That's the sound of true happiness right there. He watches her, a small smile playing on his lips, as she whispers, "Heh, this is so good," and he can't help but ask, Is it that good?" But his smile quickly fades, his brow furrowing as he processes her words, a chilling thought hitting him: is there really no food in her village? It dawns on him that these people must be starving, their meager rations constantly pilfered. She confirms his worst fears, muttering, "Ugh, the villagers are really struggling," but then adds, "We've only made it this far thanks to our amazing village chief." Her words hit him hard: he's the hero of our village. He can't help but wonder, the hero. He remembers his dad's words, "That's what my dad said." He said that the village chief has been working hard to protect the village. And that they need to trust him. Soo-hyun is taken aback by her sudden outburst, stuttering, before she quickly covers, "Oh, I'm just talking to myself." Then, she turns to him, her curiosity burning, and asks point blank, "Why did you come here?" He stumbles, I was just." His mind races, thinking about the village's desperate situation. If the village chief needs help, he could totally hook them up with food, or even wipe out any monsters causing trouble. The young woman's voice shakes, reliving the terror of the massive monster she just witnessed. Fearing it would annihilate their village at any moment, but she adamantly declares that monsters simply cannot breach their defenses. Even as she eats, the young woman's eyes are distant, lost in the haunting memory. Soo-hyun's eyes blaze with an intense blue glow, his thoughts immediately snapping to the village chief. Questioning if the chief was the source of the village's legendary protection, just as the young woman abruptly asks if he's the one who arrived in their village. As they finally reach the village entrance, a towering, elderly figure with a flowing white beard stands there, waiting. A warm smile spreads across the man's face as he introduces himself. Calmly declaring himself the village chief. Soo-hyun's eyes snap wide open in absolute shock, the realization hitting him, this imposing figure is the village chief the young woman had raved about. A chilling warning echoes from the young woman, "Be careful of the village chief." But the chief wastes no time on pleasantries, his voice dropping low as he reveals the harsh truth, food is incredibly scarce here. His eyes narrow. As he lays down the law, declaring that no one just hands out food without his say-so, and he's already taken what was offered. Soo-hyun stares down, a storm brewing behind his eyes. The chief's final words are a cold, hard threat, daring anyone to challenge his iron grip on resources. The village chief lays down the law, telling Soo-hyun to stop moving around without permission. Caught off guard, Soo-hyun asks, "The mayor?" Later, chilling on a wall with a kid. The chief keeps the conversation going, revealing he's been waiting to meet him, then hits him with, "And you are?" Soo-hyun plays it cool, saying he's just passing through, then flips the script, asking if the chief's the mayor for some skills, a title the chief just barely acknowledges. A thoughtful dash from the chief. He then drops a warning, the villagers are super wary of outsiders. Soo-hyun clocks the chief's vibe, realizing he's not dropping his guard one bit. The village chief, a picture of stern authority, looms over a terrified child, declaring that no food is allowed, leaving the little one speechless with fear. But then, a hand shoots out. A calm voice cutting through the tension, assuring the child that fear is unnecessary. A comforting touch settles on the child's head, a silent promise of protection. Turning to the chief, Soo-hyun calmly states his case, clarifying that he only shared his own provisions and poses no threat to their home. Then, with a flash of light, a dimensional pocket bag appears. Soo-hyun's voice rings with confidence, announcing an abundance of food for all. Both the chief and a villager gasp in utter shock, overwhelmed by the incredible amount of provisions. With a decisive statement, Soo-hyun seals the deal with the chief, unlimited food for the duration of his stay. He weighs the chief's concern, then with a confident smirk, he brushes it off, declaring everything will be totally fine. With a decisive nod, the chief pivots and starts leading the charge. Glancing back, he seals the deal, confirming Soo-hyun's stay for the entire journey. Suddenly, a desperate voice from the crowd screams, "Oh Lord! Please pity these young lambs." Soo-hyun watches, a curious escaping him as he processes the unfolding drama. He quickly puts it together, this is the main gathering spot, just as the chief had told him to head to the house after the chaos. The villagers, absolutely floored by his generosity, shower him with blessings, utterly stunned by the sheer, unimaginable bounty and the raw power of this outsider. He stares out, a grim realization dawning on him. He's seen this exact scenario play out countless times. His thoughts flash back to shadowy figures, eyes burning with zeal, when people started to blindly follow the very concept of belief. He remembers the ones who twisted faith into a weapon, abandoning all reason to commit unspeakable acts. His gaze drops, a heavy truth weighing on him, because in the end, it always leads to the same devastation. The chilling truth resonates, leaving nothing but the ashes of what once stood. Yet, looking at the villagers now, a small relief washes over him, this isn't nearly as bad as before, at least they're not tearing each other apart. He watches them, their faces alight with reverence and thanks. A villager, clutching a glowing blade, shouts with zealous fervor, "We offer this faithless, unholy soul to you." The villager's voice echoes, a desperate, almost fanatical plea for salvation. As he continues to implore, his words dripping with reverence, "Please bestow upon us pitiful lambs, generous peace." His hand, gripping a knife that pulses with an unsettling red glow, trembles as he finishes his fervent, almost ritualistic declaration, "Us pitiful lambs." The sheer fanaticism of the villager's words sends a shockwave through Su Hyan, a visceral thud of dread slamming into him. His eyes snap wide, a silent, internal scream tearing through him, the crushing weight of their fanaticism threatening to overwhelm. Elsewhere, a mysterious cloaked figure trudges through the relentless downpour, a low, weary sigh lost to the storm. Back with Su Hyan, his hand flies to cover his mouth, his eyes now blazing with an intense, otherworldly blue light. A bitter realization dawns on him, this place is no different. He concludes that people are just the same, no matter where he goes. Walking away in the pouring rain, Su Hyan Kim is overheard by two shadowy figures. One laments Miller's family, but the other, a cold, dark-haired man, just shrugs it off, saying there's nothing to be done. His chilling words hang in the air, declaring it's all for the sake of the village. Su Hyan is engulfed in a pulsating purple aura, his expression twisted in anguish, as the villagers' chilling words about the mayor's mountain god power echo, claiming it saved them from total annihilation. Trapped by the terrified crowd, he's forced to listen as they whisper about the next sacrifice in just 3 days, dreading whose name will be called. He walks away, a backward glance catching their empty faces, as they desperately cling to the hope that they should be safe for now. But in the shadows, a sinister group with piercing red eyes converges, coldly stating they already have a sacrifice ready for the ceremony in 3 days. Their chilling conversation persists, noting this ceremony was a success as well, Mayor, yet a deeper, unsettling problem remains. Alone in a stark room, Su Hyan Kim stares at a screen, a quiet his only reaction to the unfolding horror. The village chief presses the red-haired man about the outsider, Su Hyan Kim, but the man just shrugs, saying he hasn't done anything out of the ordinary. A chilling realization dawns on the chief, as he deduces the man's true intent, Su Hyan is merely a sacrifice. Without a shred of remorse, the red-haired man confirms it, detailing their plan to drug Su Hyan, turning him into a helpless offering on the altar. This village, it's a death trap, growing more dangerous by the day. But for the greater good, for the survival of the many, sacrifice is the only way. A little, is all the red-haired man offers, while the chilling truth is unveiled, a monster once lurked beneath the village, and its diet? Only humans. And that's the twisted logic, because of that monster, the village has stayed safe, never once succumbing to panic. Amidst the terrified villagers, he declares, because we don't have monsters inside us. The village chief, his face etched with a chilling resolve, declares. As the mayor, he has no choice but to act, even if it demands the sacrifice of a few. His voice, utterly devoid of regret, echoes. Proclaiming his grim duty as the hero who makes the hard decisions. Then, 4 days later. The village slumbers beneath a vast, indifferent night sky, oblivious to the dark fate descending upon it. Suddenly, 2 ominous figures in crimson robes materialize, their torches blazing with an eerie, crackling energy, cutting through the darkness. One of them cradles Su Hyan Kim, utterly unconscious, his body a dead weight. He is carefully placed onto a pulsating, unseen altar, the very ground beneath him now glowing with an unsettling, golden aura. Powerless, he lies prone on the cold wood, his blade a stark reminder of the fight he couldn't win. A chilling voice cuts through the air, please forgive us, outsider, as the ritual fire roars to life. 3 ominous red-robed figures loom, their presence radiating dark intent. The village chief, staff gripped tight, stares down, his face a mask of cold determination. This is all for the sake of the village, he booms, as raw magic erupts, ensnaring a grotesque creature. Then, with a violent surge, he's hurled into the abyss, a torrent of light and force tearing him away. The robed cultists stand unmoving, witnessing his terrifying descent into the glowing maw. He plunges through an infinite void, streaks of raw power screaming past him. Down, down, into the absolute darkness, his fate sealed. He's plummeting into the unknown, and below him, a monstrous, segmented red serpent-like creature is already stirring. Its massive head swiveling to reveal a single, terrifying yellow eye, burning like a malevolent sun in the pitch black. Then, its monstrous jaws split open, a cavernous maw lined with razor-sharp teeth, pulsing with a sinister purple energy. A blood-curdling scream rips through the void. As he's swallowed whole by the terrifying darkness below. But elsewhere, the village chief is calmly treading across the rocky terrain. A flickering torch held high, its light cutting through the gloom. He coldly observes that the sacrifice must have plunged even deeper, expecting it to be excreted up north soon, and even remarks that this time, the process is happening faster than ever. With a chilling resolve, he continues his march, determined to ensure the creature's expulsion happens exactly where he wants it. His gaze fixed downward, the village chief's eyes snap wide, a jolt of concern flashing across his ancient face. He remains still, his traditional robes barely stirring as he intensely watches the chaos unfold. Meanwhile, Su Hyan Kim's own eyes snap open, a choked gasp tearing from his throat as he's plunged into a nightmare realm. He stands utterly alone in a colossal, shadowy cavern, a monstrous, toothy archway gaping above him like the very gates of hell. Then, from the crushing darkness, a colossal serpent-like creature with blazing red eyes erupts, its form wreathed in a searing golden-orange aura as a terrifying voice booms, "What brings you here, Mayor?" The village chief's eyes practically pop out of his head in pure shock. His jaw dropping in utter disbelief. A choked, bewildered sound escapes him. As Soo-hyun Kim stands like a total boss atop a massive, defeated red beast. Casually asking what could have brought the elder so far out here. The village chief, his face a mask of confusion and fear, can only stammer, demanding to know the meaning of this impossible sight. He reaches out a trembling hand, utterly flabbergasted, demanding to know if this impossible monster was actually destroyed, his mind reeling at how something so leveled up could have been taken down. A palpable tension crackles as Soo-hyun Kim barely shifts, his gaze piercing, radiating an unshakable resolve. The village chief can only gasp, unbelievable, as Soo-hyun Kim's eyes blaze with an otherworldly purple energy, a silent testament to his power. A chilling purple aura flares around him as he coolly retorts, "You say that as if the monster wasn't supposed to die," his words cutting through the tension. The village chief recoils, visibly shaken by the sheer audacity, barely managing to stutter, that is." His face a mask of utter shock and profound distress. He finally explodes, his voice raw with desperation, "It was for the village." The village chief desperately tries to convey the gravity of the situation, explaining that if this monstrous snake had breached their defenses, the village would have been utterly devastated. But Soo-hyun Kim simply stares back, his gaze unwavering, echoing the words, "For the village." The air crackles with a chilling question, cutting straight to the heart of the chief's lies. The chief flinches, a cold sweat breaking out, his carefully constructed facade shattering under the pressure. Soo-hyun Kim drops the bombshell, his voice ice cold, revealing the monster's twisted secret: it wouldn't touch the village as long as it got its gruesome tribute, humanoid sacrifices, until it finally left, keeping other monsters at bay. He lays out the brutal truth: if you wanted that thing to stay put, you had to keep feeding it. His eyes blaze with an eerie glow as Soo-hyun Kim drops another bombshell: the monster wouldn't touch the one who fed it. The chief's eye snaps wide open in pure horror, the full, gut-wrenching truth slamming into him. He takes a menacing step, his voice dropping to a dangerous level. Staring down, he delivers the crushing blow: the chief had been playing hero, sacrificing his own people to the beast. The brutal truth hangs heavy in the air, a silent, damning verdict. He's not holding back. His voice cuts through the monster's glowing lair, dropping the ultimate truth bomb: the chief's hypocrisy is over. He lays out the facts, revealing how this beast just chills and marks its turf until it's ready to bounce. Back in the village, the crowd is losing it. They've heard the bombshell, and now they're all buzzing, totally stunned by the truth. The monster's true, chill nature, and the chief's twisted lies, hit them hard. It's a collective, "Wait, the chief lied to us." Denial hits them like a truck. Some are screaming, "No way. That's a lie," while others are totally mind-blown by the monster's real deal. One woman's eyes are welling up, she just can't wrap her head around this horrific betrayal. Another villager sums up the whole mess: "It's insane the chief lied, but hey, at least the monster kept other threats away." With the chief totally busted, a villager charges in, demanding answers and offering to help him deal with the snake he knew all along. The rest of the crowd is absolutely floored, their faces a mix of, "Huh," and "Oh no," as the situation escalates. Soo-hyun Kim spins around to face the shocked crowd, ready to drop another bombshell. His gaze sharpens, pointing to something unbelievable. And there they are, massive, pristine white eggs, undeniable proof of the monster's offspring. The villagers are absolutely horrified, their faces contorted in disbelief. He cuts them off, knowing exactly what they're thinking, and reiterates the monster's core predatory trait: it protects its feeder. He reveals the shocking plan: they'll use this very trait to raise the monster's own babies. The monster's scales practically pulse with a sinister red energy. He tries to calm the still freaked-out villagers, promising a solution. The days of human sacrifice are officially over. He throws down the gauntlet, asking what their plan is if they're going to feed these beasts. He reveals his strategy: he'll capture the monsters for them. But he's an outsider, he's leaving soon, and they'll be on their own to capture them after he's gone. The villagers are stunned, the chief yelling, "What?" and demanding he stop his crazy talk. Soo-hyun Kim fires back, pointing out their limited resources and the village's peril, asking if they seriously expect him to be their monster's shield forever. He hits them with the ultimate question: isn't this their village? If they won't protect it, who the hell will? The chief, defeated, mutters that it's not as simple as he makes it out to be. Soo-hyun Kim's eyes narrow, delivering the brutal truth: then just give up. He locks eyes with the villagers, his voice a sharp blade slicing through the heavy air. Or you can just surrender everything and keep feeding your own people to the monsters, just like always. A collective gasp rips through the crowd. As his gaze turns to steel, driving home his brutal truth: no willingness to protect yourselves. He ponders the core problem: how this continuous dependency upon others. is what forms such a hero. A weak hero, forged from the wills of others, not their own. The villagers exchange tense glances, a volatile mix of fear and dawning resolve etched on their faces. Until one of them finally breaks the silence, demanding, "Wait. You mean?" Soo-hyun Kim, ever pragmatic, simply replies, "I'll have to think of another way to do it." But then, with a surge of collective will, the villagers roar, "We'll do it." His eyes blaze with an electric blue intensity, a silent promise of power. He faces a young villager, who visibly recoils from his piercing stare. "You're that kid from before," she stammers, a mix of awe and fear in her voice. A nervous, almost desperate, laugh bubbles up from her. As she confesses, I don't know how much help I can be, but I want to become strong like you, and help protect my people." "You're an awesome kid," he declares. His words igniting a spark of hope, assuring her that with combined strength, their village will stand protected. The villagers, absolutely fired up by his words, immediately start shouting their resolve. And even the little girl, who just talked to him, is screaming her resolve. While the village chief just looks on, his face heavy with worry. "We will try it," the villagers roar, knowing it's their only shot against being wiped out. He just watches them, a silent strength in his posture, as they all commit. But then, one villager, his face totally stressed, speaks up about the deep fear still gripping their people. Soo-hyun Kim turns to him, listening as the guy explains they've already gotten so much from him. Yet he's still here, staying with them. Then, a faint, distant sound just rings out in the silence. Soo-hyun Kim's screen lights up with a crucial alert. Revealing the villagers have powered up, hitting a 60% willpower completion rate. A knowing smirk spreads across his face. As he confidently states, "Now then, shall we really get started, ready to unleash chaos under the moonlit trees?" But deep in the shadows of a foreboding cave, the village chief seethes, his hand gripping tight as he curses that arrogant outsider bastard. And then, a colossal, glowing blue reptilian eye snaps open in the abyss, signaling true danger. A raw, volatile energy begins to ignite. As a colossal, reptilian eye bursts open, its predatory yellow gaze piercing the gloom with a bone-chilling crack. The village chief, his face twisted into a mask of pure rage, clutches his lantern, roaring, "I'm going to wipe them all out." A terrifying, blood-red aura explodes from him, accompanied by a primal, agonizing roar. Leaving only searing crimson trails in the suffocating blackness. Kim Soo-hyun takes it all in, instantly grasping the monster's brutal strategy. It claims its territory, holding it until it decides to move on, effectively locking out any lesser beasts. Back in the village, the chief and a nervous villager are locked in a desperate conversation, debating a horrifying plan to butcher the monster's young and use them as offerings, terrified of the consequences if they don't comply. A young girl, spotting the beast, cries out, demanding to know if they're going to fight this intruder. The monster's eyes ignite with a terrifying crimson light, its armored form crackling with malevolent power. But before it can even move, a devastating, unseen strike absolutely obliterates its rocky armor, a blinding flash of green energy tearing the beast to shreds. Kim Soo-hyun gazes down at the pulverized remains, his face a mask of cool, unwavering determination. He unleashes a devastating, blue-tinged attack, a raw surge of energy ripping through the unseen foe. The assault continues, a blinding blur of azure energy tearing through the air. Meanwhile, back in the village, the chief and a worried villager let out a collective gasp of relief, then immediately call out in concern. As the sun dips below the horizon, Soo-hyun glances back at the villagers, who desperately plead with him not to overwork himself. He calmly assures them he'll be back, but only after he's finished with this monster. Later, Soo-hyun checks his holographic screen, displaying his progress in the epic Tower of Trials. The screen blazes with the 10th floor at 90% completion, but a critical detail emerges: the baby snake has grown, yet the completion rate is stuck. He ponders if the missing village chief is the key to this mystery, as a small, ominous red monster appears on screen. Staring down at the creature, Soo-hyun's resolve hardens. He's going to hit 100% completion and clear this floor. He's pushing the limits, a burning question driving him forward: what more does it take to conquer this tower? His feet hit the ground, hard, a relentless, pounding sprint. But then, it hits him, a sudden, shocking insight, his eyes snapping wide open. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts, as he unleashes pure power. The very earth beneath him explodes, as his power takes form. From the heart of the swirling blue, a majestic, fiery bird begins to take form, rising high above him. This isn't just any summon, it's the ultimate counter, the only predator of the monstrous predatory python snake, a game-changer for his current predicament. Behold, the divine bird of blue fire, a legendary ally now at his beck and call. Fully manifested, the colossal bird unfurls its wings, blazing with an otherworldly, intense blue light. A knowing ha-ha escapes him as the raw blue energy he just unleashed starts to take form, shimmering intensely on the water's surface. He watches the spectacle unfold, a surge of power confirming it's all because of that fellow, the divine bird of blue fire. The majestic creature fully forms, its vibrant blue aura exploding across the dark cavern. While the village chief watches on with a knowing, satisfied grin. His eyes practically burning with the creature's glow as he exclaims, "Wah, it's so magnificent and dignified." He then adds, a triumphant smirk playing on his lips, totally worth the effort of putting it to sleep with that sleeping poison. And with such a powerful ally, the villagers would finally be able to live in peace again, free from that vicious snake said to control a monster. Its form now fully realized and radiating immense, unstoppable power. The village chief gazes at the divine bird, a surprisingly tender expression on his face as he whispers, "You, my child. I'm the one who raised you." The divine bird's blue energy explodes, swirling with unbelievable power. Expanding rapidly and filling the air with a vibrant, ethereal glow. The energy coalesces into a furious vortex, its raw force causing an unseen observer to question its very existence. Why? The vortex intensifies, crackling with destructive potential, leaving another observer in disbelief, muttering, "This can't be it." Suhai braces himself against the sheer magnitude of the power, the blue light reflecting in his eyes as he struggles to comprehend it. He stares, a mix of awe and shock on his face, realizing the insane destructive capabilities now at his command. Think it has so much destructive powers. The divine bird's power then channels, forming a concentrated blast of blue flame that absolutely rips through the air. Suddenly, Suhai's attention snaps to a new, ominous presence, realizing the village is directly in its path. The village is in that direction. With grim determination, he raises his hand, a surge of white energy gathering at his palm, ready to confront the approaching danger head-on. He screams, a raw burst of blue energy already exploding around him as an unseen force slams into his world. Then, a colossal white energy wave detonates, ripping him from the ground, launching him skyward. The sheer, brutal force of the blast keeps him airborne, a ragdoll against an unstoppable tide. He absorbs the full, devastating force, a bone-shattering impact that rocks his very core. Plummeting, his signature blue energy streams behind him, a defiant streak against the enemy's power. But even mid-fall, a colossal explosion of blue energy detonates from his body, a thunderous declaration of war. His eyes blaze with unyielding fury, his resolve forged in the heart of the swirling blue inferno. Then, a blinding flash of speed. He becomes a blue-streaked phantom, his body a weapon, crackling with raw power, ready to unleash hell. His jaw clenches, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated focus, as his power screams to its peak. He's free-falling, man, just barely missing the majestic blue bird, screaming that he can't reach it. But then, boom! A massive wave of his own blue energy just explodes out, unleashing pure power. He's still falling, but he looks up, totally shocked, a sharp gasp ripping through him. That blue energy just absolutely rocks the divine bird, a blinding explosion tearing through the sky. He's still plummeting, but his sword is out, blue energy just exploding around him. The ground is coming fast, that forest canopy just a green smear beneath him. He slams into the ground with a brutal impact, blood instantly gushing from his mouth as he lies there, stunned. He pushes himself up, eyes fixed on the sky, a sudden, shocking realization hitting him, he finally got through to the messages. And then, right there, a glowing blue rope just pops into existence, pulsing with an otherworldly light. He gasps, blood staining his mouth, the brutal impact of his fall still rattling his very bones. Back in the village, a worried voice cuts through the tension, asking if this outsider is actually the one battling the beasts. The village chief, watching the distant chaos unfold, lets out a wry laugh, admitting the kid's been going for days without rest, calling him unbelievable, and musing if it's just the sheer power of youth. But far from their sight, a brilliant, glowing blue rope, pulsating with raw energy, twists and coils, a direct line to an unknown message. The chief, lost in thought, admits his younger self would have just told the kid to quit messing around, but these monsters are on another level, and he's just glad they have someone like him now. The glowing rope, now clutched tight by an unseen hand, pulses with raw, untamed power. The two villagers share a tense, worried glance, their faces grim with the weight of their desperate circumstances. High above them, the magnificent divine bird of blue fire hovers, its brilliant azure form blazing with an intense, otherworldly glow. Its piercing yellow eyes sweep across the landscape, a silent, overwhelming force dominating the entire sky. The worried villager and the chief lock eyes, their faces screaming concern as the chief lays out the creature's terrifying territorial claim. A single bead of sweat dripping down the worried villager's temple. Other villagers let out a collective, horrified gasp, their eyes bulging with pure terror. High above, the divine bird of blue fire hangs motionless, its blazing azure form pulsing with raw power. But Suhaiyan is still free-falling, a desperate shout ripped from his throat as gravity claims him. The colossal bird tracks his plummet, its intense stare never breaking. Mid-fall, a glowing, rope-like energy materializes right in front of him, and a single, desperate thought ignites in his mind: if he can't reach it, he'll just force away. With a burst of pure will, his hand snaps out, snatching the glowing lifeline. Fueled by this impossible connection, he blasts skyward, a defiant roar tearing through the air as he challenges the divine bird head-on. Bloodied but unbowed, his eyes blaze with fierce determination as he shouts, "I'll borrow your ability." And just like that, the system confirms his power-up. Then, a blinding, electric blue energy explodes around him, pulsing with raw, untamed power. The vibrant aura just keeps getting stronger, blasting outward with incredible force. A voice casually brushes off any worries, like, "Nah, everything's chill." But hold up, while everyone's chilling, Soo-hyun Kim, fresh off his rank exams, is supposedly relaxing in the countryside, but trust me, his break is anything but ordinary. Someone else chimes in, totally agreeing, but also dropping the bombshell that he's actually gotten way more powerful, like, a completely different person. And boom. Just like that, Soo-hyun Kim is absolutely radiating with a fierce, crackling blue energy, his eyes practically burning with the sheer power he's unleashing. The blue energy just keeps exploding, swirling and expanding like crazy, a total storm of magical particles just going wild around him. Then, out of nowhere, the legendary divine bird of blue fire bursts forth from the chaos, its massive wings spreading wide in an epic display of pure, blazing power. Soo-hyun Kim just stands there, totally unfazed, as the bird's insane energy wraps around him, like he's having a secret power-up session with a mythical beast. The divine bird's eyes are absolutely blazing, its head practically exploding with concentrated blue fire, showing off the mind-blowing power it's packing. He tries to take control, but the system's limitations frustrate him. As a warning flashes across his vision, indicating an abnormal amount of mana coursing through his body, yet he defiantly declares that the previous level wasn't enough to damage him, even if he did get out. The blue flames around him intensify, surging with uncontrolled power. His face contorts in a grimace, the sheer force of the mana threatening to tear him apart. Blood begins to seep from his hand, unable to withstand the internal pressure. The blue aura flares even brighter, his body racked with pain. A guttural scream escapes his lips, the agony becoming unbearable. He cries out that it's too hot, his form twisting under the intense, scorching energy. Finally, with a desperate gasp, he admits defeat, unable to bear the overwhelming power any longer. He still clings to that burning hope, that desperate need to save the endangered village. A glowing necklace around his neck, a relic he once dismissed as useless, now pulses with a silent reminder. Then, his eyes snap open, blazing with an electric blue intensity. From his very core, a majestic blue flame bird explodes into existence. The necklace around his neck clicks, locking into place. With a surge of renewed vigor, his eyes now blazing with pure blue fire. A system window flashes into existence, confirming the activation of Charles' treasure. Fully healed, fully empowered, the divine bird of blue fire now a colossal, blazing reality around him. He lets out a primal scream, and a torrent of brilliant blue energy absolutely explodes from his form, shattering the very air around him as his power goes into overdrive. His resolve burning, a single, desperate command echoing in his mind: just die. His eyes blaze with an otherworldly blue light, reflecting the sheer, unbridled force he's unleashing, culminating in a colossal, earth-shattering blast that absolutely engulfs everything in its path. As the devastating power finally dissipates, the divine bird of blue fire, its purpose fulfilled, begins to fade into shimmering particles, leaving behind a massive, circular crater where the attack landed, a terrifying testament to the raw, destructive force unleashed. In the center of the devastation, Soo-hyun lies face down, utterly spent, his body completely collapsing from the immense exertion. He remains motionless amidst the rubble, the silence a stark, chilling contrast to the chaos that just erupted. After the epic blue fire blast, a young girl's scream ripped through the air, her voice filled with pure panic. Then, bam! Soo-hyun Kim's eyes shot open, and he practically leaped out of his skin. But a searing, agonizing pain ripped through him, making him cry out. He blinked, finding himself in a room with a young girl and another villager, their faces screaming pure joy and relief as they realized he was actually okay. Soo-hyun Kim was totally lost, barely able to ask what happened, while the villagers, still freaking out, blurted out their terror, convinced he'd been burned to a crisp. His brain was a total blank, trying to remember anything from his blackout, but then a fresh, brutal wave of pain hit him, a searing muscle ache screaming just how much he'd pushed himself. The worried villager breathes a sigh of relief, exclaiming to the young girl that Soo-hyun Kim is finally awake, urging her to thank him for his incredible efforts. He goes on, detailing how they had to carve up the massive bird, but now, food worries are a thing of the past, all thanks to the hero. But Soo-hyun Kim, still groggy in bed, struggles to recall anything, a blank slate save for the lingering phantom sensation of an immense power unleashed. Then, the realization hits him, the villagers are calling him a hero, but he feels utterly unworthy of the title. Yet, a flicker of relief crosses his face as he admits his luck, feeling mostly okay, just a bit of muscle soreness. Suddenly, as he pushes himself upright, a dazzling system message flashes into existence, declaring a massive 1,000 achievement points earned, and proclaiming his ultimate triumph. The holographic text continues to scroll, revealing his incredible progress within the Tower of Trials, a perfect 100% completion on the 10th floor. 100% achievement. The system screams victory, confirming all threats are gone. He thinks, finally, these villagers can live in peace, no more destruction looming over them. Things are gonna be quiet for a while, he figures, as the system flashes that glorious 100% achievement again. Then, a wave of heartfelt thanks washes over him from the grateful villagers. He just stands there, a bandage around his neck, taking it all in. The village chief steps forward, calling him their savior. He promises they'll never forget this, every single villager thanking him from the depths of their hearts. Savior, huh? The word hangs in the air, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. And just like that, the scene blurs into a vertical rush, moving us on. He makes his move, slipping away from the village. Stepping through the ancient gate and into the unknown. But a tiny voice cuts through the silence, are you leaving? Busted. He turns, a smirk hinting at his surprise. The young girl, backed by the chief and other villagers, confronts him, demanding, why are you bailing without a word? And what's that you're carrying? He glances at her, a mix of emotions on his face, trying to explain that someone has to go, but confessing, I'm totally lost. I just wanted to sneak out. Then, with a quick motion, she shoves a small bag into his hands. Her eyes blazing with determination, fight on. No matter what, we'll never forget you, big guy. A radiant smile lights up her face as she declares, these are my hand-picked fruits. Chow down whenever you need a boost. He's got one last thought, one last moment. As the young girl, Melly, beams up at him, finally revealing her name. Her heartfelt thanks, a final echo of their gratitude, sends him off. And he gives Melly one last, soft goodbye. The engine roars to life, and the car peels away from the village. Leaving everything behind as it devours the open road. But inside, a new face emerges, a man with reddish-brown hair, behind the wheel. His name, Hak-jun, echoing through the silence. He turns, a sharp question cutting through the air, you nervous? The car flies down the road, and Hak-jun can't help but steal a look at the silent figure beside him, a deep thought brewing. He just blurts it out, no way our top rookie, Kim Soo-hyun, is actually feeling down, right? Hak-jun presses on, a smirk playing on his lips, you've already blasted through 15 floors, so you're definitely B rank, right? Then he drops the real question, wait, no, you're probably even A rank, aren't you? Hak-jun just keeps his eyes on the road, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. He muses, almost to himself, oh, right, we're talking about rookies here. Then, looking directly at Soo-hyun, Hak-jun drops a bombshell, that Kim Soo-hyun guy probably crushed it too. Soo-hyun, totally blindsided, demands, how do you know that? Hak-jun just shrugs it off, just a gut feeling. He just cleared the 10th floor, so isn't it obvious? Hak-jun keeps pushing, revealing he's even impressed by the floors Soo-hyun has conquered, calling him, this Kim Soo-hyun with a knowing smirk. The car speeds forward. Hak-jun's internal monologue reveals a twisted pity, no, seriously. This guy is just, a mess. But Soo-hyun's thoughts are a whirlwind, locked onto the Tower of Betrayal, the tower that Kim Soo-hyun cleared. He's reeling from the revelation, questioning, you must have gone into the tower, that was, who knows. A bold, risky strategy sparks within him, if I become Kim Soo-hyun's backup, he calculates. Just as Hak-jun's voice slices through his contemplation with a chilling proposition, I might set you free. Soo-hyun locks eyes with Hak-jun, demanding to know if he really grasps the impending chaos. Hak-jun, looking grim from the back of a car, drops a bombshell about the brutal condition for healing. Then, with fierce conviction, he vows to free them. His face is a mask of pure resolve. The scene shifts to a sprawling cityscape under a brilliant sky. As Soo-hyun strides towards the imposing, awakened certification authority. Soo-hyun strides forward, every step radiating determination. He links up with Hak-jun, who casually remarks, ah, that's right. From the luxurious interior of his car, Hak-jun lays down the challenge, when you're ready, I'll set up your entry into the abyss. His gaze sharpens, just make sure you come back to me stronger than ever. And if you even think about having second thoughts. Soo-hyun's expression hardens, the gravity of the situation hitting him as Hak-jun's warning echoes, remember, everyone will suffer. A fierce, knowing grin spreads across his face. As he confidently declares, of course. The fabric of his jacket ripples. And he turns his back on the imposing structure, a quiet, knowing sigh escaping him. Choi Hak-jun, he muses, you're just as messed up as I am. He strides towards the imposing edifice, its sleek design hinting at the power within. A quick glance at his phone confirms his timely arrival. Just in time for an exam he hasn't faced in ages. This was it, the Awakened Certification Authority, the government's official gateway for all Awakened to prove their might and claim their true rank. He steps up to the counter, declaring his intent to claim a new rank. But the receptionist quickly lays down the law, only those already recognized and fully processed as Awakened can even think about a rank assessment. With a nod, he follows her directions, moving down a sterile corridor. Until he reaches a bustling waiting room, packed with other hopefuls. The screen blazes with the ultimate goal: clear the exam, become an active Awakened, and with high grades, unlock your true, outstanding potential. Suddenly, Su-hyun is being scouted. The recruiter reveals this is the only way their guild snags top-tier Awakened talent, especially those with lightning-fast perception. But Su-hyun, cool as ice, shuts down the offer, declaring he's just not interested, leaving the scout utterly deflated. "Oh no," he mutters. Just then, chaos erupts. Hak-jun, absolutely fuming, confronts an official, screaming about his D rank when his level 3 should clearly be AC. What's going on? The official tries to calm him, insisting the rank requirements are set in stone, but Hak-jun is beyond reason, his anger exploding. In a flash, he lunges, grabbing the official by the collar, accusing him of rigging the system and single-handedly tanking ranks. Su-hyun watches the madness unfold, catching snippets of the official's frantic defense about varying dungeon revenue and the sheer number of scouts lurking here. But Hak-jun isn't hearing it. His rage intensifies, refusing to accept any explanation, his grip unyielding. With a furious shove, he sends the official reeling, spitting out his contempt for such cheap tricks. Su-hyun's eyes widen, utterly shocked by the raw, unbridled aggression playing out before him. The official's iron grip clamps down on Hak-jun's wrist, his voice dripping with pure disdain as he snarls, demanding to know what this brat thinks he's doing and to release him. But Hak-jun isn't backing down, his eyes locked onto a pulsating artifact as he reveals its secret: it can massively boost magic load, a super rare find in any exchange store. He confesses he's still figuring it out, but even with the hefty price tag, he knows this thing is going to be a game changer. His explanation just ignites the official's fury, who, with a guttural roar, slams Hak-jun across the room. Hak-jun crashes to the ground, and the official towers over him, spitting venom about judging power by rank, then threatens to snap his arm if he doesn't take the exam. Hak-jun winces in agony, the official's brutal threat echoing in his ears. A chilling grin stretches across the official's face, savoring every moment of Hak-jun's torment. But even through the pain, Hak-jun's eyes blaze with defiance, as he stares down the official, wondering if he can even hit D rank. Then, in a shocking twist, the official suddenly recoils, clutching his own wrist in searing agony, a sharp, unexpected pain ripping through him. The official's face twists into a mask of pure fury, his voice a guttural snarl as he locks eyes with Hak-jun. He barks orders to get him out, but Hak-jun isn't going quietly, a defiant glint in his eyes. He fights against their hold, declaring he'll walk out on his own terms. He's not holding back, admitting he's in a foul mood and got a little excited. Then, a sudden, agonizing pain rips through the official, his eyes blowing wide in pure shock as his face twists in agony. He grabs his wrist, a raw, visible wave of pain exploding from the impact point. Moments later, in a new section of the building, Su-hyun steps up to Hak-jun, dropping the question, "Remember our first encounter on the floor?" Hak-jun hesitates, then gives a quick nod of recognition. Su-hyun follows up, "Is this your first examination?" as the opulent hall's ceiling stretches high above. He's not letting up, pushing Hak-jun on why he's only taking the rank exam now, especially since it's his first time too. But Hak-jun just shrugs it off, muttering about some special circumstance that held him back. He tries to play it cool, thinking about avoiding drama, but his gut won't let him. He just has to know, pressing Hak-jun for details. While some official is busy with paperwork, Su-hyun keeps digging, his voice trailing off with a pointed, "What about?" Hak-jun drops a bombshell, revealing you need to clear the 10th floor just to get recognized by the authority, and Su-hyun's like, "Oh, I know all about that." His face turning serious, Hak-jun finally confesses to personal situations holding him back. Su-hyun locks eyes with him, a single, damning thought echoing, "This guy." Suddenly, breaking the tension, Hak-jun drops his full name, Cho Hak-jun of the Ares Guild. And then, out of nowhere, he barks, "Get down here." Both guys snap their heads up, their focus now completely on whoever's making their grand entrance from above. Yeah, Hak-jun brushes it off, "I totally got wrecked by those guys, remember?" He goes on, "Honestly, I think that guild cursed me from day one." A frustrated sigh escapes him, leaving Su-hyun to ponder his strange actions. But elsewhere, the Ares Guild's top dog, rank 1 Lord Kim Soo-yun, an unaffiliated B rank, is absolutely locked in. As Hak-jun then dramatically declares, "Congrats." He teases, "You don't look too thrilled, even with that B rank." Ha, whatever. Then, with a commanding voice, he shouts, unaffiliated, Kim Soo-hyun, get down here. His gaze intense, he waits for the reveal. Kim Soo-hyun. The name hits like a shockwave, sending whispers tearing through the crowd. What? Kim Soo-hyun? No way. The buzz intensifies as everyone remembers the absolute legend, the guy who dominated the rankings with insane points, but wait, could it just be a coincidence? Someone with the same name. The sheer, terrifying power behind that name is just insane, and a chilling thought hits, Yong Dong-hoon was right. Where is Kim Soo-hyun? Hak-jun visibly flinches, a hesitant escaping his lips. He locks eyes with the protagonist, a heavy truth hanging between them, and just says, you do. The protagonist's eyes snap wide open, a terrifying realization hitting him like a truck. What? That means. Then, a chilling guild directive echoes in his head, a dire warning, if you ever cross paths with Kim Soo-hyun in the tower or the waiting room, you better report him to our guild, or else. The weight of the situation settles, a chilling reminder that you just never know what kind of monster you might run into. Hak-jun, with a determined glint in his eye, believes he might just be able to unleash something incredible. He then drops the bombshell, revealing the true identity of the person they've been talking about, declaring that this individual is an absolute force to be reckoned with. Soo-hyun's eyes widen in shock as the name hits him like a lightning bolt. His footsteps echo with a heavy thud. He walks away from the building, a deep, frustrated sigh escaping his lips. His mind is a whirlwind, screaming one undeniable truth, he'd screwed up. The crushing weight of his mistake slams into him, a raw, visceral regret twisting his features. Just moments prior, he'd been staring down at a horrifying tableau of fallen figures, their forms scattered across the cold ground. Now, a disembodied voice cuts through the tension, demanding he inject his mana into a cold, sterile measuring tool. Okay, Soo-hyun coolly responds, bracing himself for what's next. But then, a sudden, powerful surge hits Hak-jun, making his jaw drop. As Soo-hyun's hand ignites with an insane, swirling energy. Mana explodes around him, a blinding purple storm ripping through the air. The sheer force of it shaking the very foundations beneath his feet. The power goes absolutely wild, blasting into a colossal pillar of light that swallows him whole. An unbelievable torrent of raw energy that makes everything around him scream. Hak-jun's face twists in pure, unadulterated shock. Completely floored by the utterly ridiculous mana sense blasting from Soo-hyun. Hak-jun's mind is reeling, utterly unable to process the raw power he just felt, questioning if his senses betrayed him when the unexpected C-rank Soo-hyun appeared. Yet, the readings were undeniable, C-rank, load 29. But his gut screamed otherwise. No way. His mind screamed in denial. The sheer force he'd just experienced was easily A rank, maybe even beyond. He tried to dismiss it as a hallucination, a trick of the mind, but the raw, undeniable truth of what he'd witnessed burned in his memory. He was alone in this revelation, but the conviction burned within him, only a true powerhouse could have sensed that level of mana. As Soo-hyun casually strolled off, Hak-jun's brain went into overdrive, piecing together the impossible puzzle. The kid didn't even flinch. It could only be one person, the legendary, whispered about Kim Soo-hyun. He's still reeling, a gut feeling screaming that something's seriously wrong with the power he just saw. A frustrated groan escapes him, the sheer impossibility of it all gnawing at his mind. How could a C-rank possibly wield that kind of power? But the system's never wrong, right? Another heavy sigh, and he throws his hands up, some mysteries are just too big to solve. Even if the guy's a total prodigy, that kind of power screams, reawakened, way beyond anything a C-rank should ever be capable of. Arms crossed, Hak-jun is still deep in the mental trenches, Soo-hyun's impossible strength still blowing his mind. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun can only let out a nervous, a cold sweat breaking out as he thinks about his own crazy power. He's still just level 1, a total noob, barely able to control his exploding mana, and he's just praying it stays under wraps, or things could get seriously awkward. Could this wild mana be because of the insane, sudden surge in his abilities? Soo-hyun takes a moment to process his recent dungeon clears, realizing his stats have absolutely skyrocketed, making these victories almost inevitable. And let's not forget, the rewards. Absolutely insane. Just look at this. A vibrant blue flame, just one of the many insane treasures he snagged from the shop. He's got items so busted, he can't even use them yet. We're talking growth-type gear that absolutely wrecks demon-type monsters. And his personal stats? They've gone through the roof, proving his insane power-up. He's still scrolling through his inventory, just marveling at all the broken gear he can't even equip yet. But the real game-changer? This massive, unidentified egg, bought with a ton of those precious items, its true power, rank, and abilities are a complete mystery. This egg was a super rare prize, something he never even knew existed, but there's this weird, unsettling feeling about it. He suddenly remembers a chilling story about a legendary hunter who met their end all because of a terrifying, cursed egg just like this one. He knew it. The beast from this egg. It was going to be a rancor, a territorial powerhouse that would dominate its domain, keeping all lesser monsters at bay. This wasn't just any monster, this was a territorial titan, and he had its egg. But seriously, he'd had this thing forever, and nothing was happening. Was it just a dud? An unfertilized egg? Walking through the city, still deep in thought about the egg. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts, snapping him back to reality. He turned to see Hak Jun, totally shocked, thinking his buddy had already bounced. But nope, Hak Jun was just, indisposed. Hak Jun hit him with a big question about his dungeon run, and he just casually replied, yeah, it was alright. Hak Jun's face was priceless, repeating his name with total disbelief. He hears a voice pierce through the hallway, a sharp, demanding, "Hey, you over there?" It's Hak Jun, spinning around, his face a mask of pure fury, roaring, "You bastard." He's absolutely livid, demanding to know if they have any idea how hard he worked just to hit C rank. Su Hyan, ever observant, recognizes the target of Hak Jun's fury, the same guy from before, and instantly wonders if things are about to get wild. But then, the other guy, Kim Soo-yeon, just casually stops, turning back with a cool, "Excuse me?" A chilling smirk spreads across his face as he casually wonders aloud about Choi Hokjin's power, ready to see if it lives up to the hype. Then, out of nowhere, Hak Jun gasps, hit by an invisible, crushing force, his expression twisting in pure terror. He reels backward, clutching his chest, a desperate, strangled cry tearing from his throat. Completely overwhelmed, Hak Jun crumples to the ground, absolutely crushed by the unseen power. A deep, commanding voice cuts through the air, demanding to know why Hak Jun is so incredibly late. Hak Jun, clearly agitated, snaps back that he's been waiting. Elsewhere, Su Hyan and Hak Jun are glued to a screen, a man's face staring back at them, making Su Hyan question, "Who is this guy?" Hak Jun's eyes widen in shock, a single title escaping his lips, leaving Su Hyan utterly dumbfounded. The man on the screen is none other than the guildmaster of the Ares Guild. Young Dong-young, the guildmaster himself, stands imposingly before a colossal building, his name whispered in awe. But he quickly cuts through the tension, telling them to drop the formalities. A brutal blow sends Hak Jun flying. Su Hyan's gaze hardens, his eyes burning with an unspoken challenge. But Young Dong-young just casually pats Hak Jun's shoulder, a smirk on his face, telling him to drop the formalities and call him Hyung. Hak Jun is left speechless, utterly stunned by the guildmaster's audacity. Dong-young then pivots, a sly grin spreading, asking if he's found a new friend. Hak Jun visibly recoils, his eyes darting to Su Hyan, who stands unmoving, a silent force. Su Hyan coolly clarifies that their meeting was purely coincidental at the testing center, and he considered recruiting him if his rank was worthy. Dong-young cuts him short, a chilling dismissiveness in his voice, implying Su Hyan isn't up to par. A knowing "oh-ho" escapes his lips, a dangerous glint in his eyes, as the tension ratchets up. If he took the money, there's gotta be something special about him, Su Hyan thinks, making a bold move to check it out himself. But as he strides off, a sudden, powerful presence makes him freeze, his gaze locking onto two imposing figures. One of them, Kim Soo-yeon, instantly recognizes the other, Young Dong-young, the legendary guildmaster of Ares Guild, before his sharp eyes snap to Su Hyan. Su Hyan, completely blindsided, locks eyes with the powerful figures. From afar, Hak Jun watches the drama unfold, a look of pure dread etched onto his features. Young Dong-young, ever the dominant presence, steps forward, his piercing gaze locking onto Su Hyan. With an unnerving calm, he begins his introduction, uttering his name with authority. A chilling smirk spreads across his face, a clear sign of his absolute confidence and hidden agenda. But Su Hyan isn't backing down, meeting that smirk with raw, unyielding determination, his eyes flaring a terrifying, vibrant red, ready for anything. He's back. The legend himself, Kim Soo-hyun, makes his grand return, his name a declaration. A sudden gasp rips through the air. Yet he remains utterly composed, drawing all eyes to him. The name, Kim Soo-hyun, rings out, a declaration of his return that reverberates through the space. A stern-faced elder, his gaze sharp and calculating, locks onto him. His thoughts a mystery behind his piercing eyes. A slight adjustment of his tie, a silent signal of his deep consideration. Then, a hesitant voice breaks the silence, Kim Soo-hyun, disbelief lacing every syllable. That's not him, Hyung. Hak Jun shouts, absolutely stunned. As he exclaims, a C rank? No way, that's Soo-yeon, pulling rank, I was the evaluator. But a stern older man quickly silences him with a sharp, shoo. You keep quiet, Hak Jun is commanded, leaving him fuming. Then, the formidable Kim Soo-yeon of the Ares Guild steps forward, declaring, I'll be the one confirming things here. He dramatically presents an identification card. prompting a still skeptical Hak Jun to demand, "If you don't mind, could I please take a look at your awakened identification card?" The card's details flash into view: Kim Soo-yeon, rank, C. The guild leader's eyes narrow, a single question hanging in the air. The Aries guild leader, a seasoned veteran, scrutinizes the ID card, a low, rumbling from his chest. A dismissive chuckle escapes him, as he flatly declares Kim Soo-yeon isn't the one they're after. Returning the card to a stoic Kim Soo-yeon, with the other Kim Soo-yeon watching intently, the guild leader reveals he'd summoned him for a recruitment test, mistaking him for a different, more powerful candidate. Kim Soo-yeon's face remains impassive. The guild leader's voice drips with condescension, declaring it beneath him to recruit a mere C rank, a final, hollow apology hanging in the air. With a dismissive turn, the guild leader throws a bone, a condescending offer for Kim Soo-yeon to still try the entrance test, if he dares. But Kim Soo-yeon's retort is ice cold, cutting through the air, "I'm not interested." The guild leader and the other Kim Soo-yeon turn their backs. The protagonist's eyes burn with defiance, a silent oath forming: he will never join the guild of Kim Soo-hyun of the rumors. Still reeling from the audacity, Soo-yeon can't help but question how he could ever be caught in such a messed up scenario. The recruiter's eyes narrow, laying down the law: joining a guild with a leader who doesn't value human lives. That's a recipe for disaster. He presses on, stressing that a true leader must grasp the sanctity of life, or face catastrophic repercussions. To drive his point home, a gruesome vision of a blood-soaked hand on cold tiles sears into Soo-yeon's thoughts, a brutal, undeniable truth of their harsh reality. Is it an unwritten rule that no one intervenes in a fight between hunters? The question hangs in the air as one hunter delivers a brutal kick to another. A golden energy blast erupting from the impact, even if one of them were to die in that process. The stronger guilds would simply claim they could get away with whatever they did. As a dark aura pulses from his hand, Soo-yeon considers the implications: a guild that possesses the power to get away scot-free, even if they commit a slaughter. Wouldn't everyone? He continues, go crazy over wanting to enter a guild like that? The recruiter simply agrees, acknowledging that their ways of thinking are indeed different. The recruiter, seeing the unbridgeable gap in their ideologies, simply declares there's nothing left to discuss. He then calls out to Hakjun, ready to depart, who can only manage a small, uncertain sound. Hakjun quickly falls in line. As Soo-yeon lets out a low, knowing laugh. Then, in a swift, unexpected move, Soo-yeon trips him, sending Hakjun crashing to the pavement. Hakjun stares up, a mix of shock and annoyance flashing in his eyes. But Soo-yeon isn't done. He extends a hand, offering a sleek card. His gaze intensifies, a faint, electric blue light sparking in his eyes as he delivers his message. Telling Hakjun to reach out anytime he needs help. He strides away from the massive Aries guild, his companion following close behind. Just a beat later, he throws a quick look over his shoulder at the building, a flicker of something in his eyes. The Aries guild leader, heading up a mid-tier powerhouse, was a certified A-rank awakened, and that's a heavy thought to carry. Back in his zone, his fingers are a blur on the keyboard, the rapid-fire clicks filling the silence. He's thinking back to when the guild leader was a totally different kind of guy, a real piece of work. Guild leader Kong, a straight-up gangster famous for throwing hands, totally flipped the script after he awakened. After awakening, he ditched the gangster life to start a guild, but the dark side still pulled him in, dragging him into shady deals like loan sharking, human trafficking, and drug running. His gangster past. That was just the beginning of the Aries Guild's shady dealings. The Aries Guild was neck-deep in dirty business, and his kills. Absolutely zero hesitation, pure, cold-blooded efficiency. And you know what they say? A leopard never changes its spots. Soo-hyun Kim just knows it, that guy's hiding something huge, a massive secret from his past. That's exactly why he figures Hakjun was targeted too, dragged into the Aries Guild's messed up world. But even with all these theories, he's got zero hard evidence so far. He's still racking his brain, trying to figure out what went down between Choi Hakjun and the Aries Guild. It's a total puzzle. Looks like he's got another mission to add to his plate, just what he needed. He lets out a frustrated sigh, realizing just how much is piled on his shoulders. The to-do list is never ending. Snow falls, and a single thought echoes in his mind. He remembers a chilling vision, a world frozen solid, a terrifying glimpse of the end times. But that was just the beginning. The chaos only intensified, spiraling into an even darker reality. Yet, gazing at the serene snow, he can't shake the feeling of undeserved luxury, a quiet acknowledgement that the new year is just around the corner. Then, a sudden, shocking realization dawns on him, making him gasp aloud. He'd completely forgotten about the critical rank evaluation, just another massive hurdle he had to clear. But the real reason he abandoned the tower and came back wasn't just for some measly evaluation, it was for a much bigger game. He absolutely had to get the Awakened certification, a vital, stability-enforcing mandate. This certification, handed down by the Awakened Management Organization, was the only way to even think about joining dungeon raids. No choice but the evaluation, he thought, wishing he could just chill out and take his sweet time. His hand flew across the mouse, and the realization hit him, he couldn't stall this thing anymore. But why the rush? Because he knew the real deal, the dark truth behind all these dungeon raid recruitment ads popping up everywhere. Difficulty, Orange. Location, Gwangju, January 24th. It was all set, the incident was about to go down. But then, a chilling thought hit him, stopping him cold. What if he still failed, even if he met every single requirement? It hit him like a truck, he totally hadn't thought of that. He wasn't alone in this, and if he messed up, others would be screwed too. His face tightened with worry, the crushing weight of everything hitting him hard. A grim realization dawns on him, his mind racing as he mutters. This is it. Even though every fiber of his being screams against it. He contemplates a dangerous gamble, baiting them out. The city's alive, and right there, shining bright, is the Starbin Cafe. Inside, a woman is totally dialed in, spilling the tea on C-rank hunters like on Min-sik, Lee Yunmi, and Kim Yun, all rocking similar clear experience. Her companion, a super thoughtful guy, is all ears. As she's like, is this even okay? She's totally questioning if their average performance is good enough, or if there's some secret team synergy making them seem better than they are. He just sighs, waving off her worries, like, nah, they're all just average, and their synergy. Totally nothing special. But she's not giving up, asking what the big deal is if they're on the same team, totally confused by his dismissal. Then, he drops the bomb, he's already a B-rank awakened. Lee Joho, a total powerhouse, making all that C-rank talk seem like ancient history. She's not backing down, demanding a B-rank member, or their profits are taking a hit. Safety is her top priority, especially with C-rank dungeons becoming death traps lately. She's done with throwing lives away in the tower, so why risk it all in some random dungeon? Suddenly, a phone buzzes, flashing a dismissive message, it's just an orange dungeon, chill out. Turning to Joho, she asks if he's happy, shrugging that she's just following orders. But he's clearly fed up, muttering about finding someone actually useful. His frustration boils over, the same desperate plea echoing. Then, a breakthrough. She excitedly tells Joho they got an application, but the name makes her pause. The screen reveals, awakened Kim Soo-hyun applying for the orange dungeon. Could it be the Kim Soo-hyun? Wanna know how tough a dungeon is? Just check its color. It's like a rainbow, but for danger. And the further you go down that color spectrum, the more insane the difficulty gets. Take orange dungeons, for example, they're practically entry-level, second easiest on the list. Seriously, if you've got a squad of C-rank awakened users, you'll breeze through an orange dungeon like it's nothing. But back in the real world, on January 1st, 2024, in Donggang-gu, Gwangju, our guy is just strolling through the woods, looking focused. He's dressed casually, but you just know he's heading somewhere important. He spots a small group waiting, and then, bam, a voice shouts, "Sohyun." It's Lee Joho, the Aries recruiter, and another woman, all there to meet him, and Joho just casually drops, waiting for you. He finally steps into the clearing, the last to arrive. Looks like I'm late to the party, he quips, but the waiting figure quickly waves it off, no worries, we just got here ourselves. The man then cuts straight to the chase, formally introducing himself, I'm Lee Joho, and I'm leading this party. Lee Joho's eyes lock onto the new arrival. Without further ado, Lee Joho gathers the small crew and makes the big reveal. Alright everyone, meet Kim Soo-hyun. Suddenly, a guy in an orange jacket practically jumps, his eyes wide as he blurts out, wait, are you the Kim Soo-hyun? The legend everyone's always hyping up in guild chat. But a voice from off-screen quickly cuts him off, hold up, Min-sik. Same name, different guy. This Kim Soo-hyun is only C-rank. Min-sik's jaw practically drops as he adds the kicker, and it's his first dungeon run ever. Watching the chaos, Lee Joho can't help but remember his own jaw-dropping moment, thinking back to how he and Hokjin were just as stunned. A knowing smirk crosses Lee Joho's face as he wraps things up, yeah, I get it now, that rank change announcement was a shocker. But if everyone's cool with this, I'd really appreciate it. He knows it's smarter to keep his true power under wraps for now. Another party member can't help but question, is this really a fresh start, even with the same old name? Min-sik lets out a dismissive, clearly disappointed after anticipating Kim Soo-hyun's arrival, then challenges him directly, seriously, this kid's practically a baby. What good could he possibly be to us? Lee Joho flashes back to his own disbelief, thinking, you won't be the same A rank. The sheer, what, of Kim Soo-hyun's power still resonates. Min-sik's frustration boils over, yelling, you seriously think we're on the same level just because we share a C rank? I'm way beyond that. Lee Juho quickly intervenes, attempting to defuse the tension. Okay. Everyone just chill out. Hokjin, cutting through the drama, urges them, can we just go already? Are you actually ready for this dungeon? Minsik, with a final, disgruntled huff, challenges Kim Soo-hyun, fine. Prove yourself in the dungeon. A new player enters the game. Meet Kim Berlin, ready to shake things up. And get this, she's not just anyone, she's a friend of Lee Juho and the assistant leader. But wait, what's this? Someone's calling out to Soo-hyun, snapping him back to reality. Then, another new face pops up, a healer named Kim Yun, ready to keep everyone alive with her glowing green orb. She greets the squad, and Soo-hyun just manages a shy hello. But Minsik, ever the charmer, immediately trashes the healer's job, saying they're just protected baggage and most are useless anyway. Soo-hyun can't help but feel the sting of those words, wondering if Minsik's shade is meant for him too. Oblivious to the drama, Kim Yun sweetly asks everyone to take care of her, getting a super awkward yes from Minsik, who's clearly still got an attitude. Her eyes then wander, spotting the guy standing all by himself, away from the group. The tension is palpable as the group gears up for the dungeon, and Hak Jun can't help but voice his doubts about the new healer, Yun. He's openly questioning if she's even got what it takes to survive. But Soo-hyun, hidden in his cloak, is watching the whole thing unfold, and he's absolutely baffled. This entire plan? It makes zero sense to him. He's been playing it cool, keeping his identity under wraps for a reason, but he made sure they knew his rank, so they'd understand his power. Even with his immense power, he just shrugs off their worries about the healer, because he knows it's all pointless anyway. The squad is finally heading into the dungeon, a colossal, ancient tree acting as the gateway, and he remembers why he's even here. He ditched the tower just for this dungeon. He's just following along, but he knows the dark secret of this place, and the horrifying fate that's about to hit them all. And with a terrifying, absolute certainty, he declares, everyone here is about to die. January 1st, 2014, a bizarre incident rocks the world. An entire dungeon team, wiped out. But the shocking truth? It took 2 days to uncover, and what they found was chilling, 5 bodies, lifeless. But here's the kicker, the official record stated 6 people entered that dungeon team. And because of his involvement, the victim count skyrocketed to 7, including Kim Berlin, Kim Soo-hyun, and Kim Sung-sin. The mana surge from the dungeon. That was the murder weapon. Even on Minsik, trying to protect his teammates, fell victim. He has to find the criminal. Strolling through the ghostly echoes of that horrific past, Kim Soo-hyun's mind is crystal clear on what it takes to get this done. It all comes down to his ground rules and explanation. Hokjin checked in with Soo-hyun, making sure he was locked in, and Soo-hyun was absolutely on it. Then, Hokjin powered up, a golden orb of pure mana flaring in his hand, telling everyone to chill out, no big deal. They walked right up to the orange gate, thinking it was just another walk in the park. But deep inside, a monstrous yellow eye snapped open, watching their every move. Hokjin, completely oblivious to the giant cyclops looming right behind him, kept hyping up the team, saying any monsters would be total pushovers, weaker than wolves. Suddenly, pure terror ripped through the group, their faces screaming as the dungeon pulsed with an ominous orange light. A colossal, one-eyed cyclops, wielding a massive club, let out an earth-shattering roar. Soo-hyun's mind reeled, a cyclops. He was utterly baffled, the impossible reality crashing down on him as he whispered, why? He's left reeling, questioning everything he knows. Why is this thing in an orange dungeon? Then, a devastating force explodes, shattering the environment and sending shrapnel flying. The initial blast morphs into a colossal, searing explosion, consuming everything in its path. And as the smoke clears, the raw power coalesces into a mesmerizing, pulsating ring of pure, destructive energy. A massive, green cyclops just appears, its single eye burning with an eerie yellow light. Is this thing even real? Soo-hyun Kim's face is pure shock and disbelief, he can barely get the words out. The whole place is bathed in this crazy orange-red glow, and he's wondering if he just stumbled into an orange dungeon. But then, a massive surge of power just explodes from him. And he just unleashes this insane, red-hot attack. The sheer force of it creating a massive whomp that shakes the entire dungeon. The shockwave from his hit just sends a whole horde of smaller monsters flying, they're literally getting blasted apart by the red energy. Soo-hyun Kim stares down the colossal cyclops, a bizarre anomaly in this orange dungeon, and a chilling thought crosses his mind, a cyclops in an orange dungeon, something here is weird. He and his companion press deeper into the treacherous, orange-hued dungeon. The true enormity of the cyclops is revealed, and a terrifying realization dawns on him, a cyclops, that comes out in a dungeon. Then that means. A blinding flash of understanding hits him like a truck, and he shouts, a level growth dungeon. His jaw drops as the system validates his insane theory, a triumphant level up, flashing across his vision. mirroring the way his temporary skills had their own level growth type abilities. The full weight of this revelation crashes down, so there are dungeons that just keep getting stronger, called level growth dungeons. A gasp escapes him as the last piece of the puzzle snaps into place. Then, the reason for the orange dungeon is because of his companion, utterly flabbergasted, explodes. No. All of you, unbelievable. He's trying to make sense of it all, but some things just defy explanation. Hak Jun, still reeling, presses him. Dude, you literally said this dungeon could mess with another one, right? He pushes further, his voice laced with disbelief. If they wanted to mess with us, they'd be way more obvious. So, who's behind this? The whole crew is just standing there, jaws on the floor, and Hak Jun is just scanning their shocked expressions. But behind all those shocked faces, the real mastermind is revealed. The one secretly pulling the strings is actually Soo-hyun Kim. Hak Jun, finally snapping out of it, shouts, "Hold up. What are you even doing? We gotta get out of here." He's practically screaming about the danger. This is a yellow dungeon, at least. But the rewards. But Soo-hyun Kim shuts him down, his face dead serious. Rewards? Are you telling me a reward is worth more than your life? Then, with a frustrated sigh, he declares, monsters like these. I'm out. Hold on. A frantic shout of "behind" rips through the air, followed by a desperate plea to halt the infighting. But it's too late. A colossal, emerald-skinned beast, a true troll nightmare, barrels in, its massive arm already mid-swing towards the unsuspecting group. A bone-jarring "LOF" echoes. And Soo-hyun Kim's eyes snap wide, a sharp shit escaping his lips. His entire squad, Kim Berlin, Kim Yun, Min-sik, and Hak Jun, are frozen, their gazes locked onto the sudden, brutal assault. Another explosive impact detonates with a blinding, magical burst, triggering a horrified scream of "Juho." The Ares recruiter, Lee Juho, lets out a guttural "Kuk." As the blow sends him reeling, his sword barely held. Soo-hyun Kim's face twists in shock, the name barely a breath, Lee Juho. He faces down the colossal green monster, scoffing at its supposed weakness, even with Lee Juho already down. No hesitation. He charges, sword whistling through the air, and slams into the creature's arm with a crash. But that impact, it just shows the monster's real power, way beyond what he expected from some cyclops. His blade shatters instantly. And then, another attack sends Lee Juho flying, screaming in agony. The Ares recruiter is just stunned, his body absolutely wrecked by that monster's power. But even with that overwhelming force, Soo-hyun Kim's eyes are practically glowing with dangerous excitement. He's screaming that this B-rank monster's power just makes the fight even more thrilling. And the monster? It glares right back, its single red eye burning with the terrifying realization that it completely underestimated this human. A thunderous crash erupts as the monster strikes. A guttural groan rips through the air. Lee Juho, battered and disoriented, can barely process the brutal impact. His face contorted in pure shock and terror. But as the dust clears, his leg firmly planted. Soo-hyun Kim stands unyielding, his body a protective barrier between the injured recruiter and the monstrous threat, as Juho looks up, barely able to utter, "Kim Soo-hyun SSI." Soo-hyun Kim spins around, his voice sharp with concern, "Lee Juho. Are you okay?" The recruiter, still reeling, weakly replies, "Huh. Yeah, I'm fine," as Hak Jun and Min-sik stare on, their faces a mask of worry. A dangerous glint ignites in Soo-hyun Kim's eyes, his gaze hardening, practically relishing the challenge. From a distance, Kim Berlin breathes a heavy sigh of relief. Thank God, he seems unhurt, with Kim Yun nodding in agreement, equally relieved. He charges in, sword flashing, aiming for the Cyclops. But the monster's too fast. It dodges, and his blade just sparks off the floor. The Cyclops immediately counters with a massive swing, forcing him to dodge again, as his team looks on in shock. Berlin and Hak Jun are totally floored, muttering, "That Cyclops attack. He keeps dodging the monster's furious attacks," and someone from the team gasps, "How did he dodge it so easily?" He snaps his head towards his frozen teammates, demanding, "How long are you all going to stay like that?" Even the Cyclops stops, its giant eye squinting in confusion, thinking, "What? What was that?" Then he scans the area, looking at the path ahead, and grimly states, "There is no exit. The way is blocked." He snaps, eyes locked on the Ares recruiter, a furious "What did you say?" ripping from his throat. Strolling away, he lays down the facts for Hak Jun and Min-sik. This beast isn't just passing through, it's claimed this territory, locking out anything weaker and trapping them inside. Berlin, Yun, and the recruiter absorb the chilling reality, Berlin's expression confirming the absolute accuracy of his assessment. But their escape is cut off. The gargantuan Cyclops looms, a living wall of muscle and fury, its earth-shattering roar making Soo-hyun Kim and Hak Jun flinch back in sheer terror. He's locked and loaded, his thoughts a whirlwind, realizing if this beast won't budge, they're going to have to carve their own exit. His face hardens with grim resolve, he states the undeniable truth, they're fighting their way out, no matter what. The whole crew is now united, staring down the monstrous Cyclops, bracing for the epic showdown. The Ares recruiter, stepping up with a fierce glint in his eye, shouts that he's going with Soo-hyun Kim, no questions asked. The monster horde is swarming, and Hak-jun can only scream in disbelief at the sheer number of enemies. A primal roar rips through the air, and these things are fast, closing the distance in a flash. But Hak-jun isn't backing down, he's yelling for everyone to get their act together and fight. Soo-hyun Kim, however, is cool as ice, casually counting about 30 monsters heading their way. He doesn't even flinch, just explodes forward, a blue-streaked blur tearing through the monsters with devastating energy blasts. These are just basic goblins and orcs from an orange dungeon, and they're getting absolutely wrecked by his insane speed and power. He's practically dancing through them, thinking, yeah, the others can totally handle the rest of these chumps. But then he thinks, what if I just went all out on this many, and a blinding, swirling vortex of blue power ignites in his palm. He could literally wipe them all out with just one devastating blast of that skill, as a colossal explosion of azure energy detonates. This Cyclops? A total slacker. It just sleeps all day, but don't let that fool you, it's a territorial beast, marking its domain. That's how it keeps weaker monsters away, but here's the kicker, its main eye isn't even its real weak spot. No, the eye everyone talks about isn't the one on its face. The Cyclops' real weakness is a completely different, hidden eye. With that intel locked down, Soo-hyun Kim explodes into action, blitzing the Cyclops with an insane leap. His weapon, blazing with power, connects, smashing into the Cyclops in a flash of crimson. The blade plunges deep into the monster's leg, right into that secret weak spot. Attack landed, he bounces off, leaving the Cyclops stunned and reeling. He sticks the landing, weapon still gripped tight, eyes locked on the Cyclops, waiting to see the damage. After pinpointing the Cyclops' hidden weak spot, Soo-hyun Kim wastes no time, planting his foot on its colossal arm. And with a lightning-fast, glowing arc of his blade, he slams his weapon down with absolute precision. With his target locked, he screams, right here. The weapon connects with an explosive burst of energy, sinking deep into the monster's vulnerable flesh. A primal, earth-shattering roar of agony rips from the Cyclops, its scream tearing through the very air. The colossal beast thrashes like a mad titan, sending massive chunks of debris flying as it writhes in searing pain. The Cyclops' true weakness isn't its massive, obvious eye, but a smaller, hidden one that not only grants it sight, but also powers its defenses. The monster's cries intensify, a prolonged, ear-splitting shriek of pure agony. It clutches desperately at its injured leg, its massive claws ripping at its own flesh in a frantic, agonizing attempt to stop the pain. The Cyclops, still stunned from the last hit, gets absolutely rocked again by Soo-hyun Kim, who just keeps the pressure on with a powerful, sweeping attack. But hold up, back with the support crew, Kim Yoon is watching the whole thing go down, realizing their zone is clear, but the real fight is still going hard. Ares recruiter gives Kim Berlin the all-clear, confirming their immediate area is totally secure. Then, out of nowhere, a frantic shout rips through the dungeon, screaming for Soo-hyun Kim to watch his back. He spins around, only to see the Cyclops, which everyone thought was down for the count, towering right behind him, moving with shocking speed. Before he can even blink, a monstrous green hand slams into him, hitting with bone-shattering power. The hit sends him flying, crashing to the ground, completely dazed. The Cyclops glares down, a shocked expression on its face, utterly bewildered that its target isn't finished yet. The tension is absolutely palpable. Out of nowhere, a monstrous, clawed hand explodes from the darkness, snagging Soo-hyun in an instant. His eyes go wide with pure shock, totally blindsided by the ambush. He quickly processes that this isn't the hand he was expecting, but a whole new level of danger. The monster's grip clamps down with brutal force, absolutely pulverizing his hand. It was the other hand, the one he never saw coming, that just landed the crushing blow. The impact ripples, a raw display of the monster's insane strength. A desperate shout echoes, as Hak-jun spots the imminent threat to Soo-hyun. Both he and Kim Berlin reel back in sheer terror, stunned by the monster's lightning-fast, devastating assault. Kim Berlin's voice cracks with pure dread, screaming that it's over and they need to run. But Hak-jun, his eyes snapping open to a terrifying truth, witnesses the Cyclops monster winding up for another crushing strike. Its monstrous, glowing eye throbs with raw, destructive power, unleashing a lethal assault. A searing blade of pure energy explodes from its gaze, blasting straight for the kill. Hak-jun can only gape in horrified silence, as the attack hurtles forward. But before that energy blade can even graze its mark, Soo-hyun, now blazing with a furious red aura, blitzes forward with impossible speed, shattering the attack and slamming into the Cyclops with a devastating counter. He stands amidst the fading red particles, a chilling realization of how close that was. He explodes into action, a crimson inferno igniting around his form. A crucial thought flashes through his mind, realizing this wouldn't be possible without those borrowed powers. The system blazes to life, confirming mana break and transformation are fully engaged. The strike connects with devastating force, obliterating the monster's green barrier in a blinding flash. He slams down, the ground fracturing under the sheer power of his landing. A sharp gasp escapes him, even he's stunned by the raw power he just unleashed. He can't help but think, raising that skill level was absolutely worth every single bit of effort. He's recalling the insane characteristics of the abilities he's copied, like the Berserker trait from the Charles Patriarch. And the absolutely wild blue fire of the Divine Bird. Before, he could only snag the surface-level stuff from his target's abilities, but now, a wild, blazing red energy is absolutely exploding from his clenched fist. Then it hits him, he can now copy their full, inherent power too. His face twists in pure shock as the red aura around him absolutely explodes. This power surge is way more than he ever expected. But that shock quickly turns to pure determination. He's got to see just how far he can push this insane ability. The red energy around him is going absolutely wild, and someone's yelling out, totally worried about him. But he's already unleashing a massive, expanding wave of crimson energy. The sheer power of it is warping the very air. Sword now in hand, he stands amidst the swirling, destructive aura. The ground beneath him is literally shattering from the insane pressure of his unleashed power. Suhyan stares down the massive, slumbering beast, its sheer scale a testament to its power. This thing isn't just big, it's a territorial titan, marking its turf so aggressively that no lesser monster would even think about crossing its path. But elsewhere, the tension is palpable as Hak Jun's eyes snap skyward, a grim realization dawning on him. Then, without warning, the sky rips open as a swarm of grotesque, skeletal monsters plummets towards the ground, a terrifying descent. But before they can even touch down, Suhyan erupts in a blinding, blood-red energy, his stance radiating pure, unadulterated power. And with a single, devastating motion, he unleashes a torrent of crackling, crimson chains, tearing through the air with raw power. These aren't just chains, they're pure energy, lashing out like lightning, instantly binding the front lines of the monstrous assault. No escape, no quarter. A monster is utterly consumed by the crimson binds, its struggle futile against the overwhelming power. The onslaught is crushed. Monster after monster is caught in the web of crimson, their frantic thrashing doing absolutely nothing. And just like that, the entire horde is neutralized, a tangled mass of monsters utterly dominated by Suhyan's overwhelming power. He unleashes a devastating crimson energy, the air practically screaming as raw power explodes from him. Slamming into a monster's leg with such brutal force that the very ground explodes into fragments. Amidst the swirling crimson chaos, he holds an unyielding, laser-sharp focus. Before another wave of pure, destructive red energy slams down, shaking the very foundations of the dungeon. A hulking green beast stumbles back, reeling from the invisible impact. But the young hunter is already gone, a lightning-fast blur as he closes the distance, taunting his stunned foe, "Where are you looking?" A blinding, crimson-charged slash rips through the air. Connecting directly as Suhyan's crimson blade finds its mark, driving deep into the monster. From an unseen vantage point, someone gasps, utterly blown away by the sheer speed and precision on display. That speed is incredible. And his technique as well. The observer's jaw drops, his mind reeling from the sheer power on display. He can't believe his eyes, a Sirank doing this. Suhyan explodes with raw, crimson power, leaving the onlooker absolutely stunned by the overwhelming might. Berlin freezes, caught off guard by the sudden intensity, but Suhyan snaps her back to reality, refocusing her on the real threat. He keeps tearing through the horde, shouting that their emotions don't matter right now. Berlin's face sets, her determination burning as she embraces her role. Fueled by new resolve, she charges into the fight, Suhyan shout her battle cry. They tear through the monsters together, but Suhyan still focused, yelling at her to protect Minseek. Berlin barks out orders, telling everyone to stick to her like glue, with Minseek confirming the plan. From a distance, the recruiter watches in awe as the dynamic duo, now a synchronized force, absolutely dominate the monstrous Cyclops. With a thunderous, crimson-charged strike, Suhyan unleashes a devastating blow, ripping through the creature like paper. He winds up for the ultimate finisher, his eyes burning with raw power. The Cyclops lets out a desperate, earth-shattering roar, its body erupting in a final, futile orange glow. But it's already over. Suhyan's ultimate attack detonates, obliterating the monster in a blinding, explosive fury. Its colossal form is vaporized into a storm of glowing particles, leaving nothing but a lingering shimmer and the ghost of its final, agonizing shriek. The Cyclops monster is gone, but its remnants still shower down. A stark reminder of the sheer power unleashed. The air practically hums with raw, leftover energy. As the dust settles, a shaky voice cuts through the silence, the team barely catching their breath after just scraping by against the horde. The cavern floor is a brutal landscape of shattered cyclops, their forms strewn like discarded toys, a chilling monument to the chaos they just survived. Berlin, sword still gripped tight, admits she thought she was a goner, then frantically asks what the hell they're supposed to do now. Minsik piles on the dread, reminding everyone that they're still stuck, no exit, and more monsters could pop up at any second. The Ares recruiter, taking in the chaos, weighs their options, muttering about whether they should just hunker down and wait for the authorities to bail them out. He confesses this whole mess is completely new territory for him, and he's got zero playbook for this kind of insane scenario. After that insane battle, the dungeon finally goes quiet. Soo-hyun Kim takes a breather, knowing they're safe for now. The Ares recruiter checks in, asking if he's okay, and he just shrugs, saying he's mostly fine, just a few minor problems. Then he drops the bomb, revealing his true rank, he's only a C-rank hunter. The idea of fighting another monster like that is crushing, even though his mana is slowly coming back. The recruiter, seeing his state, tells Kim Yun to heal him, then immediately pivots to strategizing with Kim Berlin. Everyone agrees, following the recruiter's lead, as they push further into the unknown depths. Kim Yun starts healing him, asking if he's seriously injured, but he just brushes it off, saying it's nothing major. Her green healing magic washes over his arm, and he simply mutters, "Thank you." She then compliments his earlier performance, telling him he fought incredibly well. He processes the dungeon's brutal logic, understanding that a monster wouldn't just chill, it's always about survival, always about territory. The recruiter lays it out, a monster claims its turf and holds it down until it's done. This means no low-level scrubs are ever gonna step into its zone. Berlin, picking up on the vibe, asks, is he talking about how tough this dungeon is? The recruiter nods, yeah, that's part of it, but he's got something else on his mind. He sweeps his gaze across the team, and drops the bomb, it's about them, the people right here. He singles out Minsik, calling him out for being terrified, useless in a fight and a constant winner. And then, his eyes narrow, landing on another problem child. He wraps up his brutal honesty, pointing out those two as the biggest liabilities. Kim Yun drops a bombshell, revealing that if they get booted from the party, they'd forfeit all their hard-earned rewards. And it gets worse. Even if they somehow clutch the raid, they'd still walk away with absolutely nothing. The Ares recruiter takes it all in as Kim Yun lays out the brutal truth, the grim reality hitting the entire team like a truck. Minsik can't hold back a frustrated groan, as the harsh truth finally sinks in. But Soo-hyun Kim, ever the cool head, just brushes it off, telling everyone to chill. Kim Yun stares at him, totally baffled, wondering how he can be so calm. She confesses she gets how serious this is, then demands to know what the heck is going on. Suddenly, the Ares recruiter cuts in, calling out to Soo-hyun Kim. He needs a word, a private chat, and asks him to come along. He stands before Soo-hyun Kim, his posture firm as he continues their private discussion. With a slight nod, Soo-hyun Kim confirms his understanding, while Kim Yun watches them, a hint of concern on her face, as the recruiter states, yeah, sure. Let's go. But then he drops a bombshell, adding, actually, there's something I'd like to ask you myself. Hak-jun looks on with a questioning expression, while Soo-hyun Kim's gaze remains sharp and focused, his composure absolutely unwavering. The squad pushes deeper into the dark, cavernous depths. Footsteps echoing on the rocky ground, a tense rhythm in the oppressive silence. Hak-jun breathes a sigh of relief, no more weak monsters after that Cyclops nightmare, they've got to be close to their goal. Berlin nods, confirming they'll be safe until the next zone. Moving forward, Hak-jun whips out a glowing device, lighting up their dark path. Berlin pivots to him, curious if his chat with Soo-hyun SSI was a success. But Hak-jun flips the script, asking about their next move. With a serious look, he makes it clear he's got a very specific question on his mind. He stands with the crew, getting hit with the bombshell, the plan's been scrapped. This isn't just a minor setback, it screams that something way bigger, something truly monstrous, is now lurking and waiting for them. Standing before a colossal, ancient door, Soo-hyun Kim clutches a glowing gadget, his eyes locked onto the epic gateway. He's leading the charge, with Hak-jun, Berlin, Minsik, and Yun right behind him, crossing a treacherous stone bridge like it's nothing. Their steps barely whisper, a tiny sound in the massive, silent void. With a fierce glint in his now blazing eyes, Soo-hyun Kim growls, knowing full well that their enemies are finally showing their true, ugly colors. The massive door groans, grinding open to reveal the next terrifying stage of the dungeon. The squad pushes deeper, their every step a gamble in the echoing silence. The recruiter scans the area, a puzzled look on his face, muttering about where they could possibly be. They've hit the dungeon's core. But the real question is, can they actually escape this place? Hak-jun, sensing the danger, can only voice his apprehension. Then, a colossal, sealed door appears, and the team erupts in a surge of hope, could this be their escape route? Soo-hyun Kim, fueled by pure resolve, roars his desire to blast out of this nightmare dungeon. But a chilling warning slices through the air, a stark reminder that one wrong move could spell disaster. But Soo-hyun Kim charges ahead, heedless of the warning, his boot smashing into something hidden, unleashing an instant, explosive consequence. The dungeon system explodes to life, a blinding blue interface tearing through the darkness. He and Hak-jun are frozen, eyes wide, as a shockwave of realization hits them. A booming voice declares an ultimate prize, a wish for whoever conquers these trials, and with that, the dungeon's true challenge begins, leaving Hak-jun utterly floored. The entire squad converges, bathed in the ominous blue light, as the system taunts them with their regrets, dropping a bombshell. From now on, only total monster annihilation will clear these dungeons. Then, a desperate plea flashes across the screen, echoing the brutal trials of the tower. A village is in peril, and they are its only hope. The system's chilling message continues, a stark warning to survive, because clearing these dungeons demands specific, unyielding requirements. Two paths of absolute chaos appear, forcing a brutal choice: slaughter every single monster, or face down the terrifying boss alone. A secondary, smaller dungeon option is revealed, a 10-minute sprint to victory, or the trial vanishes forever. The clock is ticking, a mere 10 minutes to decide their fate, or the system will plunge them into a random, unknown nightmare. But then, the Ares recruiter cuts in. Berlin fires back instantly. Her face is a mask of pure frustration. But the recruiter? Cool as a cucumber. While the verbal fireworks explode, a sly smirk creeps onto Soo-hyun's face. His eyes, sharp and totally calculating. The clock is ticking, less than 10 minutes until the trial kicks off. Min-sik, on edge, demands to know the plan from the Ares recruiter. The Ares recruiter, ever the warrior, stands firm, declaring his unwavering belief that they must fight. But Kim Berlin isn't having it, cutting in to remind them all that their Cyclops victory was thanks to Soo-hyun Kim, a clear hint that his judgment is key. Hak-jun, right there with Soo-hyun Kim, backs him up, insisting they follow his call. But the Ares recruiter's temper flares, his hand clenching as he scoffs. How could a measly C-rank possibly lead this raid? Kim Yun, alongside Kim Berlin, jumps to Soo-hyun Kim's defense, reminding everyone how he absolutely crushed it in battle. Soo-hyun Kim starts to speak, a thoughtful look on his face. But the Ares recruiter cuts him off cold, doubling down on his conviction that they have to fight. Kim Yun and Kim Berlin are absolutely floored, their faces screaming, "What?" at his bold statement. He's still going at it, tearing into Soo-hyun Kim, calling him arrogant for dissing a C-rank and asking if he's just being greedy, even now. But Kim Berlin cuts in, saying, "Look, we want better rewards, sure, but they still gotta fight, so let's figure this out as a team." She keeps going, admitting that bailing out looks easy at first, but tells them to flip the script and think about it another way. She lays out the nightmare scenario: if they just bolt, they'll be hunted down by monsters way too strong for them. Kim Yun flinches, her face totally changing as Kim Berlin's words sink in. Kim Berlin keeps pushing, pointing out the unknown horrors behind that door, and doubling down that it's probably smarter to just fight the monsters head-on. Min-sik gives a solid nod, admitting that, yeah, considering their mess, Kim Berlin's take on things actually makes a lot of sense. The Ares recruiter, after soaking in all the arguments, drops the hammer. "Alright, if no one's got a problem, we're going in." His voice booms with total authority, barking at everyone to get into formation, now. The Ares recruiter's word was final, and then, a bone-shaking, earth-shattering sound ripped through the air, a massive, unseen force making its presence known. The squad was locked and loaded, standing on a glowing, mystical platform, ready to face whatever nightmare awaited them. Then, bam. A holographic screen popped up out of nowhere, blasting the message: "You've chosen the first trial to fight monsters. No turning back now." Soo-hyun Kim's eyes narrowed, locked onto the screen as it flashed, a chilling countdown beginning. In 30 seconds, the trial will start. The clock was ticking. The team was hyped, nerves buzzing, as the system dropped one last, sarcastic, "Oh travelers, I wish you luck." "Yeah, thanks for nothing." And just like that, the entire dimension warped, a massive energy surge tearing through reality. Suddenly, the floor exploded in a blinding, golden supernova, blasting shimmering particles everywhere. Then, a terrifying, guttural roar ripped through the air as a monstrous, rock-hard claw burst from the ground, glowing with pure, evil yellow energy. The earth screamed and tore itself apart, more golden light blasting out as the beast began its full, terrifying reveal. The monstrous claw bursts forth, revealing a colossal insectoid beast, its segmented body vibrating with an ominous, bone-chilling rattle. A blood-curdling screech rips through the air, shaking the very foundations of the chamber. The threat multiplies, forcing the group to scatter, desperately fleeing as more insectoid horrors swarm in hot pursuit. "They're coming." Out of nowhere, a vicious green tentacle explodes from the earth right by Soo-hyun, snapping with blinding speed. Everyone, be careful. Soo-hyun barely dodges the lightning-fast attack, his eyes wide with shock as Hak-jun shouts, "Why is it so fast?" But before anyone can even blink, the tentacle whips around, smashing into the Ares recruiter with a brutal, sickening impact. He chokes out, "Kugh." His face twists in pure agony, gasping for air. "I can't breathe." Soo-hyun and Hak-jun stare in absolute horror as their comrade is brutally attacked, Hak-jun screaming in alarm. Soo-hyun looks up, finally seeing the full, terrifying form of the tentacled monster, which unleashes another ear-splitting shriek. He explodes into action, a blinding green aura erupting from his blade as he absolutely shreds through the air. His eyes blaze with an electric blue intensity, locked on target, as a full minute of pure chaos unfolds. The very air screams with the aftermath of his lightning-fast, devastating strikes. But the fight isn't over. The rest of the squad is still going hard, with Kim Yun's healing magic blasting bright, keeping everyone in the game against those monstrous threats. Soo-hyun goes airborne, soaring over a grotesque beast, his sword coming down like a hammer, while the others are still throwing down in the background. That blade connects with an absolutely savage, bone-shattering impact. He's a blur, a whirlwind of destruction, tearing through hordes of smaller creatures with impossible speed. The sheer force of his assault leaves nothing but a storm of dust and shattered earth. And then, just like that, he drops to one knee, planting his sword into the ravaged ground, a single, epic declaration escaping his lips, "It's about time." The tension is palpable, the question screaming in his mind. Will they finally unleash their true power, or will they crumble and fight only for their own lives? Then, a blood-curdling shriek rips through the air. Kim Berlin, Min-sik, and Hak-jun are thrown into a panic, recoiling from an unseen horror. As the Ares recruiter spins around, a single, stunned word escaping his lips, his gaze fixed on Soo-hyun. Kim Yun is frozen, staff clutched tight, her face a mask of pure terror, trembling violently. A lone, ominous figure appears in the distant doorway, silhouetted by an otherworldly glow. But in a flash, a barrage of glowing blue spears erupts, piercing the intruder and sending it crashing down. The sheer, raw power leaves everyone stunned, a silent, shocked exclamation hanging in the air. Soo-hyun Kim steps towards a pulsating, blue-hued portal, raw energy practically screaming from its depths. Behind him, Hak-jun is absolutely stunned, his mind reeling from whatever just went down. As Kim Berlin, Min-sik, and Kim Yun are frozen solid, pure shock plastered across their faces amidst the crackling blue power. The Ares recruiter's eyes pop wide open, a sharp gasp tearing from his throat. But he snaps back instantly, roaring for everyone to focus, while Kim Berlin and Kim Yun watch, worried. Then, Soo-hyun Kim's eyes ignite with a fierce blue glow, a massive aura exploding around him as he makes it clear, this attack is nowhere near finished. A searing blue blade rips through the void, crackling with raw power. Suddenly, without a moment's notice, he and his entire party are ripped into a bizarre, crystalline blue dimension, completely disoriented. As the Ares recruiter's face contorts in pure shock, mirroring the group's utter bewilderment. Immediately, a chilling system message flashes into existence, declaring a forced restart into a second route. Which causes Soo-hyun to scream in utter disbelief at this impossible twist, especially with their last trial practically finished. Still reeling, the entire group is frozen, desperately questioning who could have possibly ripped open the gate to this new, deadly scenario. Through the confusion, Kim Berlin, her face etched with despair, confronts the Ares recruiter, stating the brutal truth, this is an impossible situation. And to make matters worse, the system brutally confirms their worst fears, revealing they can't even recover health or mana, making the next battle a death sentence. He warns his companion, this isn't just a path forward, it's a trap, plain and simple. But his companion just brushes it off, acting like there's absolutely nothing to worry about. Then, with a bold stride, he just tells everyone, let's go. But Soo-hyun's eyes are locked on something else, something his companion can't see, and he just asks, can't you see it? He gestures to the grim scene, the dead bodies scattered around, demanding to know where they came from and how they're supposed to survive a fight here. Hak-jun just lets out a dismissive scoff, as if Soo-hyun knows absolutely nothing. Soo-hyun fires back, reminding him about the system's warning for this second method, where summoned monsters would just swarm them. But Hak-jun quickly counters, pointing out the system never said anything about avoiding traps, implying a whole new level of threat. Then Soo-hyun spots it, a glowing timer flashing in the air, giving them just 3 minutes to take down whatever's coming. Kim Berlin isn't holding back, demanding action against the obvious threat, as Lee Juho pushes them to think strategically. His eyes blazing with electric blue energy, Soo-hyun cuts through the tension, stating the brutal truth, they're all dead in 3 minutes if they don't move. Berlin fires back, arguing they should at least attempt something before it's too late. A sudden, sharp crackle rips through the air, as the team braces for whatever comes next. Juho lays it on the line, giving anyone with doubts a final chance to speak up, emphasizing that only teamwork will get them out alive. With a wry grin, he quips, they can always blame him later for not being a top-tier raid leader. Berlin cuts in, reiterating the critical need to focus on the present threat and just get out alive. Juho nods in agreement, stressing that unity is their only path forward, just as another ominous crackle reverberates around them. The final, desperate command rings out, then let's go. Hurry. We don't have much time left. Soo-hyun's resolve hardens, his eyes burning with defiance, as the challenge echoes around him. The recruiter pushes, a final test, demanding to know if he's really committed. Hak-jun can't believe his ears, scoffing, he's crazy. Does he really think he can take on these monsters by himself? A smirk plays on Soo-hyun's lips, as he coolly declares, of course not. I won't be staying here alone. Kim Berlin and the recruiter are stunned, their faces a mask of utter shock. He elaborates, there's someone I need to bring along for you guys. He pivots, locking eyes with Kim Yun, a silent question in his gaze, isn't that right? His chosen companion, now revealed, it's Kim Yun. He just casually tells her, let's go, but she's not having it, firing back with, what's in it for me? Why do I have to stick with you? But then her eyes dart to the side, and she sees them, the rest of the crew, and suddenly, everything clicks into place with a shocking realization. Suddenly, the Ares recruiter explodes, his face a mask of fury, shouting, what the hell are you doing? What did Yun do to make you act like this? But Soo-hyun just brushes him off, coolly stating, I'll tell you everything later. Kim Berlin, practically in tears, screams, I don't want to stay here. Take me with you, as Hak-jun tries to get the recruiter's attention. The recruiter's face turns stone cold as he delivers a chilling reminder, you didn't forget our promise, right? A subtle golden aura flares around him, his determination radiating power. With his eyes blazing with an otherworldly glow, the recruiter makes his final, powerful declaration, I remember. A hand shoots out, fingers splayed in pure shock as a desperate cry rips through the air. Yun is free-falling through the shimmering void, her voice cracking as she screams for help, for Soo-hyun. Below, on a crumbling platform, Soo-hyun and Hak-jun can only watch the disaster unfold. Her desperate plea echoes again, a fragile whisper reaching the protagonist's ears. And in response, a glowing, ethereal object rests in his outstretched hand, particles swirling with raw power. The falling woman's voice grows more frantic, begging for her life and for Soo-hyun to survive this nightmare with her. A flicker of surprise or concern flashes across Soo-hyun's face, his eyes wide as he processes her desperate words. Suddenly, a hand clamps down hard on his collar, the Ares recruiter's voice sharp and commanding, demanding he stop. The recruiter yanks him closer, his expression pure steel, accusing him of being involved with someone he absolutely shouldn't be. A vicious slash rips through the air, shattering everything in its path. And there it is, the chilling mark of the Dump Guild, a symbol of pure chaos. The Ares recruiter's face twists into a mask of pure rage and revulsion, spitting out the name, Dump Guild, the absolute worst, a den of murderers. The scene flashes, a chilling glimpse into the abyss. Revealing the horrifying truth, this isn't just a guild, it's a breeding ground for pure evil, a madhouse of murderers with eyes that burn with monstrous intent. A violent burst of white and fiery orange erupts. Foreshadowing a terrifying future where this group unleashes even more evil, becoming a destructive force that rivals the very outbreak itself. The Ares recruiter's rage was a chilling echo of the cultists who nearly ended everything, and to save the world, they had to be wiped out from the very source. Soo-hyun couldn't believe it, asking, you seriously planned to solo this whole dungeon? Berlin just scoffed, her face a mask of pure annoyance, clearly not in the mood. Back in the day, Lee Juho, the Ares leader, was like a father to Berlin, and she was absolutely terrified when he bailed during the fight. Soo-hyun pieced it together, Minsik wasn't even at the dungeon, and his skills weren't enough to take out the whole crew anyway, so who was that shadowy figure? That cloaked guy, hiding his face, was the shadiest of them all, a total red flag. Young Berlin was terrified he'd drag her down with him, convinced he was the mystery man and the traitor. It clicked for Soo-hyun, the whole Lee Juho and Kim Barun story was a setup, a deliberate leak to frame someone else for the disaster. But even with all the clues connecting, he still couldn't figure out the final puzzle. A dismissive scoff cuts through the air. But he just stands there, unmoving. She presses on, bringing up his past, I saw it when you took down that Cyclops. Her eyes narrow, seriously, you're just, different. She throws down the gauntlet, are you even the Kim Soo-hyun from that rank? Then, a chilling declaration, you're dead in seconds. The moment those monsters finish you, I'm out of here. A blue system window flashes into existence, and he coolly reveals, I've got the sneak skill. A subtle blue glow emanates from him as he drops the bombshell, and yeah, I used sneak to stay out of your sight too. The system chimes, declaring the second boss trial has begun, and a massive gate seals her off from him, her parting words dripping with sarcasm. Alright, good luck with that. He's plummeting. A dizzying fall through the dungeon's glowing, crystalline abyss. A bone-jarring impact reverberates through the massive chamber. But elsewhere, Berlin's already calculating, wondering if her skill can truly wipe her presence from this place, leaving no trace for pursuit. Green energy erupts from her hand as she unleashes her power, making sure she vanishes without a trace. And just like that, she's gone, melting into the dungeon's shadows, leaving him completely alone. Meanwhile, in the cavern, Suhyan's already pushing himself up, a grunt of pain escaping him as the dust clears around his feet. But he's not backing down. Sword in hand, he's ready to take on whatever horrors this desolate chamber throws at him. He stands his ground, golden energy swirling around him, the calm before the storm. Staring down the incoming horde of shadowy, winged monstrosities, he challenges them, "What's left are you guys?" But the true horror is revealed. A towering, emerald-skinned titan, backed by an army of grotesque figures, emerges from the depths. One of the winged demons unleashes a blood-curdling shriek, its crimson gaze fixed on him. In a flash, a blinding white arc of pure power rips through the air. Suhyan is a whirlwind of destruction, blue lightning tearing through the winged swarm as he unleashes a devastating assault. His face a mask of fierce resolve, he vows, "I'm sorry, but," he declares, "you're not getting past a single step." His eyes ignite with an intense, electric blue glow, raw power surging through him, from here. Suddenly, a monstrous reptilian beast lets out an earth-shattering roar, red energy exploding from its gaping mouth. The sheer force of the sonic blast keeps pushing, ripping through the very air itself. But just as it's about to hit, Suhyan Kim moves like lightning, a total blur, dodging the attack and setting up his own devastating counter. A sharp, decisive sound cuts through the air as he makes his move. His grip firm on his sword's hilt, he's ready to unleash hell. He unleashes a devastating, arcing slash, a brilliant blue energy trail following as it absolutely smashes into the monster. The beast gets absolutely rocked, reeling backward from the hit, as he lands with perfect precision, dust exploding around him. His gaze is pure steel, absolutely locked on, his eyes now blazing with an intense electric blue, crackling with raw power. Just as he predicted, the sheer scale of the enemy force is absolutely insane. An endless, golden-lit swarm of creatures filling the entire cavern, stretching as far as the eye can see. He stands his ground, completely surrounded by their glowing, monstrous forms. A fierce, unyielding resolve burning in his eyes as he prepares to unleash a devastating technique. His hand crackles with raw power, a defiant challenge hurled at the monstrous horde. As a brilliant, electric blue energy coalesces, promising to end this entire fight in one single, devastating shot. But elsewhere, a terrifying, dark portal rips open, forcing a desperate group of individuals to flee for their lives. Kim Yun, Kim Berlin, and Min Sik sprint for their lives, knowing that if they even think about stopping, the monsters will be right on their heels. He's like, "How in the world did you know about Kim Yun and that trap guy?" The shock is real. Hak Jun's face just goes blank for a second, totally caught off guard by the sudden interrogation. You can practically see the gears turning in his head, his gaze sharp and focused. Then, with a sly grin, he drops the bomb. He already had the intel. He pivots to Suhyan Kim, a loaded question hanging in the air, demanding to know what he's got to say for himself. Standing tall, he waits, the tension palpable. Then he drops a name, Dohyun SSI, and hits Suhyan Kim with the ultimate question, "Are you seriously just a C rank?" Suhyan Kim, cool as ice, just fires back, "Why are you even asking that?" He's taken aback, as Hak Jun drops the bombshell that he'd already talked to Barun. Hak Jun keeps going, practically gushing about his power, "You're strong enough to take down developers alone." Then, a chilling realization dawns on him, "I was wondering if you're, the rumored ranker, Kim Soo-hyun." The name hangs heavy, and Suhyan Kim's expression tightens, the weight of the revelation settling in. But then, Hak Jun drops an absolute bombshell, "I wanted to ask if you could become the guild leader instead of me." He lays out his logic, convinced that, "You're more suitable as commander to lead the rest." Suhyan Kim's thoughts are a whirlwind, but one name cuts through the noise, "So, please answer me, Dohyun SSI." Hak Jun's eyes bore into him, delivering the ultimate challenge, "Are you really a C rank?" Suhyan Kim offers no immediate answer, his face a mask of silent contemplation as the tension skyrockets. He drops the bomb, confirming his identity with a single, powerful word. Hak Jun just nods, like he knew it all along. Then it hits him, a shockwave of understanding blasting through his mind. Suhyan Kim stands tall, finally revealing his true name to the world. Hak Jun's face lights up with recognition, demanding to know if he'd been hiding his true strength on purpose. He just shrugs it off, muttering about personal reasons for keeping his secrets. But Hak Jun isn't done, dropping a bombshell about him destroying a guild's raid team and tricking hunters, leaving Suhyan Kim speechless. Even with all that drama, Hak Jun doubles down on his offer, demanding he take the raid leader spot, but Suhyan Kim shuts him down instantly. But Hak Jun isn't taking no for an answer, doubling down and declaring Su Hyun Kim is the only one who can lead. Hak Jun lays it all out, detailing how Su Hyun Kim can command a raid, even sacrificing himself for the team. A true pillar of trust. He then doubles down, declaring Su Hyun Kim is the only one fit to be raid leader. Demanding he hear him out. Hak Jun then drops a bombshell, revealing his plea is tied to something he just said. And that something is about to go down with the raid team. He then delivers the chilling ultimatum, if Su Hyun Kim refuses, a murder case is inevitable. Leaving Su Hyun Kim absolutely floored. He can barely stammer out a question, utterly bewildered by Hak Jun's words. Flashback time. Hak Jun is tearing through a dungeon, dropping a cryptic promise to explain later, but demanding a commitment first. He's like, you gotta get everyone else out of here safely, but I'm staying behind. The Ares recruiter, watching this play out in his mind, is like, wait, everyone else. What about you? Hak Jun's epic comeback, I'm staying to catch the culprit. The Ares recruiter is thinking about how this dude, Choi Hak Jun, the strongest rookie, actually thought he could pull off a time-buying stunt. But then, the dread hits him, even if he pulls it off, what about all those monsters still lurking in the dungeon? He's picturing the monster horde, just a sea of shadowy figures. A groan escapes him as he realizes, even though he's freaking out about Hak Jun, he's totally helpless. He finally admits, with a heavy sigh, he'd just be a liability to Hak Jun anyway. Back to the present. Both the Ares recruiter and Su Hyun Kim are absolutely stunned, their eyes wide as they reel from the flashback's heavy implications. A guttural groan rips from the Ares recruiter as his hand clenches his sword, his mind absolutely shattered by the flashback. He absolutely cannot let it happen again, the haunting image of Hak Jun, isolated in that dungeon, searing itself into his very soul. No matter how many times he replays it, he refuses to abandon Su Hyun Kim now, not after seeing the echoes of his own past mistakes. Fueled by a desperate, burning resolve, he lunges forward, as if to physically tear his way back into the past that haunts him. A crushing wave of regret slams into him, a silent, agonizing apology for the broken promise, as the phantom cries of Lee Joho echo in his mind. But then, a fierce surge of determination ignites within him, a primal roar of I'm coming, as he vows to fix everything. He launches himself into a blinding white light, his mind screaming out to Su Hyun Kim, desperate to tear through time itself. But a shimmering, impenetrable blue barrier slams into him, his desperate, raw scream of Yun SSI, ripped from his throat as he's violently hurled backward. The sheer force of the impact hurls him through the rapidly closing energy, the dungeon's maw slamming shut, mocking his futile attempt. The Ares recruiter's face contorts in pure shock and agony, his jaw dropping as he stares down the impossible barrier. Then, a blinding torrent of electric blue energy explodes from the ground, swirling and coalescing into an unyielding wall of pure power. But even with that insane power, he clenches his fists, a desperate resolve burning in his eyes as he growls, what on earth? Before he can even think, an invisible force absolutely decimates him, sending him flying backward with a shocked gasp. Then, a system message blazes across his vision, dropping the bombshell, Divine Flames has been shut down. Divine Flames is a skill that can only be used by its real owner. It is able to repel foul souls and enemies. It will not be able to be used. This barrier isn't just strong, it's actively rejecting him. But he's not giving up. The recruiter shoves his hand forward, a desperate surge of blue energy igniting around it. Only for the barrier to violently reject him again, launching him high into the air and away from the dungeon's maw. Suddenly, a surge of blue energy erupts around him, totally catching him off guard. But then, a figure absolutely radiating with a brilliant azure aura charges in, moving with insane speed and power. The recruiter is absolutely stunned, muttering a question as he recognizes the new arrival. Meanwhile, a colossal reptilian monster slams its claw down, its glowing red eyes locked onto its target. But before it can even move, the protagonist unleashes a devastating wave of blue energy, a powerful blast absolutely shredding the air. The attack slams right into the creature's head, its jaws twisting from the sheer force. The monster gets rocked back, blue energy just pouring off it, its glowing red eyes wide with pure shock and pain. The protagonist doesn't let up, following with another lightning-fast slash, the azure blade of energy tearing through the air. His attack just keeps going, a relentless barrage of glowing power. He slams down with a devastating blow, a blinding torrent of electric blue energy ripping through the air. While the recruiter stumbles back, a shocked grunt tearing from his throat. Then, with a ground-shaking impact, he touches down, his very presence screaming raw, untamed power. The electric blue energy explodes around him, lighting up the entire icy dungeon, then fades into a dazzling shower of particles. The monster's head recoils violently from the sheer force, massive cracks spiderwebbing across its tough scales. As the chaos subsides, the recruiter shouts, his voice a mix of shock and awe, Su Hyun. Lee Joho. He glares, a storm of confusion and worry clouding his features, demanding to know why he defied orders and stayed. In the eerie blue glow of the cavern, the young hero looks down, a soft, almost regretful apology escaping him. His eyes burn with fierce determination as he declares, "I just couldn't leave you behind, no matter the cost." Gazing up at the recruiter, Soo-hyun drops the grim truth about Kim Yun, taken out by monsters. The recruiter's face just drops, totally hit by the grim reality. He's kicking himself, feeling completely useless after rushing back to find the job already done. But Soo-hyun, with his eyes flaring electric blue, shuts him down, promising he'll be a game changer. The recruiter's face locks into a determined gaze, ready to drop the real intel on their current nightmare. Now shoulder to shoulder, both men stare down a swirling yellow portal, the recruiter dropping the bomb. This is where the real fight starts. Then, with a deafening quang, a raw, yellow energy blast rips from the portal. The energy goes wild, and through the blinding chaos, a skeletal hand starts to take shape. Then, with a bone-chilling kick, the skeletal hand bursts forth, clawing its way out of the portal. Boom! The portal rips open, and out steps a terrifying skeletal behemoth, its eyes blazing with pure, unholy purple energy. The sheer pressure from this thing is insane. Soo-hyun and the recruiter are absolutely floored, their faces etched with disbelief. This isn't just any monster, this is it. The final boss has arrived, and it means business. And then, a bone-chilling laugh rips through the air. As the skeletal boss locks its terrifying, glowing eyes right on them. And then, the moment everyone's been waiting for. The final boss has arrived. A massive, robed figure just materializes, radiating pure menace, and lets out this insane, bone-chilling laugh. Those eyes, man, they're glowing with this terrifying purple power, and the laughter just keeps coming, like it's having the time of its life. Soo-hyun Kim's jaw just drops, his face completely stunned, and all he can manage is a choked, WH. He's just staring up at this absolute unit of a monster, and all he can blurt out is, "What the hell is that thing?" Soo-hyun Kim and Hak-jun are staring down the final boss of this dungeon, and Hak-jun is laying out the stakes. This thing is a territorial beast, keeping all the weaker monsters out. But then, the skeletal figure speaks, its voice dripping with pure disdain, demanding they stop calling it a skeleton monster. Soo-hyun Kim is absolutely floored, the skeleton is talking. But the creature just brushes off their shock, calling it quite rude. Hak-jun, somehow still calm, keeps explaining, diving into the lore of dungeon bosses that just happen to look like skeletons. They're standing on this glowing blue platform, facing down the skeletal terror, its aura practically crushing the air around them. The skeletal figure doubles down, demanding proper respect, no more calling it a skeleton. A glowing purple orb pulses in its grasp, radiating immense power. And then, the name drops, chilling them to the bone, Lich the Dark. The Lich, now fully revealed, lays down the law, proclaiming this territory as its own and daring them to even think about crossing it. He processes the creature's words, a single thought igniting in his mind. Meanwhile, the Ares recruiter drops a bombshell on Hak-jun. This thing isn't even a real Lich, just a wannabe that almost made it. But the skeletal boss is absolutely furious at being called out, roaring that the true Lich the Dark has lost its dignity, and it will not forgive such a pathetic taunt from a measly halfling. Soo-hyun Kim, unfazed, mentally scoffs at the creature's half-status and failure to be a true Lich, just a cheap, decalcomany copy. He keeps poking the bear, calling the boss a half-off-sale version of a real Lich, and the creature's fury just explodes. The skeletal boss is absolutely shaking with rage, its jaw grinding in fury. A guttural snarl rips from its throat, as it spits out a furious, "You bastards." Its entire form erupts in a terrifying purple glow as it unleashes a blood-curdling scream, vowing to tear them limb from limb and feed them to its monstrous minions. As the Lich's fury reaches a fever pitch, Soo-hyun Kim is locked and loaded, a mysterious, glowing blue orb now pulsing in his grip. Lich the Dark is absolutely fuming, blasting out purple lightning and dark energy, showing off its terrifying power. Standing tall over a mountain of corpses, it's clear this boss is the undisputed king of the dead. But Soo-hyun Kim isn't backing down. His face is set, and you can practically feel the tension as purple energy crackles around him. He's already calculating, realizing this boss is way tougher than it looks, still pulling strings with the dead even after taking a beating. And just like that, more skeletal monsters pop up around Lich the Dark, making it clear this dungeon is its turf. The dungeon's gone full evil, and it's all thanks to that staff, a glowing skull pulsing with pure dark magic. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun Kim is casually dropping bombshells on Hak-jun, telling him he planned this whole thing. And back at HQ, the Ares recruiter is absolutely floored, trying to wrap his head around Soo-hyun Kim's insane plan. But Soo-hyun Kim is already locked and loaded for the real fight, his sword blazing with a brilliant, vibrant blue energy. His sword, now a conduit of raw power, pulsed with an intense blue light. As Soo-hyun Kim gripped the hilt, readying himself for the coming fight. With a powerful swing, a deep rumble echoed through the dungeon. And he slammed his foot down, unleashing a burst of azure energy that spread across the ground. A vast, intricate magic circle materialized beneath him, prompting a stunned realization from those watching. This is. Hakjun turned to the Ares recruiter, a worried expression on his face, as the recruiter called out, "Joho SSI." Hakjun continued, his voice laced with concern, "I don't mean to make you feel bad or anything, but you are currently not strong enough to face all those monsters. And it's going to be very difficult for me to fight while protecting you." The recruiter's gaze dropped, a heavy sigh escaping him as he conceded, "Yes, I'm aware." He then addressed Soo-hyun Kim, who stood ready within the glowing circle, instructing him, "Please, just defeat the boss and leave the rest to me." Soo-hyun Kim, however, hesitated, asking, "But what about you?" The colossal skeletal boss looms, radiating pure, unadulterated dark energy, a true nightmare made manifest. Staring down the monstrous abomination, Soo-hyun Kim can barely believe his eyes, as Hakjun and the recruiter hold their breath, witnessing the impossible. Then, a terrifying burst of crimson power explodes from the boss. But Soo-hyun Kim is already a lightning-fast streak, obliterating the space between them. The skeletal boss's eyes blaze with an unholy purple fire, a chilling, wordless stare to the incoming challenger. Mid-charge, Soo-hyun Kim's power ignites, a blinding blue inferno consuming his form. With an explosive burst of pure will, he unleashes everything he's got. But the skeletal boss just lets out a chilling, taunting cackle, completely unimpressed by the raw power before it. Ignoring the taunt, Soo-hyun Kim slams into the boss, his entire being a weapon of pure, concentrated blue energy. He goes for the attack, but the skeletal boss is just too quick, taunting him for his speed while effortlessly dodging, then bam. It's gone in a flash of purple energy. That teleportation move just confirmed it, lichas are not about that close-up brawl life. They'd rather chill back and let their undead army do the dirty work, avoiding any direct hits. And there's a huge reason for this strategy, they're hiding their biggest weakness. Their Achilles heel. It's the glowing crystal of life stuck right on their forehead. A supercharged mana crystal that's literally their lifeblood. So, lichas have to keep their distance to guard that core, and that's why their teleportation is their signature move. But here's the kicker, once he can actually get his hands on it, taking it down will be a piece of cake. Soo-hyun Kim, fueled by this new intel, unleashes a devastating blue energy strike, tearing through the air, but the boss is still playing mind games, sending him flying back. Then, a blinding purple blast erupts from nowhere, smashing into him with insane power, the impact exploding as his blue aura gets totally wrecked. He doesn't hesitate, exploding forward with insane speed, a blazing trail of azure energy ripping through the air as he hunts for that one weak point. Closing the distance in a flash, he zeroes in on what he thinks is a momentary opening, a critical blind spot in the boss's defenses. But the skeletal boss is lightning fast, exploding in a torrent of dark purple energy that blasts outwards, shutting down his attack cold. The destructive force expands rapidly, slamming into him and sending him flying backward, a mocking TSK, escaping the boss as he's sent sprawling. But even as he's blasted back, Soo-hyun Kim's hand flares with a brilliant, crackling blue energy. And with a roaring declaration of divine flames, he unleashes an absolute torrent of pure, destructive power. The azure inferno completely engulfs the skeletal boss, sending the massive figure crashing down, utterly defeated. He unleashes a devastating burst of blue energy, the divine flames erupting with a thunderous roar. As he lunges forward, his weapon a blur of motion through the shimmering aura. A moment of uncertainty follows the strike, and he wonders if it truly connected. He knows the divine flames are potent, a skill capable of inflicting immense damage. Yet, he also recognizes its double-edged nature, the potential for it to harm even himself. All that power, however, means nothing if the attack fails to reach its target. A chilling, mocking laugh echoes through the chamber, as the skeletal boss stands, completely unfazed, its form wreathed in a sinister purple glow. He had been so sure the blow would land, but it seems hitting a moving opponent is harder than it looks. Looking down, his expression hardens, the reality of the situation settling in. He stands before the colossal skeletal boss, its very presence a taunt, radiating an aura that screams dominance, daring any lesser monster to even breathe near its territory. Then, a chilling realization hits him, as a voice, or maybe a system alert, commands him to check his blade. He stares at his arm, purple energy violently crackling, the horrifying truth slamming into him. The boss's corrupting energy, it reveals, is literally draining the life force from everything it touches. His sword, now on the ground, is rapidly corroding, a ticking clock of 5 minutes until his only weapon is gone forever. His face hardens with fierce resolve, absolutely refusing to let that happen. The sword continues to crack and crumble, the corruption devouring it at an alarming rate. He explodes into action, purple energy blazing around him, vowing that this whole nightmare will be over in moments. Meanwhile, his sword, almost completely devoured, lies shattered on the ground, a mere husk. Boom! A massive impact just rocked the dungeon, sending shrapnel flying everywhere. The sheer force of that blast is still reverberating through the entire cavern. Meanwhile, Hak-Jun is just standing there, glowing with a faint blue aura, totally locked onto the unfolding chaos. He's questioning everything, wondering if this whole plan is even going to work. A frustrated groan rips from his throat, he's absolutely fuming about this whole mess. Right in front of them, two skeletal monsters, eyes blazing with an unholy green glow, are totally hyped for battle, their bony bodies ready to unleash pure chaos. Hak-Jun is locked on, watching these threats close in, his mind racing a mile a minute. He knows if he jumps in, he's instantly toast. But before those monsters can even take another step, Soo-Hyun Kim, absolutely radiating a vibrant purple aura, explodes forward, unleashing a devastating magical assault. The skeletal monster gets absolutely rocked by the impact, its entire body shaking from the sheer power. Soo-Hyun Kim is just unleashing a relentless assault, his purple energy absolutely exploding as he pushes his advantage. Soo-Hyun Kim, level 99, is absolutely dominating, his ice field skill already tearing up the battlefield. But he's not just standing there, he's taking the fight to them. Ice shards explode from the ground, ripping through the air with insane speed. His hand is on his blade, but he's not just gonna sit there. That's just not how he rolls. Then, a massive power surge. His eyes blaze emerald green, and a blinding blue aura explodes around him as he gets ready to unleash hell. A wild, exhilarated laugh rips from his throat. And then, the brutal, chilling sound of ice tearing through bone. One skeletal monster, its green eyes still glowing with malice, gets absolutely obliterated by a barrage of ice shards, shattering into dust. Blasted by an explosion of electric blue energy, Soo-Hyun is sent hurtling downwards, a streak of pure power. His body continues its insane descent, leaving a blazing trail of ice magic in its wake. But with an absolute, fierce resolve, he clenches his jaw, the blue energy around him exploding as he braces for the ultimate showdown. Suddenly, a blinding, electric blue energy explodes upwards, engulfing everything in its path. And right into this chaotic maelstrom, Soo-Hyun Kim dives, a human missile plunging straight into the eye of the storm. High above the chaos, Lee Joo-ho can only stare, utterly stunned, his voice barely a whisper as he questions, Lee Joo-ho. But down in the thick of it, Soo-Hyun Kim hits the ground, ready for anything, the blue power practically vibrating off him as he braces for the fight. Lee Joo-ho, still glued to the action, can only gasp, he's fighting over the blue flames. And he is fighting. Soo-Hyun Kim is a whirlwind of blue power, absolutely shredding through the skeletal horde, leaving them to shatter into dust. He's not just fighting, Soo-Hyun is straight up unleashing divine flames. And get this, his combat power is way higher than when he first stepped into this dungeon. Did he seriously get this much stronger in such a short time? A look of pure resolve hardens his features. As he processes the insane power-up, muttering, alright, if that's how it is. Then it's time for a total change of plans. Back in the blue energy maelstrom, Soo-Hyun is still going all out against those skeletal foes. He blasts through the air, a blur of blue energy against the chaos. The skeletal boss sneers, its voice booming, ha. Running away already? He's a blur of pure power, a streak of electric blue. Ripping through the skeletal horde, every hit a devastating explosion, bone fragments flying as he absolutely demolishes the enemy ranks. Wreathed in crackling blue energy, he just keeps going, a non-stop, relentless assault. Then, the finishing move. A decisive impact, radiating an intense, overwhelming aura. Meanwhile, the Ares recruiter is watching all this go down, a serious look on his face, and the skeletal boss, with those terrifying purple eyes, is throwing down a chilling gauntlet. Run. What are you even talking about? It taunts, its voice dripping with pure, dark amusement. But hold up, the fight isn't even close to finished. In a brand new, glowing blue zone, Soo-Hyun Kim and Hak-Jun are standing tall, looking absolutely hyped, and they're dropping the line, we're just getting started. Their blades are sheathed, but they're primed for whatever's coming. Deep inside the mysterious, glowing blue chamber, Hak-Jun's voice cuts through the silence, calling out to Soo-Hyun. Soo-Hyun glances down, as Hak-Jun, with a serious look, demands to know why he even bothered coming, and Soo-Hyun's response is a simple, pointed mention of Joo-ho SSI. But then, Hak-Jun's demeanor shifts, and he offers a heartfelt apology, taking back everything he said before. Soo-Hyun, looking him straight in the eye, immediately shuts down the self-doubt, declaring that Hak-Jun is absolutely not inadequate. Hak-Jun, now fired up, proposes they clear out the small fry first, hinting at the real boss waiting in the wings. With a fierce glint in his eye, he lays out the ultimate plan, they're going to take down that guy as a team. Soo-Hyun's eyes practically pop out of his head, totally blindsided by the audacious plan. And just like that, the scene shifts to a chilling, dark cavern, where a robed figure with a terrifying skull mask and piercing purple eyes stands ready, its staff crackling with raw, dark power. As the ominous, glowing structure looms, a chilling voice booms out, mocking their efforts. Hahaha, you think you two can actually take me down? Su Hyan's gaze drops, a shadow of uncertainty clouding his expression. Can they really pull this off? But Hak Jun's eyes burn with fierce resolve, meeting his stare, a single, powerful word, yes. The weight of their challenge etched onto his face. Su Hyan admits his own doubts, but his trust in Hak Jun shines through. I don't have any confidence, but I know you wouldn't say it if it wasn't true, Suhyan SSI, so. Hak Jun gives a firm nod, the challenge accepted, understood. I'll give it everything. A fierce determination ignites in him as he steps forward, a silent promise, I won't hold you back. In the shattered chamber, their combined resolve forms an unyielding front. A surge of self-directed fury erupts within Su Hyan, a guttural, internal roar, fool of fools. From the shadows, a chilling voice booms, promising to unleash the ultimate fear of death. Responding to the dark summons, a terrifying reptilian beast with glowing green eyes snaps its jaws, ready to strike. But Hak Jun isn't backing down, roaring, let's go, as he and Su Hyan explode into action. Su Hyan takes the lead, unleashing a lightning-fast, devastating kick. The sheer power of his leg creates a visible shockwave. With a snarl of pure focus, he drives the attack home. The kick lands with a thunderous impact, erupting in a shower of destruction. Right on his partner's heels, Hak Jun blurs into motion, his blade a deadly flash. He's in position, poised to unleash his own devastating attack. Staring down the colossal reptilian beast, Su Hyan instantly recognizes its lazy nature, a monster that just sleeps its life away. He knows this thing just nests and marks its territory until it's bored, a brutal tactic that keeps every weaker monster terrified of stepping foot in its domain. Then, a sudden, sharp impact rips through the air, and the skeletal boss's eyes ignite with a terrifying purple blaze. He whips around, a chilling grin splitting his bony face, and snarls, so you're finally coming for me. His voice drips with pure contempt, even though you're so much weaker and slower than him. But before he can even finish, Su Hyan and Hak Jun are already dropping from the sky, unleashing a devastating combo attack on the skeletal boss and the reptilian monster, Su Hyan blazing with a fierce blue aura. With an explosive surge, Su Hyan's blue energy absolutely erupts, glowing particles blasting around him as he slams his attack home. The sheer force of his strike just keeps building, the blue light burning brighter with every nanosecond. Then, his foot connects with a thunderous, bone-shattering impact, the sound ripping through the entire dungeon. He's locked in, a fierce resolve burning in his eyes as raw blue power erupts around him. Both of them blast off, a synchronized aerial assault, tearing through the air with his electric blue power and the sheer force of their speed. He's plummeting like a meteor, a human spearhead of pure, unadulterated power. But the skeletal boss just watches, a sinister purple aura exploding around it, scoffing at their attack, convinced they'll never even touch it. Hak Jun's eyes are locked on, laser-focused, absolutely unwavering. His grip on the sword tightens, the blade igniting with a fierce golden glow, ready to unleash hell. Get ready for the Tempest Sword. And then, the Wind Dance. Meanwhile, Su Hyan is a blue blur, a spiraling vortex of pure power, diving straight for the kill. Hak Jun unleashes his rapid, orange-hued attack, a blinding blur of pure kinetic energy. While Su Hyan Kim descends from above, enveloped in a powerful blue energy vortex that absolutely shreds the air around him. The combined force slams into the skeletal boss, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion of blue energy. The vortex continues to swirl, absolutely shredding its form with relentless, crushing intensity. A concentrated column of blue energy then absolutely obliterates its defenses, leaving the boss utterly, completely shocked. The assault intensifies, the swirling blue energy completely overwhelming the creature. Its purple eyes widen in utter disbelief, the skeletal boss finally realizing the devastating power of their combined skills. Electrical currents discharge from the blue energy, absolutely tearing into its form with crackling fury. The devastating assault culminates in a final, overwhelming, earth-shattering impact. Su Hyan Kim explodes into a full sprint. But Hak Jun is still free-falling, his glowing sword a desperate blur. Su Hyan Kim launches himself into the sky, a human missile. He delivers a brutal, perfectly timed kick, turning Hak Jun into a living weapon. Hak Jun rockets towards the boss, his blade a deadly streak. Crash! The sword slams into the boss, tearing through its form. And before it can even flinch, Su Hyan Kim follows up with a devastating aerial kick to the skull. The boss's body erupts in crackling purple energy, reeling from the double blow. Its eyes blaze with pure rage, roaring, I won't fall for the same trick again. Su Hyan Kim unleashes a torrent of dark energy, striking with immense force. Closing the distance, he taunts the boss, is this the end for you? But the skeletal figure only grins, its purple eyes glowing with pure malevolent intent. A sudden, unseen attack forces him to recoil, barely dodging a fatal blow. Yet, he counters instantly, his blade finding purchase against the boss's form. He grips his sword tighter, ready for the next brutal exchange. The boss, however, declares, "This is the end," its voice echoing with chilling finality. With a swift, powerful motion, it brings its own blade down with devastating force. The impact shatters his sword into countless, glittering fragments. A deafening crack rips through the air. As the skeletal boss's lightning-fast attack connects, absolutely shattering Soo-Hyun Kim's weapon and sending shards flying. Shards of metal glitter in the air. A brutal testament to his sudden, complete disarmament. A truly evil grin stretches across the boss's skeletal face, its purple eyes burning with pure, unadulterated victory. Another sharp, cutting sound slices through the tension. As the boss throws its head back in a booming, mocking laugh, absolutely reveling in its crushing victory. Jigahaha. What a shame, it roars, you actually forgot your sword was powered by your fighting spirit. Soo-Hyun Kim stumbles back, his blue aura still crackling, now completely disarmed and exposed. The skeletal boss, oozing pure menace, mocks him, demanding to know how he'll fight now that his weapon is gone. But a fierce glint ignites in his eyes, and he fires back, "Who said I only had one sword?" Before the boss can even blink, he explodes forward, a blazing blue projectile already screaming through the air. The boss's purple eye widens in shock. As a piercing whistle rips through the air, and the boss screams, "What?" His face is a mask of pure resolve, his arms still locked in a throwing motion. The blue projectile slams into the boss's chest, a shockwave of energy blasting across its form. It's not one, but a hail of glowing blue shards, each one piercing deep into the boss's body. His mysterious blue shards continue their swift flight, streaking through the air with dazzling speed. Propelled by an unseen force from his outstretched hand. Closing the distance to their target. Then, with a sudden, violent burst. The shards slam into the skeletal boss, its purple eyes flaring with the impact. A heavy whomp echoes as the attack connects, a bright yellow glow erupting from its chest. But instead of falling, a guttural "Ga" escapes the boss, dark energy beginning to swirl around its form. The sound quickly morphs into a chilling "Ha-ha-ha-ha-ha," a defiant laugh that shakes the very air. Enveloped in a furious purple aura, the skeletal boss stands, seemingly unfazed, its power surging. The skeletal boss unleashes a devastating wave of dark purple energy. But Soo-Hyun Kim is already moving, his sword a blur, striking back. In a shocking instant, his blade explodes into 1,000 pieces. Sending him crashing to the unforgiving ground, his weapon utterly destroyed. A moment of raw shock flashes across his face. But then, a calculated smirk as he reveals his true strategy. When we first started fighting, you probably thought I'd use Juho as bait, so you were laser-focused on me. The monstrous boss towers over the downed Soo-Hyun Kim, scythe ready to strike, completely unaware of Hakjun's lightning-fast ambush from behind. You really thought you could win, the boss sneers, when your pathetic weapon was destined to shatter. The boss's power was overwhelming, shattering Soo-Hyun Kim's weapon into 1,000,000 pieces. Hakjun reveals their master plan. He and Juho SSI decided to take on the boss, but the real goal was to let Soo-Hyun Kim land the finishing blow. They were convinced he could exploit any weakness, any moment of carelessness. Hakjun's gaze hardens, his determination unwavering. The skeletal boss looms over the shattered blade, its chilling voice declaring, "This isn't the end." Then, a chilling prophecy begins, foretelling a time when the sun is cloaked in darkness. The boss's eyes blaze with purple energy as the prophecy booms, "Our king shall be born again." The chilling words echo, "He will." Suddenly, in a bustling city with Hakjun, Soo-Hyun Kim gets a massive system alert. Skill, how to understand pain, has been acquired. What just happened? Hakjun and Soo-Hyun finally break free from the dense foliage, Hakjun clutching a small plant, barely able to breathe as he confesses they just barely made it out alive. Their footsteps echo on the forest path, as they push forward, leaving the nightmare behind them. Elsewhere, a woman grips her phone, her face etched with worry as she's pressed about her colleague, desperately hoping he's still breathing, but the dread is palpable. Her distress explodes, her hand flying to her mouth as the grim reality crashes down, the horrifying thought that he might already be dead by now, pushing her to the edge. Hakjun drops the bomb. "It looks like we're going to be on the rescue team." Soo-Hyun confirms, "Yeah, we're on the rescue team." Hakjun leans in, "You don't want others to know, right?" Soo-Hyun just snaps a twig, a silent moment of contemplation. As Hakjun presses, "About how you're actually the top of the rankings." Soo-Hyun shrugs, "Yeah, well, it'll be revealed sooner or later. But I don't want to cause that kind of trouble, for now." Hakjun explodes, "What?" He challenges, "You're going alone into that mess?" Soo-Hyun's response is ice cold, "Yes. I'm pretty good at dealing with situations like this, a veteran of cleaning up other people's messes." Hakjun crosses his arms, a new condition emerging. "However, there's a condition." He then reveals his offer, "My share of the reward that you gave me earlier." I'd like for you to take them. A massive sack, brimming with untold riches, is presented. The sheer generosity is met with disbelief. All of it? A single, radiant ether stone, worth hundreds of millions of won, is unveiled. Hak-jun, holding the treasure, turns to Soo-hyun. He argues that Soo-hyun's B-ranker life is already tough, even with the good pay. Hak-jun firmly states he won't take his cut. Soo-hyun, refusing the immense wealth, declares himself unqualified, making Hak-jun question his reasoning. Hak-jun reminds him of the undeniable truth: the lich fell only because of Soo-hyun's help. The horrifying visage of the lich, its skeletal maw wide in a silent shriek, burns into memory. He stands there, back to us, bathed in the forest's golden glow. Hak-jun is still going, saying the help he got was way bigger than any reward. And he's explaining that Soo-hyun could have soloed the lich, but let him join just so he could level up. A shockwave of realization hits his face. And Soo-hyun's like, okay, this guy's not playing around. Hak-jun then pushes the ether stone on him again, and says he'll personally get him out of there while he handles the rest. He's even offering to call a taxi from the nearest road. But Soo-hyun's attention snaps past him, a question bursting out as he spots a familiar face. Young-hoon, is that you? The sun dips below the distant peaks, painting the sky and casting epic shadows. A phantom whistle cuts through the air, a ghost of a past event. He scoffs internally, the weight of his journey pressing down, to think I've come this far. What a joke. Hak-jun's words snap him back, revealing the sheer influence of their allies' connections. But his mind is elsewhere, acknowledging the victory of catching the culprit. Yet haunted by the lives they couldn't save. Hak-jun drives the point home, emphasizing that without Lee Juho's crucial help, their efforts would have been utterly impossible. His eyes darken, a fierce resolve building as he curses his own perceived inadequacy. A fist clenches, the burning desire for power igniting within him. He must become stronger. The bitter irony of his past self, who once dared to believe he was strong, fuels his determination. He stands alone in a desolate, ruined landscape, the crushing weight of a past failure heavy on his soul, a memory where not a single soul was left standing after everyone had fallen. Even with everything he gave, he knows deep down that was nowhere near enough to change a single thing. He vows to himself that he must get much, much stronger to change the future, and only then will he bring trustworthy people to his side. Back in the present, cruising in a car, he knows that before he can conquer anything, he needs to take care of his own body first. Hak-jun glances over at his utterly exhausted companion, a knowing smile playing on his lips as he reassures him, dude, you're already way stronger than you even realize. His mother's voice, soft yet firm, cuts through the air, laying down the law. She just wants him to be happy and make his own choices. But then she drops the hammer, reminding him she's always been there. Insisting he spill the beans if anything's bothering him or giving him grief. A subtle annoyance flickers across his face as he takes it all in. Before he finally gives in with a simple, heartfelt, thank you, mother. His mother's expression melts into a warm, knowing smile. Then, almost as an afterthought, he casually drops the bomb. He's been raking in cash lately as an awakened. His mother's eyes practically pop out at the bombshell, a stunned escaping her lips as he casually adds that it's enough for her to finally quit her job. His hands, clutching a smartphone, are a silent testament to his new power. Her jaw drops, eyes practically popping out as she clutches her phone, stammering, just how much did you? The number hits her like a truck, a mind-blowing 600 million. A gasp escapes her, a frantic shout of one, as the city lights blur around her shock. Her mind races, heavens. How did you? The sheer speed of their newfound fortune is impossible to grasp. She's still glued to her phone, mind blown, while he just chills, scrolling on his own device, totally unfazed by her meltdown. Then, a flicker of suspicion crosses her face. Aren't you acting a little too happy? She probes, trying to gauge his reaction. He just keeps scrolling, but her mind's already racing. I should be preparing something better for dinner tonight, she thinks, her maternal instincts kicking in. All thoughts of suspicion vanish, replaced by pure motherly love as she asks, is there anything specific you want to eat? He finally looks up, a deep, contemplative look in his eyes, taking in the full impact of his revelation and his mother's unwavering love. He'd been dreaming of this life, this perfect existence, for what felt like an eternity. This heartwarming atmosphere. A feeling he'd never, ever known. A perfect family, sharing a meal, radiating warmth in a scene he could only dream of. Sometimes, this warmth became so incredibly comfortable that he almost considered throwing it all away, just to settle into this tranquil existence. His mother, with a tender smile, serves him, and he watches, a profound peace settling over him. But deep down, he knew the truth. He wasn't the real Kim Soo-hyun, not the one meant for this life. This warmth, this family, it all belonged to the real Kim Soo-hyun, not to him. His legs, suspended in the air, cast a lonely reflection on the gleaming floor below. Yet, that profound truth didn't stir a single ounce of sadness within him. Because he was given another shot at life, a breathtaking, cosmic vision of a family stands united on a radiant orb, enveloped by swirling starlight and magic. He knows he has to protect this newfound peace, this quiet life with his mother, to safeguard such tranquility in this world. As he eats, a silent, burning resolve ignites within him, understanding that this body, once belonging to Kim Doyeon, now carries an epic new purpose, to live confidently in front of everyone and never lose the loving mother who sits before him. Sharing a meal with her, he silently vows with fierce determination, he will forge himself into a hero. With a determined step, he moves forward. Closing the door behind him, ready to face whatever lies ahead. He knows he's gotta level up, big time. A measly lich shouldn't have pushed him to his limits like that. So, what's the plan? Time to hit the tower again, obviously. His hands rummage through a case. But to pull that off, he needs a weapon. Not some flimsy blade, but a real, certified weapon. He stares at a basic knife, knowing it just won't cut it. A weapon from the authorities, the real deal. A focused look settles on his face. And that means it's been way too long since he's dealt with that cranky voice. Facing down the colossal, segmented beast, Soo-hyun hears the craftsman's bold promise, a legendary sword, forged from the monster itself. This creature, he explains, fiercely claims its territory, ensuring no lesser threats dare trespass. Keeping all weaker monsters far from its domain. A powerful handshake seals the deal, and he accepts the challenge. Knowing the master's work would take time, he's offered a selection of temporary weapons to tide him over. With a decisive nod, he makes his selection. Stepping out into the tranquil village. A new, temporary blade now resting at his hip. He ponders the lengthy repair time for his primary weapon. A setback he'd anticipated, but one that still leaves a lingering pang of disappointment as he continues his journey. He stares down at the device, a sleek piece of tech, wondering if it's as cool as he remembers. But then, he thinks, the mana drain is seriously no joke. But hey, no turning back now, there's only one path forward. With a resolute look, he fires up the device, plunging into the glowing vortex to push ahead. The world explodes into a kaleidoscope of light and speed. As he rockets through the cosmic tunnel, the drop feels like forever. Until he finally slams down in a flash of light, a system alert screaming he's just entered the abyss. Out of nowhere, a brutal impact rocks Soo-hyun, sending him flying back. But before he can even react, a small, red-eyed beast lunges in for another attack, moving with terrifying speed. And then, more of them pour out of the darkness, a whole pack of these red-eyed monsters, all hungry for a fight. But Soo-hyun isn't backing down. He unleashes a lightning-fast vertical slash, a blur of pure power. The strike lands with a massive explosion, shattering the ground and sending dust flying everywhere. The dust settles to reveal a desolate, alien landscape, a crimson sky hanging heavy over cracked earth. Soo-hyun stands alone in the wasteland, his eyes scanning the devastation, and then he spots something truly bizarre. The very ground is made of jagged, bone-like shards, a chilling testament to some colossal, forgotten battle. And then, the true scale of the horror is revealed, a gigantic skeletal rib cage, towering over the landscape, dwarfing even the monsters that attacked him. This thing has been here for ages, and it's clearly devoured everything in its path. Out of the desolate red wastes, the red-eyed rat monsters appear, their hunger radiating. He stares them down, a chilling thought crossing his mind, to them, he's just food. Then, with an explosive burst, he launches himself forward, absolutely demolishing the ground beneath him. A piercing shriek rips through the air, as the monsters ignite with a furious red glow. The entire pack charges, a terrifying tide of glowing red eyes and snapping jaws. But in a flash, he intercepts, a devastating impact sending chunks of earth flying. A brilliant blue aura explodes around him as he tears through their formation, taking down multiple beasts at once. One monster is utterly annihilated, disintegrating into nothingness from his sheer power. He doesn't let up, his blue energy ripping through the last of the horde, leaving only dust in his wake. He unleashes a lightning-fast, wide-arcing slash, a vibrant blue energy wave exploding from his blade. The shimmering arc of power slices through the desolate air with blinding speed. Without a moment's hesitation, he launches himself at another rat-like monster, sword already poised for the kill. A clean strike, and the creature explodes into a shower of glittering particles. He moves with fluid, deadly grace, a blazing trail of blue energy following his every motion. Another burst of raw power streaks through the air, leaving a shimmering, ethereal path of destruction. Suddenly, a searing pain on his arm snaps him out of his combat trance, his eyes widening in shock. He curses inwardly, a chilling thought, is this bite poison? Or acid? Whatever the substance, he knows this is going to be a massive pain if it spreads. The rat-like monsters were closing in fast, but Soo-hyun wasn't about to let them overwhelm him. He channeled his power, a massive surge of energy building up, and then, with a roar, unleashed his holy flames. The brilliant blue energy detonated, swallowing the entire horde in a blinding, scorching inferno. They didn't stand a chance, dissolving instantly, their forms twisting into ash under the sheer power. The blue flames pulsed with raw power, leaving nothing but shimmering dust in their wake. In mere moments, the entire area was wiped clean, the monstrous threat utterly annihilated. He touched down, light as a feather, his eyes scanning the now empty battlefield. Only faint, glowing embers remained, a stark reminder of the devastating power he'd just unleashed. Sure, one-on-one they were nothing, but he knew the real danger was their overwhelming numbers. Soo-hyun Kim goes all out, unleashing a devastating sword swing with absolute killer intent. But with a shocking crack, his blade just explodes on impact. He's thrown back by the sheer power, his sword literally disintegrating around him. His mind races, his ultimate attack just failed, meaning this enemy has insane physical resistance. Even with his sword shattered, he's not backing down. But then, a new plan ignites, and with a burst of power, he unleashes his magic. Divine Flames. A blinding, explosive torrent of blue energy explodes from him. He charges, now a living weapon of pure magic, ready to obliterate his powerful enemy. Divine flames explode with a sharp crack, ripping through the air and ground. As a massive blue energy wave absolutely shatters the stone, leaving a trail of destruction. But as the raw power fades with a faint hiss, Soo-hyun Kim's jaw drops, this can't be happening. And there it is, standing tall amidst the chaos, a monstrous serpentine beast with metallic scales and burning red eyes, completely unfazed. Still crackling with the last vestiges of his divine flames, Soo-hyun Kim grips his sword, eyes locked on the impossible enemy. Did that do nothing? He quickly processes the data. It's not as tough as its physical resistance, but this thing is still surprisingly magic resistant. His glowing blue eyes burn with determination, as he grimly concludes that divine flames are basically useless here. The colossal serpentine beast, a coiled threat, holds its ground, radiating raw power. Then, a thunderous crack erupts, as the beast strikes with explosive force. A blinding white energy blast rips into him, launching him violently through the air. He's sent spinning, the impact's raw power still driving him back. The shockwave just keeps pushing. Until he slams into a distant wall, hitting with a bone-jarring thud. The beast lets out a roar, and he instantly knows this thing is bad news, its power off the charts. But he's not backing down. He snatches two gleaming blades, and charges the beast, ready to fight. With a lightning-fast strike, he brings his blades crashing down on its head. He realizes, this thing is even faster than he thought. And then, a blinding blur smashes into him. He's sent absolutely flying, the ground exploding around him. Another hit connects. The colossal serpent coils and strikes with impossible speed, moving like lightning despite its size. The assault is absolutely relentless. Soo-hyun Kim is launched again, smashing through the ruins. He clings to a broken pillar, watching the beast. Despite its size, it's shockingly agile. Its glowing blue eyes lock onto him, and then it hits him, a weakness. He knows that just a month ago, this thing would have been an impossible opponent. But now, with his feet planted, it's no longer a threat to him. Then, with an explosive burst, Soo-hyun launches himself, a lightning-fast strike. His attack slams into the creature's head, sending a shockwave through its massive, segmented form. He keeps up the relentless assault, blitzing past its stunned head. Landing hard on its back, he sets up for another devastating hit. The impact echoes through the cavern, as the creature's body recoils from the sheer force. He realizes he's only got half his usual mana left, and he needs to finish this before it's all gone. He's a blur of motion, his body arcing dynamically through the air, pure speed. But the massive serpentine creature's tail is already coiling, ready to strike back. As Soo-hyun shouts, determined to bind its movements. He's closing in, a lightning streak aimed right at the creature's head. And then, a knife, blazing with arcane energy, flashes through the air. He slams down with a powerful impact, cracking the ground beneath his feet. Then he's off again, blazing forward, leaving a brilliant trail of light in his wake. The sheer velocity of his movement is distorting the very air around him. His face tightening with intense focus and pure exertion. The air practically screams around him. And then, bam! His hand shoots out. Then, a massive crack. He's already gone. Still moving like lightning. Until he slams down with a bone-jarring thud. The sheer effort is draining him, and he can't help but think. But rest? Forget it. He's already launching himself onto the creature's back. He targets a weak spot on the creature's armored hide, blue energy surging around his fist, ready to make it sting. A brutal hit, and the beast lets out a piercing shriek. The colossal creature's body jolts back from the sheer power. Furious, the serpent violently thrashes, trying to shake him off. But he's locked on, digging his foot in. The tail slams down, a massive impact. He moves like lightning, dodging the next strike. The tail whips around, a deadly blur. It streaks past, a near miss. The colossal serpent unleashes a furious thrash, launching him clear off its back. But he's already recovering, a blinding surge of electric blue energy igniting in his palm. With a lightning-fast strike, he unleashes a devastating beam. He's airborne, guiding the pure energy as it rockets towards the beast. Boom! The attack slams into the creature with an explosive impact. It rips right through its armored scales. A blinding, sustained blast of blue power erupts. The monster screams, a guttural roar of pure agony tearing from its gaping maw. Its entire body convulses, thrashing wildly in an uncontrollable, furious frenzy. The serpentine creature's enraged thrashing sends debris flying everywhere, and he's forced to dodge a deadly impact. He hits the ground, dust kicking up, but he's already back on one knee, ready for anything. A sharp grunt escapes him, the creature's power is no joke. The creature lunges, but he's too fast, dodging with impossible speed, a glowing blade materializing in his grip. His gaze sharpens, pure determination burning in his eyes, a new power ready to unleash. The creature's glowing eye snaps wide in shock and agony, its furious roar silenced as the skill lands. Blinding green energy erupts from him, snaking around the creature's colossal form. The glowing chains cinch even tighter, crushing its scales with incredible power. Its mighty tail, once a devastating weapon, is now utterly immobilized. The serpentine creature snarls a defiant gotcha. But Soo-Hyun Kim stands his ground. Coolly assessing its triple threat, physical, magic, and regenerative resistance, a first for him. But, he retorts, you can't defeat me. A fierce blue glow ignites around his form, because I have way more destructive power. His hand blazes with raw, crackling blue energy, a guttural growl escaping him. The sheer force of his power explodes outwards. The destructive blue energy he just unleashed absolutely explodes outward, a tidal wave of raw power that just keeps growing. Standing his ground like a boss, Soo-Hyun Kim just keeps pouring out that insane blue energy from his hand, his focus absolute. Then, with an earth-shattering smash, that energy just absolutely decimates the creature's fiery core, exploding with light and raw power. The blue destructive force just keeps on going, swirling around that core with absolutely relentless intensity. And the assault just keeps on coming. With ribbons of pure energy just lashing out, ripping through everything. That blue light just keeps expanding, swallowing up the entire space with its overwhelming power. And from the heart of that maelstrom, the serpentine creature lets out a scream of pure agony, its entire body writhing as that destructive energy just consumes it. The blue energy just keeps surging and dissipating, leaving behind a trail of shimmering, destructive particles. The raw blue energy explodes, twisting and converging with incredible speed. In a flash, it erupts into the form of a magnificent, blazing phoenix, its wings spread wide. Soo-Hyun stands his ground, the sheer power of his summon radiating around him, a spectacle of pure magic. And then, with a burst of speed, the phoenix charges, a brilliant blue spear tearing through the air. This isn't just any summon, it's the Divine Flame Phoenix, a unique, devastating ability from his Divine Flame skill. He unlocked this beast not long ago, a reward for pushing his Divine Flame to its absolute limits. But wait, there's more. This isn't just a beast, it's a mount, a weapon, a force he can ride and command. With his ultimate weapon unleashed, Soo-Hyun is ready for anything, his gaze sharp and unwavering. The very ground pulsed with an otherworldly blue, energy crackling and particles swirling around him. Yeah, the Divine Flame Phoenix was a mana hog, guzzling energy like crazy. Soo-Hyun knew it was totally worth every single drop of mana. Why? Because. A confident smirk spread across his face, knowing the sheer power he now wielded. This thing's destructive power was absolutely insane. 10 times the divine flames he could ever hope to summon. With a sharp command, he barked, "Go!" A torrent of blue energy erupted from him, slamming into the ground with incredible power. The ground shattered and glowed under the sheer impact, a brutal display of the Phoenix's unleashed power. The Divine Flame Phoenix unleashed its full, unbridled power. And the serpentine creature, utterly blindsided, could only gasp in pure, unadulterated shock as the blue inferno bore down. In a blinding, explosive flash, the creature was instantly consumed by a cataclysmic torrent of brilliant azure flames. The divine energy ripped through its armored hide like paper, shredding scales and flesh with terrifying ease. Every single segment of its colossal body was violently ripped apart, dissolving into shimmering, ethereal particles. The sheer, overwhelming force of the attack left nothing but a scattering of debris, as the blue flames finally began to recede. What remained of the creature was utterly, completely consumed, leaving absolutely no trace of its monstrous form. Finally, the charred, broken head of the serpentine creature crashed to the ground, still glowing faintly with residual blue energy, a testament to the phoenix's power. A final, explosive surge of blue energy erupts, culminating in a thunderous crash. And a system message flashes, confirming a perfect 100% achievement rate. He watches, almost in awe, as the magnificent divine flame phoenix dissipates into shimmering particles, its devastating task complete. A moment of quiet, almost disbelieving reflection washing over him as he questions, did I complete the 19th floor? He knows the tower's difficulty isn't just a linear climb, it skyrockets every 10 floors. Meaning the 20th floor, just like the 10th, will demand an entirely new level of preparation. He'd poured half a year of his life into preparing for this, doing everything humanly possible. His gaze remains fixed upwards, a silent, burning testament to his unwavering resolve. The last challenge is done, but one final thing still looms, as the view dramatically cuts to a serene, sun-kissed countryside, a lone, quaint house nestled in vibrant green fields. The perspective drops, honing in on the sandy earth, where subtle, glittering motes drift through the light. Buried deep in the earth, a colossal, pristine white blade, or maybe a mysterious monolith, stands sentinel. The earth around it still glimmers, as if charged with a subtle, residual magic. The city buzzes with whispers, and a blonde-haired woman can't help but ask her friend, "Did you hear about the board?" His eyes wide, her dark-haired friend confirms the insane rumor, he cleared 9 floors in less than half a year. It's Kim. She gasps, Soo-yeon is summoned. Does that mean he's about to shatter the 9-floor clearing record in half a year? The whispers intensify, a voice cutting through the air as a flashy red sports car blurs past, just who is this guy? He's been scouted by every guild, but he's ghosting them all. Even the big ones. Now in a cafe, the burning question hangs in the air, does anyone actually know who this guy is? Unbeknownst to the gossiping duo, the legendary Kim Soo-yeon himself sits right across from them in the cafe, his back to the room, a silent enigma. He's chilling at a table, a sly smirk on his face, just casually reviewing some documents. But soon, his footsteps hit the pavement. As he heads straight for a sick red car where another guy is waiting. It's Juhu, opening the car door with a huge grin, shouting out his name. Good to see you, Juhu SSI. Soo-yeon shoots back, quickly apologizing for making him wait. Juhu brushes it off, saying he just got there too, but there's something way more important he needs to talk about. So, how's the car I hooked you up with? You like it? He asks, clearly stoked. Soo-yeon's eyes go wide with pure shock and awe, a quiet slipping out. Then he finally admits, honestly, I think it might be just a little too luxurious. He's staring down this insane red car, but Juhu's just shrugging it off, like, nah, you deserve this, you're too good for anything less. Juhu's getting all nostalgic, talking about how crucial transportation was for him back in the day, from grinding on the subway to catching the bus. He's absolutely floored by the gift, just completely speechless. Suddenly, they're inside, and Juhu's still talking, saying even he, with all his power, finds some stuff annoying. Then he drops the bomb, you'll be hitting the 20th floor soon. Then, boom, they're outside again. Juhu's making a big gesture, all hyped up about something. And just like that, we're back inside, chilling in a quiet cafe, the perfect spot for some serious talk. Coffee steaming on the table, right next to some important-looking papers. Finally, they're deep in conversation. Juhu asks how he's doing and how those 20th floor preparations are coming along, and he just grins, everything's going great. He's been holding off on a crucial task, just waiting for this one item to drop, but now, the wait is over. He's finally picking it up today. A subtle clink of glass as he takes a cool sip, the tension building. Juhu, having pulled some strings for his new apartment, is glad to help, but there's more to discuss, a lot more. Then, a quick question, where did you live before? Soo-yeon's answer, Ansan City. Juhu ponders, Ansan, interesting. It's not far from Anyang City, he confirms. Soo-yeon drops a bombshell, he's locked in a meeting with the agency's director, set for next month. Juhu sees an opening, hinting at potential help from the agency if Soo-yeon spills the beans on his earlier intel. But then, the chilling kicker, next month, That leaves only 2 months until the outbreak hits. He's digging deep, but the intel is coming up dry, and the outlook is grim. But Juhu cuts in, demanding to know about the Dump Guild. And gets a quick confirmation. Soo-hyun confesses his investigation has hit a wall, no leads, just a chilling realization, they're masters of vanishing acts. Then, Juhu drops a bombshell, an awakened mysteriously died in Ansan City, right in the street, and the Sungjin Guild swept it under the rug. He keeps poring over the digital evidence. Uncovering more of these bizarre cases where Awakened just dropped dead in broad daylight. And the shocking truth. Poison was the culprit. The poison bombshell hits Soo-yeon like a truck, his eyes snapping wide in pure shock. Juhu's face twists, the word poison hanging heavy in the air, a chilling premonition of something truly sinister. His voice drops, a heavy weight in the room. Soo-yun, sensing the gravity, pushes for more investigation, and Juhu doesn't hesitate to commit. With a final, heartfelt warning, Juhu urges Soo-yun to stay safe, leaving Soo-yun to stew in the unsettling truth beside his sleek red ride. His mind races, flashing to the outbreak tearing through Anyang City. A stark, terrifying reminder of the chaos unfolding. But even as the world crumbles, Lee Juho is pushing his limits, fighting tooth and nail to expose the truth. Yet, staring out at the sprawling city, Soo-yun can't shake the feeling that there's no silver lining in sight. After a beat of intense thought, he finally admits, I guess. With every stride, his determination solidifies. He declares that the only way to truly end this madness is to take matters into his own hands. He strides forward, his footsteps a rhythmic beat. The world shifts around him, day turning to a stardusted night, a quiet tsk escaping his lips. He presses on through the fading light, leaving behind serene towns under a breathtaking sunset. Finally, he reaches his destination, a veritable armory, axes, spears, and shields gleaming on the walls, ready for battle. He scans the formidable arsenal, a knowing look on his face, they're all high-end quality. He gets a nod of approval from the craftsman, who's clearly stoked with the result. The craftsman shows off his creation, bragging about how tough the material was to work with. But he had a blast making it. He hypes up the weapon's insane power to Soo-yun, telling him to check it out. Then, a blinding flash of light explodes as the weapon is finally revealed. And Soo-yun grips the fresh spear, its sharp design practically glowing. The spearhead practically screams danger with its lethal sharpness. Its long shaft looking perfectly balanced and ready for action. He clenches the hilt, totally ready to unleash its power. He's locked in, eyes burning with focus, ready to unleash the power of his new weapon. It looked like just another blade, but the second he gripped it, he felt it, a surge of raw power. This wasn't just any sword, it was something else entirely. The spear, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. It wasn't just a tool, it was alive. Then, with a sudden, sharp click, the spear pulsed in his hand. And he instinctively braced himself, ready for anything. Without warning, a barrage of glowing, razor-sharp projectiles erupted from the spear, blasting through the air like a storm. But he was faster, his hand a blur as it shot up, a powerful aura flaring to swat away the incoming attack. He stares up at his new spear, absolutely blown away by what he's holding. This thing is practically glowing with raw power, its design just unreal. He just can't get enough of it, his eyes wide with pure amazement. Even just the tip, casually near his leg, radiates insane energy. He's thinking about the insane craftsmanship, this thing's sharpness and durability are absolutely top tier. Gripping the hilt, he feels it. It's reacting to his mana, knowing exactly what to slice and what to leave untouched. It hits him with absolute clarity, this is the perfect sword, no doubt about it. That's it, a huge grin breaks out, his eyes practically shining with pure hype. Later, in some kind of workshop, an old craftsman with a beard asks him, so, got a name for that bad boy yet? The craftsman pushes him, name the sword already. He gazes at the gleaming spear. A beat of silence. The craftsman watches, waiting. Then, he drops the bomb, I'm calling it the dragon-slaying sword, Graham. The craftsman's jaw drops, a shocked hic escaping him. He can't believe what he just heard. He leans in, totally confused, you mean, gram, like, the weight? 100 grams, 200 grams. Soo-yun just deadpans, gram. Then drops the knowledge, it's Balmung's alternate name in Northern European mythologies. He's thinking about names, legendary names, and he knows he can't just drop Balmung again. But giving up a name that literally means the slaying sword. That's just not an option. A massive, glowing skeletal entity, crackling with purple power, flashes in his thoughts, a chilling vision of what the slaying sword truly represents. His mind made up, he announces he's out. Looking up at the night sky while Juhu observes him quietly. A slight frown, a quiet thought, maybe next time. The night calls, a new mission awaits, somewhere he absolutely has to be, right now. High above the snow-dusted landscape, a formidable castle stood sentinel under the night sky. Inside its ancient walls, a lone guard, accompanied by his loyal hound, made his rounds through the torchlit corridors, his heavy breathing echoing softly in the quiet halls. Each armored footfall a rhythmic beat against the stone. He reached for the heavy door ahead, his hand closing around the cold metal handle. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the silence, demanding, who's there? The guard spun around to find a figure in gleaming red and silver armor, spear held ready, standing calmly in the corridor. A gasp escaped the guard's lips as he recognized the newcomer, Commander Maxman. Maxman's expression remained unperturbed, his gaze steady. It seems like I've caught you by surprise, he observed calmly, then inquired, did anything happen? The green armored guard snaps back, a defiant NOSIR, echoing through the hall. Maxman, understanding the grueling shifts, still pushes for more, demanding just a little longer from his exhausted subordinate. Laying bare the terrifying truth, the Dragon Kingdom's invasion could shatter their entire castle. The Green Guard, now fired up, vows to give his absolute best. Leaving the Green Guard behind, Maxman strides purposefully down the torchlit hall. A subtle, shook sound hinting at the weight on his mind as he casts his gaze upward. His mind races, grappling with the brutal truth, chaos is erupting both inside and outside the castle. If this nightmare drags on, it's the innocent civilians who will pay the ultimate price. His grim reflection stares back from the window, a silent testament to the turmoil within as he gazes out at the frozen world. A single, desperate question echoes in his mind, what should I do? A profound HAAA escapes him, a heavy sigh of a man crushed by the immense weight of his duties. Deep in his own head, a sudden question snaps him back to reality. Are you troubled, Commander Maxman? A sharp, almost imperceptible jolt runs through him. Then, with a turn, he greets a new arrival, a cryptic figure stepping into the chamber. Clad in deep purple, their face hidden behind an unsettling white mask, they stand before him. The masked one speaks, their voice echoing with a single, chilling title, Attaché. A moment of intense silence hangs in the air, pregnant with anticipation. A knight in gleaming armor bows before a mysterious purple-cloaked figure, respectfully calling him, Sir Attaché. The cloaked figure starts to move, and the knight quickly asks, do you have time? The cloaked figure stops, demanding to know the knight's business, then declares he's here to personally check on the watch, even though the knight was supposed to be reporting to the king. He spins around, fixing the knight with an intense gaze, demanding, what business? Then, cutting to the chase, he asks, how's the situation? The knight grimly reports that despite their desperate efforts to defend the castle, the situation is absolutely terrible, with the Audra military completely overwhelming them. He continues, explaining that if things get any worse, they might have to abandon this castle and fall back to the next one, but the cloaked figure cuts him off with a thunderous hold. The command rings out, a defiant refusal to even consider retreat. Standing before the masked enigma, his voice cracks with desperation, proposing the unthinkable, abandoning the castle. His words hang heavy, a desperate plea, but the cloaked figure just stares, an unreadable silence meeting his desperate plea. He can only wonder, did he actually hear that command right? Maxman desperately tries to rationalize, laying out the brutal truth of their supply lines, the impossible logistics of feeding a besieged populace, and the chilling certainty that everyone will die here. But the cloaked figure's response is lightning fast and absolute, a single, unyielding word that cuts through the air. Maxman pushes back, trying to appeal to any shred of logic, reminding the figure that if they're just going to give up the castle, they might as well. The air crackles with unspoken conflict in the grand hall, a silent, desperate clash of wills. A heavy, suffocating pause descends, the sheer weight of their disagreement crushing the atmosphere. Finally, Maxman's frustration explodes, as he unleashes his anger, highlighting the cloaked figure's complete absence from the actual fighting. He's absolutely livid, shouting that the lives of their soldiers are being thrown away like trash. But hold up, because soon after the Orium Kingdom declared war, the king pulled a wild card, sending his chief advisor to lead the charge as the chief commander. And this new commander? This cloaked enigma? He's got a chilling disregard for the very lives he's supposed to be leading. Sure, soldiers are supposed to follow orders, that's the law of the land. But this guy? He's treating their lives like they're less than an ant's life. Maxman's mind is racing, how could the king possibly appoint this guy as their chief commander? Even now, deep in the castle's shadowy tunnels, he can't shake the cloaked figure's chilling indifference. But the cloaked figure? Totally unfazed. He just brushes off the commander's anger, telling him to chill and just hold the castle for 1 month. Then, with a subtle jab, he challenges Maxman, basically saying, you're capable, right? So just do it. The chief commander's chilling words reverberate, a stark reminder of the nation's hero, Commander Maxman, and his impossible task. His armored form, a symbol of unwavering resolve, stands rigid. As the chief commander, with an unnerving calm, reiterates the impossible demand, just a month. A palpable tremor runs through Maxman's frame, his simmering frustration barely contained beneath the steel. The purple-cloaked figure, utterly unconcerned, turns to leave, Maxman trailing behind, the soft rustle of their robes the only sound in the vast hall. The chief commander's voice, cold and dismissive, cuts through the silence, declaring that nothing will change, even if they manage to hold on for a fleeting moment. A deep, guttural growl erupts from the cloaked figure, a faint, ominous purple aura beginning to shimmer and pulse around him. The sudden, raw display of power catches Maxman completely off guard, his eyes snapping wide in stunned surprise. He spins around, demanding to know the source of that unsettling sound, but the chief commander simply continues his stride, leaving Maxman to grapple with the chilling implications of his power. Maxman's eyes practically pop out of his head, screaming in pure panic as the emergency hits. A frantic voice blares out, screaming about an all-out emergency from an outside attack. And the target? Unmistakable, the castle doors are getting absolutely hammered. But hold up. In another time, another place, Kim Soo-hyun is just chilling amidst floating rubble, staring up at something. His face is locked in, and his eyes are blazing, glowing with an insane orange power. Rewind a few hours before all that castle chaos, and Soo-hyun is just a tiny speck, dwarfed by this massive, glowing tower shooting into the night. He's back in the Tower of Trials, pushing ever closer to the next gateway. Every step he takes, Soo-hyun is moving through this insane, star-filled void. But wait, what's that? A figure on the ground, staring up with a confused look. The white-haired dude, now sitting up, just casually greets him like they're old pals. It's the floor 20 gatekeeper, and he's dropping a bombshell, saying it's been ages since he's seen a monster like our guy. Soo-hyun standing there, radiating a faint blue aura, staff in hand, ready for anything. He's totally grounded, even with this insane starry floor all around him. Soo-hyun's chilling on a ledge, looking down at the gatekeeper, who's like, need some advice, and Soo-hyun's about to spill the beans. But then the gatekeeper, still on the ground, flips the script, saying he needs help, and then immediately asks how much Soo-hyun's gonna pay up. He lays down his terms, ready to pay first and get things moving. The gatekeeper confirms the brutal truth: the higher you climb, the tougher these guardians get. A sharp intake of breath, a silent challenge accepted. 1,000. The gatekeeper can barely believe his ears, his face a mask of utter shock. Both men are stunned, their expressions mirroring pure disbelief. The gatekeeper, still reeling, confirms the insane offer, 1,000 points. Is that really enough? Then, a thunderous, booming laugh explodes from the gatekeeper, his entire being radiating pure, unadulterated joy. He can't help but exclaim, Soo-hyun is offering points that would take most people over a decade to earn, all in one go. The gatekeeper, absolutely floored by the insane offer, can only acknowledge Soo-hyun's monstrous power. Then immediately demands to know his next move. With a cool blue glow emanating from his hands, Soo-hyun drops the bombshell, level 10 is next, and he wants to know what to watch out for. But the gatekeeper just laughs off his concern, hinting that Soo-hyun isn't the one who needs to worry about dying. A massive grin spreading across his face as he declares Soo-hyun will be the one doing all the killing. Yet, a flicker of something crosses his face. As he throws in a quick warning, try not to go full psycho if you can help it. Soo-hyun takes in the unexpected advice. As the gatekeeper prepares to drop another bombshell. With a stern, pointed finger, the gatekeeper drops his final, cryptic wisdom: just do what you gotta do, no matter what. But Soo-hyun's like, seriously? That's it. And the gatekeeper just shrugs, yep, that's all. Soo-hyun's already walking towards the glowing portal, when the gatekeeper's voice booms, dropping a cool 100,000 points on him. The gatekeeper just repeats, I said that's all. Now get moving. As he steps into the portal, Soo-hyun can't help but think, man, these guys always talk in riddles. He figures their advice is always solid, but that, do what I have to do line. Still totally stumped. One last look, and he's gone, swallowed by the portal's darkness. And just like that, the portal shuts down with a low hum. Straight through the portal, Soo-hyun is immediately in freefall. The ground is coming up fast, and there's no time to think. The air screams past him. As he hurtles downward, a blur against the dark abyss. But then, a jagged cliff face. He instinctively reaches out, desperate for anything to grab onto. The ground rushes closer. And his fingers close around a thick, gnarled root, the sudden jolt nearly ripping his arm off. He swings wildly for a moment, before finally finding his footing on the rocky surface. With a final, controlled drop, he lands firmly, dust exploding around his feet. His eyes, now glowing with a faint, ethereal light, scan the unfamiliar, dangerous landscape of this new level. He stares out, eyes still blazing, absorbing every detail of this brand new world. And what a sight! A colossal, ancient castle dominates the lush landscape, its very stones screaming of forgotten power. He starts moving, drawn by an irresistible pull, a mix of wonder and resolve in his stride, muttering, this is. Then, a sharp chime cuts through the air, signaling the start of his next brutal challenge. The 20th floor, stage 10, is kicking off. His head snaps up, a silent gasp escaping him as the system drops the bombshell. This isn't just any castle, it's the legendary castle of the Kingdom of Elves, a monstrous fortress rumored to hold thousands of elite soldiers. The sheer, impossible detail of its ancient architecture screams at him, hammering home the insane scale of this mission. He's got 1 month to pull off the impossible, utterly demolish the entire castle. But then, a chilling final warning flashes across his vision, hinting at unseen, deadly complications. The mission brief hits Su-hyun, revealing the soldiers aren't just background noise, they're potential allies he can recruit during this insane trial. The system drops another bombshell: he can recruit allies during the trial, but only if he uncovers the castle's secret and, survives. He lets out a frustrated groan, the sheer volume of info hitting him hard, but his mind is already racing. Yeah, it was a long explanation, but Su-hyun's brain is on another level, he's already piecing together the critical clues hidden in the details. His gaze locks in, a fierce determination burning in his eyes, the mission's true objective crystallizing in his mind. The system wants him to flatten the castle, sure, but Su-hyun's figured it out, the real challenge is uncovering the deep, dark secret hidden within this ancient fortress. Staring down the massive elven castle, he knows the key to victory isn't just brute force, it's cracking the code, revealing the castle's hidden truth. The real mission. It's not just about winning the fight. It's about dodging unnecessary conflict, even with his foes, and trying to avoid lethal force if he can. The gatekeeper's warning rings true: no unnecessary fights, period. But the ultimate challenge looms: how do you conquer a castle without a single battle? He stares down the massive elven castle, its ancient walls daring him, the sheer scale of his mission pressing in. Hours tick by. The sun dips, painting the sky. And darkness descends, wrapping him in silence. Later, by a flickering campfire in the deep woods, he's still deep in thought, a quiet his only response as he plots his next move. He stares at the elven castle, a steel-walled fortress with walls so thick they're practically impenetrable. This place is packed with mana. He leans back, a smirk playing on his lips, knowing he's got the upper hand in both numbers and strategy. But the real mission? Take this castle without a single casualty. As the stars blanket the sky, a stark realization hits him: he's got 1 month. A month might sound like forever for a trial. His mind races, still locked in strategic overdrive. He finally snaps into focus, a resolute "alright" echoing in the silence. The elven castle loomed, its massive gate guarded by 2 formidable figures, their spears ready as an unknown presence drew near. One guard, on high alert, snapped his head towards the approaching figure. A stern voice, cutting through the silence, demanded an answer. But Kim Su-hyun didn't flinch, his gaze locked on the 2 guards as he marched forward, every step deliberate. A smirk touched his lips, there was no need for complex strategies. He'd tackle this the only way he knew how. His resolve hardened, a fiery determination in his eyes, full frontal assault. Standing before the guards, he gave a casual greeting, playing the part of a simple traveler. Yet, his next words held a hidden punch, a polite apology masking a bold declaration: he was staying, whether they liked it or not. The elven guards are absolutely stunned by his audacity, practically yelling at him for daring to challenge their authority. But he just stands there, completely unfazed, ready to throw down as they brace for impact. He's got just 2 months until the Anson outbreak, so he has to clear this trial, and fast. His eyes burn with fierce determination, no time to waste. He gets it, he understands the stakes, and his brain is already in overdrive, plotting his next move. No hesitation, he's a blur of motion, going for the disarm with lightning speed. His attack lands, and he's already apologizing for the chaos he's about to unleash. Then, a blinding, vibrant purple energy explodes from him, showing off the raw power he's about to unleash. He's going in by force. No hesitation, just pure, unadulterated speed as he rockets towards the objective. A guard below, spear ready, can only watch as the blur approaches. Su-hyun's descent is a purple-tinged streak, a harbinger of chaos. Boom! He hits the ground like a meteor, the impact blasting 2 guards off their feet. Dust settles around him, but he's already locked and loaded for the next strike. Then, a blinding blue slash explodes from his palm. His eyes ignite with electric blue, power surging through him. The devastating blue energy rips through everything in its way. Boom! He's here. Su-hyun drops like a meteor, blue energy exploding outwards. That's not just a landing, that's a full-on attack. A blinding vertical slash rips through everything in its path. And the impact? Forget about it. A massive explosion sends debris flying everywhere. But he's not done yet. He's a blur of motion, leaving trails of pure power. And just like that, thud. He's on the ground, surrounded by the chaos he just unleashed. But wait, what's that? A blood-curdling scream rips through the air, someone just got caught in that blast. And the destruction isn't over. Another massive blue explosion just tears through the area. The after effects are still going. Those energy trails are just a testament to his insane speed. And as the dust clears, he stands victorious, surrounded by the wreckage. The very air screams with raw power, a blinding blue light cutting through the chaos as the dust from the epic impact begins to settle. And then, from the heart of the storm, he emerges. Su Hyan strides out, an undeniable force, as two stunned onlookers can only gape at the sheer power radiating from him amidst the floating wreckage. The final shockwave fades, leaving only shimmering blue motes dancing in the air. His eyes, burning with an electrifying blue intensity, are a testament to the sheer, untamed power he wields. Suddenly, an immense power absolutely shatters the ancient stone, sending cracks exploding across its surface. The barrier just absolutely explodes, giving way with a deafening crash. And through that newly formed breach, a lone figure just strides right in, totally unfazed by the raining debris. He bursts into the chamber, framed by the shattered archway, and every single armed guard instantly locks onto him. Their heavy boots scrape on the stone, a palpable tension building as they brace for impact. Then, a panicked cry rips through the air, as a guard screams, "Intruder! The gates are broken! Stop him!" But Su Hyan doesn't even flinch at their screams, his gaze turning to steel, his hand already flashing to draw the long blade from his hip. The sword hisses free, its polished surface glinting ominously in the dim light. As he channels his power, the blade responds, its essence sharpening, his gaze burning with electric blue intensity. A focused breath, and the sword hums, shimmering with an ethereal blue light. This isn't just any blade, he realizes it's a legendary weapon. Its power surging as his hand grips the hilt, crackling with raw, blue energy. With this connection, he can fine-tune its edge to absolute perfection. But the moment is broken by a furious cry, "Catch him," as guards charge in. His knuckles whiten around the hilt, the sword blazing brighter. Then, an explosion of speed. Su Hyan unleashes a devastating flurry, a blue-streaked phantom tearing through the enemy line. He's a force of nature, each strike sending armored figures reeling, the air alive with chaotic energy. He unleashes a devastating, blue-charged strike, absolutely obliterating the guard's shield. His eyes burn with fierce resolve, already calculating his next move. This sword. It can slice through anything, he knows it. One guard is down, completely wrecked, as the others scramble back, yelling in pure panic. If he's truly determined, he won't just cut through anything, he'll tear through everything. His blade pulses with raw power. Shoot! A furious roar echoes from above, and a volley of arrows is instantly unleashed. But he doesn't flinch, he just charges, a blur of motion, sword leading the way. A deadly arrow screams through the air, heading straight for the protagonist. He explodes into action, a lightning-fast blur tearing across the desolate landscape. An arrow screams past, but he's already twisting, dodging the deadly projectile with impossible speed, his movements a blur of pure instinct. But it's not just one. A barrage of glowing projectiles streaks through the air, a deadly, relentless rain descending. The onslaught is relentless, every arrow a potential game over. He leaps, sword already in hand, another arrow whizzing past his ear, but he's not stopping, he's closing the distance. And there they are. A whole line of armored archers, perched high above, bows drawn, ready to unleash hell. Their formation is tight, their resolve unwavering, a disciplined, deadly threat. Then, it hits him. The full, terrifying scope of the challenge, it's all laid bare. He stares up at the archers on that towering wall, his eyes burning with fierce determination. From a towering balcony, an archer lets loose a piercing shot. Below, a squad of archers scrambles, their eyes fixed on the incoming threat. "You," the lead archer taunts, a sneer on his face. But in a flash, Su Hyan Kim is there, delivering a devastating blow that sends the archer crashing into the wall. "Bastard," he roars, as the archer cries out in pain. The impact explodes, a raw burst of power. The entire archer squad is obliterated, sent flying from the ramparts in a shower of debris. Su Hyan Kim stands victorious on the balcony, gazing down at the chaos he wrought. Yet, a surprising question escapes his lips, "Are you alright?" A weak, guttural, "URGH." answers him. The defeated archer struggles, barely conscious after Su Hyan Kim's overwhelming attack. He's locked onto the distant figures on the wall, and a silent question is already brewing. Up on the battlements, two armored figures are already freaking out, one of them shouting, "What's that?" But a commander among them isn't backing down, barking orders for his troops to fall back and defend the wall, while he steps up to take on the challenge personally. He's surrounded by his loyal soldiers, but the commander's resolve is absolutely rock solid, he's not flinching. He's not going anywhere, convinced that his survival is the key to the Empire's future, even if it means a suicide mission. Down below, Su Hyan is taking it all in, a spark of curiosity igniting as he catches the commander's defiant declaration. He's totally baffled by this unexpected loyalty, realizing these soldiers are actually trying to shield their commander, instead of fighting him head-on. But as his own soldiers try to pull him back, Captain Rainbow is fighting them off, screaming that he won't abandon his duty. But the soldiers are having none of it, prioritizing his safety above all else, and dragging him away at top speed. He processes the bizarre loyalty, the soldiers defying orders just to shield their captain. But there's no time for contemplation, the moment demands action. Especially if the enemy starts targeting their own leader. A thunderous crash erupts. As he slams down. A blur of motion from above. Two guards snap their heads up, eyes wide with disbelief. As a frantic shout echoes, "No! Stop that maniac from reaching the commander!" Su Hyan hits the ground like a meteor, instantly surrounded by a swarm of enraged soldiers. He plunges into the chaos, blade already singing for blood. A thunderous kick sends the first soldier flying, the impact absolutely crushing. That armored brood is launched sky high, no chance to recover. The enemies are absolutely stunned. What just happened? But wait, a spear-wielding soldier tries to counter, lunging midair. He pulls off an insane aerial dodge, twisting away from the deadly point. He hits the ground and immediately unleashes another brutal kick, taking out a second armored foe. The soldier reels from the sheer power, as Su Hyan blocks yet another spear with lightning speed. His blade becomes a blur, deflecting the attack and striking the soldier in one seamless, devastating move. Arrows rain down, but a voice cuts through the chaos, screaming for them to hold fire, this guy's on their side. But Su Hyan isn't slowing down for anyone. He unleashes a devastating mid-air kick, sending an armored foe flying. Another soldier can only stare in absolute shock, completely outmatched by the sheer velocity of the assault. He's a blur of motion, smashing into another armored enemy with brutal precision. Then, a gravity-defying leap. He takes on multiple soldiers at once, a one-man army tearing through their ranks. But wait, he's not done yet. Su Hyan switches it up, pulling out a bow and charging it with an insane, crackling blue energy. Then, a storm of energy-charged arrows rips through the air, a devastating barrage aimed straight at his stunned enemies. And from the shadows, an unseen observer can only utter one thing, that guy. He's dropping like a meteor, a human missile streaking down from the heavens, ready to unleash pure chaos. Meanwhile, an armored grunt is scrambling across the battleground, totally oblivious to the storm about to hit. Su Hyan's face is locked in a fierce snarl of concentration, his gaze laser-focused on the enemies beneath him. Then, the soldier finally feels it, the sheer, crushing force bearing down, and all he can gasp is, strong. Too late. A blinding torrent of electric blue energy explodes from Su Hyan, a maelstrom of raw power. The ethereal light just keeps growing, a thunderous roar accompanying its expansion, swallowing everything in its wake. Then, bam. Multiple armored soldiers are obliterated in the blast, their screams of ARGH. KUH, drowned out by the sheer impact. And just as quickly, the blue energy vanishes, leaving nothing but the chilling silence of its destructive aftermath. He stands victorious, the dust clearing as another armored foe crumbles at his feet. His attack ripped through everything, leaving a crater of pure devastation. But from the battlements, a soldier shouts to his leader, concerned for Captain Rainbow, who coolly dismisses it, "Don't worry." Determined, the soldier vows to take on the enemy himself, commanding the others to secure the castle's exterior. But before he can press on, a new challenger appears, an orange-haired man who fixes him with an intense, suspicious gaze. The orange-haired man quickly clarifies, insisting he's no spy from the Alchem Kingdom. Someone's watching the carnage, realizing this unknown force is operating completely solo. And the sheer scale of the destruction is just mind-blowing. He lets out a quiet breath, the thought hitting hard, this kind of power, this level of destruction. Totally commander tier. It's all about the insane level and skill of an A-rank awakened. Captain Rainbow, observing the carnage from afar, confirms his gut feeling, this guy is absolutely legit. A subordinate, totally freaked out, begs him to be careful, because losing their captain would be an absolute disaster. The captain snaps back at his troops, reminding them he told them not to be so soft, even if the truth is staring them in the face. His soldiers, eyes fixed on him with total loyalty, shout, they're all in. 20 years ago, in the Audrum Kingdom War, he led them to victory, just like he always does. He remembers the absolute loyalty of his troops, a true testament to his command. If the Captain Maxman of his past was still here, they could totally shut down the Audrum Kingdom. His confidence is off the charts because his soldiers always had his back, a trust forged in the fires of countless victories. He stands before them, a total legend of command. But then, a whole new thought hits, a quiet moment from Su Hyan, as he grapples with the sheer weight of that kind of trust. Nobody really gets that the title of captain or of leader isn't just a badge, it's a massive burden, a weight that can crush even the toughest heroes. Standing isolated in a brutal, snow-covered wasteland, he thinks, just like me. A sea of hands reaches out, a powerful memory of a past identity, from back when he was the legendary Kim Sun-jin. From the base of a massive tower, a voice cuts through the air, "Sir Captain." He apologizes for the sheer destruction he unleashed, admitting his own negligence led to the castle's ruin. But a stern voice cuts through the air, shutting down his plea as utterly ridiculous. Captain Rainbow stands his ground, an armored titan of resolve. His conviction rings out, the kingdom is at war, and he won't let anyone who jeopardized his soldiers escape justice. With a fierce glint in his eye, Soo-hyun whips out his blade, realizing he's gotta commit another crime. A searing projectile erupts from the castle's defenses, blasting straight for him. The impact sends him flying through the air, debris exploding all around him. But even mid-air, his fist lashes out with insane speed, a devastating counterattack. He ponders the only path to take the castle without spilling a single drop of unnecessary blood. His true mission? To sway the castle's most trusted figure. But a thunderous parry from his foe's blade erupts, sending a shockwave that deflects his initial assault. Just who? The captain's raw power is insane, pushing back his weapon with an overwhelming force that sends him reeling. Yet, a flicker of shock and fierce determination crosses the commander's face. Soo-hyun's eyes ignite with a blazing blue, unleashing a lightning-fast, multi-directional onslaught. His weapon becomes a purple blur, slamming into the captain's armor again and again. No way, is this guy really this strong? Was he holding back before? He keeps up the relentless pressure, his blade a whirlwind of strikes against the captain's defense. The fight rages, but in the heart of the storm, Soo-hyun's resolve crystallizes into one electrifying word, transformation. This isn't just a power-up, it's the unleashing of an ultimate technique, the legendary Gigantomachia. And with a blinding flash, a fist ignites with an explosive, crackling blue aura, engulfing him in a tempest of azure lightning as he stares down his formidable opponent. This isn't just a brawl, it's a mission. He's convinced that through this person, he'll unlock the castle's deepest secrets and... But Captain Rainbow isn't backing down, roaring his determination to pass the trial perfectly. Soo-hyun winds up for a devastating blow, his inner monologue burning with resolve, and if it's possible. He unleashes a thunderous impact, declaring, I will take those shackles off of you too. The sheer force of his attack obliterates the ground, sending ice and rock exploding in every direction. The sheer force of the blow reverberates through the air, leaving behind shimmering trails of blue energy. Shockwaves ripple outwards, a testament to the devastating power unleashed. A lingering sound echoes through the devastation, a soft, drawn-out sigh of impact, ah. Amidst the flying debris, two armored guards cry out in alarm, their voices filled with desperate concern for their captain. Captain! Is the captain safe? More rubble cascades down, the sound of destruction still ringing in the air. The guards stare in disbelief, their faces etched with shock at the sheer scale of the devastation. And my God! Within the heart of the wreckage, a ruined structure stands as a grim monument to the power unleashed. One guard cautiously approaches, his gaze fixed on something amidst the rubble, a chilling discovery awaiting. There, half buried in the debris, lies a severed hand, prompting a horrified realization, Captain's body. The blow was fatal.